no readmissions, no complications, and it is totally cost effective to the patient and also to the institution. So take home is a simple, empowered, nurse-led clinic can eliminate all the complications related to oral anticoagulation with no cost. Thank you.
It's a good initiative. My thing is like regarding the study design. Now you are doing a retrospective study to evaluate an intervention. So
Yes, yes.
what do you think? Is it a right approach? Or?
So we evaluated the retrospective analysis of the data we had in 2018. The clinic started much before that. So when we had assessed the data, now we have a proper database also. So we found that it was nearly 12 to 15 patients who were coming back with the bleeding or thrombosis and getting admitted in our hospital, of our own patient.
So you said, is it 15 every year or it's an entire 6-year period?
Yeah, every year.
Every year.
Yeah. In 2018, we had 15 patients.
When the patient comes to discuss this report, he may be having some other issues to be, discussed.
Patient do not come to the hospital. It is a nurse who works 24/7 on telephonic communication to the patient. So she follow up the patients 2 to 3 times in a week and take the INR value. Dose adjustment and everything is done by the nurse in consultation with the consultant. So the patient do not have to come to the hospital to visit the OPD and to consult the doctor.
Okay.
So that is how it becomes zero cost and fully convenient for the patients. So we have achieved both the tangible result of zero complications and zero cost to the patient, along with the intangible satisfaction and convenience to the patient.
Good idea. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Veena. We can now move on to the General and Support Services section.
Thank you so much. Now moving to General and Support Services, I'd like to invite Mr. Ankur Bose. He will be talking about implementing a zero-harm dietary protocol, enhancing patient safety through HACCP integration and digital precision in multi-speciality setting from Woodlands Multi-Speciality Hospital Limited.
Respected jury members and distinguished delegates, a very good morning. We'll get the opportunity to get this Cahocon for the platform presentation, and entire hospitals will be obliged for that. On wrong diet, the one temperature lapses, one hygiene miss can directly impact to the patient safety. At Woodland Multi-Speciality Hospital, we asked to question that, can hospital dietary service achieve zero harm with the same precisions and clinical care? Today I present how we made the work. The tracking dietary systems depends heavily on the manual process, handwritten diet sheets, and the instructions of the delayed feedback. Those gaps lead to the inaccurate temperature, deviations, and avoidable food wars. Individually, they say minor, but clinically there's a high risk. This is where the zero harm concept was arise. Zero harm built on the 4 integrated pillar from HACCP integration control.
The slides are moving. So can you change it's just one slide or this is just the introduction, I thought?
I think the slide will
You're still not finished with it. There's a remote next to you.
Oh, sorry. Okay. Yeah. Sorry for this. I apologize for the inconvenience. So, zero harm built on 4 integration. First, the HACCP-driven critical control point embroidered across the food trial. Second, the digital synchronization between the diet orders and the clinical prescription. Third, IoT-based real-time temperature monitoring and eliminating the blind spots. And fourth, automated traceability with instant patient feedback. HACCP moves from the decomposition of the digital intelligence. Digital precisions in actions. Every tray our hospitals carries the digital accountability IoT sensor monitor food temperature continuously, Diet sheets are synced directly with the physical order. Color-coded tray visuals prefer diet imitations and QR feedback also parents to validate service. Initially, this is a casework only constraint of the verified delivery. The outcome are tangibles. The diet accuracy crossed 98%. The error reduced 4.2% from 0.4%. Food quality satisfaction reached to 96.8. Timely serve scored 96.5. Most significantly, food waste dropout 18%, saving approximately 96,000 per year. And safety improvement, the satisfaction increase and efficiency followed. Continuous monitoring gave us a clarity, compliance, diet accuracy, hygiene, temperature, and responsible of the remain above 98% process. Equipment sterility shows the control variability, microemissions of through audits. However, waste control emerged as a key outlets. The insight allowed target investment, powered the digital systems to just ensure the success of the event performance.
Can you move the slides, please? Have you gone to the next one?
So this one?
After this, what happens?
Okay.
Next. Okay.
So this is actually the color coding stacks, how we can ensuring the traceability of the particular diet and do the digitalizations on base of the QR code scanning and the waste reductions, and the percentage has been shown to the overall accuracy and the accountability of the cost saving areas. We have got achievement of the certification for E-Trade cancers. The full compliances is FSSAI and the BSI for ISO 22000, which is the largest, first in Eastern India and third in Pan India after Apollo and Aditya Birla hospitals. The zero harm dietary protocol shows the potential number of prediction, measure and safe, but imagine that the hazard origins as powerful food service and transform into the critical safeguard at woodland safety, not an outcome, it's integrated. Thank you so much.
I have a question. Do you have a dashboard here in front of you? Do you have a dashboard where you get all the data? Or is it a handheld device which you have to take it to the...
No, we have, sir.
That's a handheld device. This is a dashboard?
Yes, it's got it from the patient experience systems, system generated from the data oriented we get from the patient experience and service teams.
How do you monitor the temperatures?
Temperature, we having a different monitor techniques. For the food, we are using the probe thermometer, and for the trolley tray and the other things, we are using the digital thermometer, and it is being calibrated by the enabled certified lab from the third party.
Is it a real-time monitoring or it's audited in different...
It's a real-time monitoring as per the BSI standard, because we are the ISO certified, so we have to take the each and every session monitoring tag, and also we have to find that what are the things, and we can do the recall and traceability on the particular SIMs if there is anything occurs on the any kind of errors has happened.
And the review of this data, the correctness?
Yes, the review data has been internally audited and internally checked by our management committee team, and if there is any find, then we go for the further observation as well.
So you have a supervisory level also?
Yes, we have an audit trail.
So what is the after effect if you find there are some faults?
As per our infrastructures, our 42 minutes will be our TAT time segregation, but we will be 10 minutes late because of the lift transportations and all these things. We don't have the separate lifts for this. We are having a FNB lift, but there is a lot of traffic and all. So that is the areas much concern, and we need to for going for the larger infrastructure. So hopefully the TAT time will be less.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rankur. We can move on to the next presenter.
So, under next general and support services, we have Dr. Sabrish to present on optimizing acute stroke care, a quality improvement initiative to reduce and sustain door to thrombolysis time from GK Kupuswamy Naidu Memorial Hospital.
Good morning, one and all. I'm Dr. Sabrish from G. Kupuswamy Naidu Hospital. So today I'm going to speak about a quality improvement initiative in our hospital, optimizing acute stroke care. How to reduce door to thrombolysis time and sustain it over a period of time. So the aim of the study was to reduce average door to thrombolysis time and sustain goals over a long period. The objective of the study, so the problem statement was, as we all know, that in acute stroke, time is brain. Every minute lost is millions of neurons lost, and it leads to worse outcomes, death and disability. So timely reperfusion is critical. So in 2023, our baseline door to thrombolysis time exceeded 115 minutes. And the major delays which we found were related to delayed recognition, delayed imaging, labs, team coordination, and family consent. The rising stroke volumes was also there in our hospital during those times. The key initiatives which we took were formation of a multidisciplinary stroke team, a dedicated code called Code Stroke which was announced through the PA system, and a WhatsApp group for real-time coordination for all these events. This was monitored through multiple PDCS cycles, and each time whatever lag was there was discussed and improved. So the aim was to reduce the door to thrombolysis time and sustain gains over long term. An objective was to achieve at least or more than 50% of cases of acute ischemic stroke to be lysed within 60 minutes. Maintain patient safety despite the increasing volumes. It was a prospective study which was done over a period of 2 years from April 2023 to December 2025, and monthly data were collected on all the patients who were thrombolized in the emergency room or from ICU. The methodology. The key interventions which we did were formation of a dedicated code called Code Stroke, which was activated as soon as the diagnosis was suspected. Formation of a multidisciplinary team with complete ownership. A WhatsApp group for instant coordination. Point of care testing like coagulation profiles and renal functions in the emergency room itself. And priority imaging with a dedicated transport system for the patients to be transported as early as possible. And a PRO-supported consent counseling for patients who need thrombolysis or mechanical thrombectomy. A rapid response team paging for the in-hospital code stroke patients, and conduction of regular mock drills for staff training. The ER was relocated near the radiology block for faster patient transfer, and awareness videos were created for patient attenders and patient to improve understanding and help in gaining early consent. All the patients who were candidates for lysis or thrombectomy were always escorted by the ER physician or a resident to the CT console for on-table lysis. So as from the table we can see, from April 2023 to December 2025, we were able to reduce the door to thrombolysis time from 120 minutes to 53 minutes, and mean time from 115 to 58 minutes. The percentage of thrombolysis achieved within 60 minutes was drastic in the year 2025, where we were able to achieve almost 58% patients within the 60-minute window. We had an increased total number of cases in 2025 by almost 40%, and the functional outcome was increased with an MRS score of 0 to 2 at 90 days for almost 75.8%. So the key drivers and learnings from this was a dedicated team formation, a dedicated code stroke, and a structured pathway led to a dramatic improvement in the door to thrombolysis time for all the patients. Despite increased volume, we were able to perform well during this time. The strongest drivers for this program was rapid activation, WhatsApp coordination, point of care testing, and priority imaging. Though there was a temporary rise during the cycle 4 cycle, we were able to overcome that in the next cycle because of the robust process. The remaining delays were mainly because of the consent or the inability to understand the process and patient stabilization for sicker patients. The functional outcomes were superior to the benchmarks. So the conclusion, to conclude, I would say that in the median door to thrombolysis time reduced to 53 minutes from 115 minutes, and the percentage of patients undergoing thrombolysis improved by 57%. It had a superior outcome, though we are targeting the patients where the consent barrier is a problem. This is actually a replicable model in any tertiary care setup, and we need to focus more on the consent, pathways, and the patient education. As we say that time is brain, we proved it can be saved. Thank you.
Thank you. Good concept. You are saying low cost, but you have done ER relocation also.
So actually,
that must have involved a lot of infrastructural changes also.
Yes, sir. Actually, our initial ER was almost like 8-bedded only. So we were planning to upgrade it. So when the plan was done, we thought to relocate it to the radiology block so that it is easier for the transport. That's how the concept changed.
So this is not low cost.
Yeah.
For any hospital, it is going to involve a lot of cost.
Yeah, I mean, if it's a setup where it is possible, I mean, they can have a radiology next to the ER. That would be the better one. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Sabrish. We'll go to the next person.
So next under general category, we have Ms. Krishna Priya, presenting on using patient-reported outcomes and experience measures to identify quality gaps in chronic liver disease care at a tertiary care hospital from Amrita Institute of Medical Science and Research Center.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Krishna Priya. I am working as an assistant manager in healthcare operations in Amrita Institute of Medical Science, Kochi, Kerala. Today, I'll be presenting on the topic using patient-reported outcome and experience measure to identify quality gaps in chronic liver disease care at a tertiary care hospital. Our ultimate goal is to bridge the gap between experience and outcome. To start with, I want us to look at the iceberg. In healthcare, we rely heavily on clinical scores. They are the tip of the iceberg, the visible, easily measurable data. But beneath the surface lies the patient reality, which is often missing from our clinical chart. This brings us to a fundamental question. Are we truly understanding our patients, or we are just measuring what is easiest to see? We recognize that clinical scores simply do not equal patient reality. To uncover this missing voice, we launched a 3-month prospective observational study in the Department of Gastroenterology and Hepatology. Our aim was to evaluate both outcome and experience for CLD patients undergoing endoscopic procedure, specific. Yeah, it is there, sir. So the methodology is, we sampled 245 adult patients, excluding those in the ICU or with altered mental status. We conducted a face-to-face and a telephonic interview using a 43-item tool, 4 domains that combined both liver-specific prompts and Cahocon prompts. Looking at our patient demographics, the mean age was found to be 60 years with a male predominance of 82.6%. Most of our patients were inpatients and almost 84% have at least one comorbidity. When we analyzed statistical correlation analysis, we found that the increasing age significantly is associated with lower quality of life, and comorbidity and disease complication also has a negative impact on quality of life. So what this brings us to a fascinating paradox. When we looked at the quality of life domains, we found that patients had a high adherence in both therapeutic domain and good coping in psychological domain, but the social domain was the most compromised, which is only 77.1%, despite this good clinical adaptation. Patients are experiencing fatigue, poor sleep, and disruption in their hobbies and work. On the flip side, when we measured patient experience, our hospital demonstrated an incredible strength. We scored our 95% in communication and clarity, process reliability, and clinical care and education. Yet, only we have major gaps identified. Only 62.3% of the patient were satisfied with the sedation or anesthesia option provided, and just 64.4% were satisfied with the course communication. What we are seeing is a system failure. High clinical satisfaction does not equate to good patient-reported outcome. We are missing some clinical targets despite having good experience and poor outcome scenario. To move this out of that, from this paradox into an ideal care, we have to have a continuous improvement cycle. So that means we have to measure using PROMs and PREMs, analyze those gaps, intervene into the supportive care, and then reassess or monitor the trends. To address this, we have found 3 pillars of improvement. One is the family and social support. From the PROM questionnaire, we found that social domain was highly impacted. So we found, we have found that there is a reduction in family and social support. And from the PREM, we identified that cost and clarity must be identified. Then hygiene and safety were also identified. In conclusion, PREMs and PROM measure completely different dimension of care, but they cannot substitute the other. Our actionable recommendation is to fully integrate both the outcome and experience measure in the cirrhosis care pathway. It's not just, we have to have a mindset merely from treating the disease to treating the person. Final takeaway messages. If we don't ask patients how they feel, we may never know where care is failing. Thank you.
So one quick question. This was a qualitative study?
Yes, sir.
And you use both face-to-face and telephonic interview?
Yes, sir.
How was the adherence to the telephonic?
There are some restrictions.
So is it that all the 245 were covered, or you had a...
Yeah, we have identified 281, but we could only get 245 patients.
So both face-to-face as well as...
Yes, sir.
Congratulations for taking a very good project.
Thank you, sir.
That was a good presentation, interesting topic.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Krishnapriya.
Thank you, sir.
So we'll proceed to the next presenter.
Thank you.
Last but not the least, in the general and support services, we have Ms. Anu Dani. She'll be talking on digital transformation in patient transport, a real-time porter tracking for smarter intra-hospital transfers, Rajgiri Hospital.
Good morning, everyone. I am honored to present the digital transformation of patient transport through a real-time porter tracking system which we have implemented in Rajgiri Hospital. Rajgiri Hospital in Kerala is a tertiary care hospital with a build-up of 17,16,744 square feet. The hospital handles about 2,500 outpatient daily, out of which 29% require transportation assistance, including high dependency on internal patient movement. Healthcare assistants, we'll be mentioning as HCA in following slides, are essentially involved in supporting hospital operations. Traditional porter management does not track where porters are or where they are working. This lack of time and location result in high significant number of service complaints related to intra-hospital movement. Our objective was to improve patient transportation using digital solution. We aim to reduce delays, avoid unattended patients, and enhance coordination between teams. The core issue was insufficient manual coordination, leading to delays and increased complaints. Before implementation, staff response time and task completion were higher than benchmarks. We analyzed the problem across multiple domains: staffing, communication gap, lack of standard protocol, insufficient wheelchairs, no tracking system, long distance and elevator delays. To address this, we introduced real-time location tracking system. This system enables live tracking, workflow automation alerts, and performance monitoring. Beacon for location tracking, VCAT, software for request management, mapping of service points, staff training, and workflow designs. These were the object implementation strategies. The implementation involved investments in beacons, host devices, software, along with maintenance planning. To ensure success, we focused training for HCAs and monitoring adoption through HR oversights. Post-implementation, we saw significant reduction in complaints, improved response time, and faster tracking completions. After implementing across the hospitals, we sustained low reduction in complaints, further improvement in efficiency, better adherence on benchmarks. Impact on stakeholders, it improved the reduction in non-nursing duties, operation team fewer delays and complaints, better shift management, clear task assignment, recognition and performance visibility, patient and families shorter waiting time, leading to greater satisfaction, safer and faster intra-hospital movement. Thank you. So here is a video to play.
You can request for the video.
Yeah.
Has it been given to them?
Yes.
Yes.
So this is how it works.
Thank you. That's a good presentation. Any questions from the jury?
It's a good concept. Device.
Thank you.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask, there are two ways. One is that you can track the porter, you can also track the wheelchair. Which is better? What is the difference?
Track the porter, because getting the staff to move the wheelchair is very difficult for us. We can't find them. Where are they? Because this helps us to track the porters also and their workflows.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Do you have a pooling system where you have all
Yes,
the
we have a
wheelchairs in one
polling.
place?
Yeah, we have a polling system.
So there is a particular place they
Yes, they report to. Thank you.
We are closing general category. Now moving on to student category, we have Dr. Divya Darshini Vignesh, who will be presenting about voices, development, validation, and quality improvement impact of a novel NICU parent reported experience measures from Sundara Medical Foundation Hospital, Chennai.
Good morning, respected judges, esteemed faculty and fellow healthcare professionals. 5 years ago, when I was standing outside a NICU as a mother and my preterm baby was admitted to the NICU, I remember thinking, doctor explained everything, but I haven't understood anything. Today, that mother stands before you as a pediatrician, but that moment has never left me. Because I realized something important, information given is not the same as understanding achieved. And that realization led to the creation of Voices, transforming NICU care through parent experience from perception to measurable quality. I am Dr. Divyadashni Vignesh from Sundaram Medical Foundation. In modern NICU, family-centered care is essential, yet there is a critical gap. Clinical outcomes are well measured, but parental experience is not. Existing tools like Empathic N, which contains 57-item questionnaire, is impractical to implement in a busy NICU. So we explain, we care, but we do not truly measure how care is experienced. And as we all know, what we do not measure, we cannot improve. Our aim was clear: to develop a concise, validated NICU-specific tool that converts parental experience into measurable quality and drives continuous improvement. We adopted a PDSA cycle: plan, do, study, and act to identify gaps, implement targeted interventions, measure impact, and refine care based on real parental feedback. This was a prospective interventional study in a tertiary level NICU in Chennai over 3 months. Parents of babies admitted for more than 24 hours were included. Out of 134 eligible parents, 126 responded at 94% response rate. Voice is a simple tool containing 25-item questionnaire completed in less than 5 minutes, capturing 6 domains: V, value and understanding; O, openness and organization; I, inclusion and partnership; C, compassion and continuity; E, environment and experience; S, safety and satisfaction. Its psychometric strength was robust, with strong content validity and Cronbach's alpha of 0.86, with high reliability and strong correlation with Empathic N. This confirms our findings are valid, reliable, and reproducible. Voices was implemented from January to March 2026. In January, the Voices index was 81.3%. Voices helped us identify hidden gaps, and once identified, we acted. Communication gaps led to structured protocols, spikes, Calgary-Cambridge model, and patient infographic cards. Environmental concerns led to practical innovations like silent framework. Each intervention fed into the next PDSA cycle, creating continuous iterative improvement. By March 2026, the Voices index had risen to 90.7. That is a 9.4% improvement, both clinically and statistically important. 90% of parents rated care as excellent. Monthly recognition of star doctor and star nurse not only celebrated excellence, but motivated the entire team. Let me share one small but powerful change. When mothers told us it was difficult to travel between the floors to see their babies, we not only heard, we listened. Something they have never expressed before Voices. Because we asked them, they told even small part of their grievances. We relocated spaces and made them closer to their babies and made a specific dedicated area closer to the NICU. A small change but deeply meaningful. Voices transforms experience into measurable quality and drives continuous improvement in NICU care. And Voices also aligns with this year's Cahocon theme, Technology, Touch and Trust, by integrating technology through structured tool and measurement, fostering compassionate parent-centered touch, and building trust by giving our parents a voice in their child's care. When experience becomes measurable, excellence becomes achievable. With Voices, we move from outcome-driven care to experience-driven excellence. These are the interventions we made through the feedbacks we got from the parents. Thank you.
Wonderful project.
Thank you.
This tool you validated in your hospital, or it is already validated tool, Voices?
No, sir. We made it on our own and validated in our hospital only, sir.
Wonderful. Congratulations.
Very nice presentation, Dr.
Thank you, ma'am.
Divyadashni. You transformed a personal trauma into something strong.
Yeah, ma'am.
For good. Congratulations.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Next, we have Dr. Sandeep Sunil with another interesting presentation on smartphone-based remote monitoring of post-liver transplant patient from Amrita Institute of Medical Sciences.
Good morning, distinguished jury members. Post-transplant patients lives on a knife edge between recovery and rejection. They face a constant risk of rejection, infection, and lifestyle-altering complications. Yet, the traditional follow-up is fragmented, costly, and infrequent. This gap causes a diagnostic latency. Thus, a paradigm shift in post-operative care from episodic, hospital-centered care visits to continuous patient-centered monitoring was required, which can increase the quality of life of the patient, be proactive, and promote a real-time home-based care. The main objective of this study was to develop a mobile application for monitoring the post-liver transplant patient to assess the acceptance, clinical effectiveness, and outcome of care using the mobile application by patients after liver transplant. The secondary objective was to analyze the patient satisfaction and utility of the mobile application. Methodology. This study was conducted in the GI surgery after IHEC approval, and the study population was 138, and it was a cross-sectional study. The study tool used was a digital LDSI questionnaire, which tracks 7 symptoms using 5-point Likert scale to catch the subtle clinical trends before it escalates into crisis. And also we used a patient satisfaction survey, and it was captured using a Likert scale to quantify the user's response. Now, coming to the application, after patient education, we made sure the patient is enrolled into the app. The app has a user ID and password, so it was RLS protected. Then there is 3 windows. One for the education and support, and which promote articles, notes, and easy communication to the hospital. Then there was a medication tracking, which use a precise tracking for medications and immunosuppression regimen. Then there was a symptoms logging. The symptom logging has 7 clinical symptoms, and which was recorded. When it is more than 4 or 5, that is more than a threshold, a red alert was triggered, and an automated alert was given to the clinical teams. And we didn't wait for the patient to realize they are in trouble. The system alerts us, and we respond. The results from the digital app. We didn't just build an app, we create a habit. As you can see, there is 86.9% daily adherence. Every single emergency triggered was successfully resolved. That is 100% resolution of post-discharge emergency. That is 0 miscomplication, and this is the proof of real-time clinical assurance. Coming to the results from the patient satisfaction survey, the system is only effective if the patient engage with it. The application usability had a mean score of 17.39 out of 20. And statistically, the negative skewness is vital here because it proves even for users with low digital literacy, the app was highly intuitive. Coming to functions and features, it has a mean score of 8.79 out of 10. And here, statistically low variance, meaning the app delivered a consistent, reliable experience for every single users. Coming to our highly rated communication and support. Patient didn't just feel monitored, they felt seen. As even one of the patient did say, I want to communicate with my doctor in emergency situation. We converted this anxiety into an assurance. Coming to the conclusion, Atma moves the needle from reactive to proactive care, from fragmented high-risk period into high-fidelity continuous monitoring system, securing 100% emergency resolution through real-time clinical responsiveness. The bottom line is the app-based monitoring is a feasible, highly effective tool that maximizes healthcare resources and saves life. The current limitation that we encounter is that it is Android-based, and We want to expand this into an iOS system and also incorporate AI and machine learning. And from the patient's feedback, we would like to also incorporate diet chart. And through this tech, we hope to provide a touch for the trust of the patients. Thank you.
It's an excellent work that is being done. I have only one question, that how do you manage those patients who don't have tech savvy and who cannot understand this English? So how do you manage?
So this is a bilingual. We have English and Malayalam in this for the regional basis. And we give a patient education. We tell them how to use it, and it's pretty simple. There is only 3 options, either medication tracking, symptoms logging, or information. So from the statistics also, we could understand that even for the people with low digital literacy, they could handle it well, pretty well.
Medication tracking means somebody has to enter.
No. There was 5 medications for immunosuppression like tracrolimus and all. What the patient enters is the dosage and the timing. We make sure the patient adheres to the medications.
No, but they need to enter, no?
Yeah, they have to enter. The patient enters. It's an app, so it's in the patient's phone.
So you felt that all the patients were able to do it?
Yes, sir.
Did they take the help of somebody in the house? Did you have any such data?
So we did talk to the patient for a feedback after the 2-month study time, and we got to understand that the patient was highly competent in doing that, and sometimes if they have doubt, they do ask their younger generations.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
It's a much needed approach you have done.
Thank you, ma'am.
I have a question, like if patients are there with you, do you prepare them, educate them so that they understand what to do? Because here the understanding of using the app itself. So what mechanism do you have for that?
So when the patient comes from the routine checkup, me and my co-author, Dr. Reshma, we go to the patient and we talk that this is the gap, that we want to make sure that you feel monitored, that you are cared even after you are out of the hospital care. So we give them a demo in the app, like what to do, when to do, and how to do. And we also
do you find any gap among patients, like even though after giving a demo, they were not able to effectively use it?
We did feel that some patient did take this lightly. They said, why do this when I can come to the hospital?
Do you have data for that?
Sir?
Do you have data for that?
I couldn't hear.
Do you have data for that?
We only have the qualitative data, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Last but not the least, in the student category, we have Dr. Inosh A. Paulson, who will be talking about ethical AI implementation in Indian hospital, a practical governance framework from IIHMR Bangalore.
A very good morning. A hospital deploys an AI radiology tool. A woman scan is flagged low risk. She goes home. 2 weeks later, she's in the ICU. The AI was built entirely on Western data sets. It had never been validated on South Asian imaging patterns. Nobody checked because nobody was required to. Now, who is responsible? I am Dr. Inosh Paulson from IIHMR Bangalore, and this is that answer. India doesn't have an AI ethics problem. At the policy level, DPTPA 2023 ABDM Digital Mission, Niti Aayog Responsible AI, the scaffold exists. But what we haven't built is the bridge between that policy and the hospital corridor. 68% of Indian hospitals have deployed AI, but 92% no governance structure underneath, no logarithm review, no vendor accountability, no named person who owns the decision when the system is wrong. This is not a policy gap. It is an implementation gap. The cost of this gap is not theoretical. 761 cyber attacks per minute on Indian hospitals. 21.82% of all Indian cyber attacks in 2024 targeted healthcare. And the AI tools running inside those hospitals built on Western data sets, South Asian population systematically excluded. And logarithm trained in Minnesota is informing clinical decisions in Madurai. That is not technology problem. That is an undetected patient safety problem. No breach contracts, no post-deployment monitoring, no escalation pathway, nobody responsible when it fails. AI without governance is not innovation, it is risk. So what does governance actually look like? Not another policy document, not an advisory committee that advises into the void. 5 operational pillars, each one closing a specific failure point in the AI life cycle, from procurement through deployment into continuous monitoring. 1. An institutional AI governance committee, not advisory. A named body with real authority to prove or block AI procurement. 2. Data protection architecture. DPTPA compliant consent workflows before a single patient record is touched. 3. Bias audit. South Asian subgroup. Performance required at procurement, not as retrospective review. This is a gate, not a checkbox. 4. Vendor accountability. Breach liability contracts, update governance clauses. If a vendor refuses a sign, that refusal is your answer. 5. Continuous monitoring, pharmacovigilance style. Because deployment is not the finish line. Models drift. You need the system that catches it. 3 things I want this room to hold on to. Bias audit is a clinical safety requirement. We don't let a drug reach market without subgroup safety data. We should not let an algorithm reach the bedside without it. AI governance is a life cycle, not a one-time project. Apply pharmacovigilance logic to logarithms. And this framework scales. A district hospital needs one named lead, vendor documentation, and an incident log. A tertiary center builds from there. Same structure, depth adjusts. AI governance in Indian hospitals is not a future problem. It is the present one. 5 pillars, 1 framework, built to scale, anchored in DPTPA 2023, ABDM, and WHO AI ethics. Because the future of AI in healthcare depends not just on how boldly we innovate, but on how responsibly we govern. Thank you.
I think a fantastic presentation, and it should be an eye-opener for everyone, because simply adapting to anything with the label of AI,
yes, sir,
we are exposing all our data to anyone and everyone, and also governance is a very, very big challenge, and we don't know who is legally responsible. It is definitely the hospital and the doctors. Companies, they will normally sign a contract that we don't know anything about patient safety. So I must congratulate you and your team for taking up a very, very pertinent topic when, you know, companies are right and left trying to sell anything and everything under the sun.
Yes, sir.
But patient safety is primarily the doctor's responsibility.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Great project.
Thank you, sir.
That was an excellent presentation, Dr. Enosh.
Thank you, sir.
Any more questions from the jury? A few more seconds left.
Is the framework tested
The
and applied?
It is not applied. I'm just suggesting the framework to be applied to the Indian hospitals. It is not, it's just my ideas, the pharmacovigilance idea.
The concept that
yes,
you
it's the concept.
If there are no questions, we'll close.
Thank you, thank you,
Thank you,
you,
Dr. Enosh.
judge members. Thank you.
So we close the platform presentation now, and congratulations to all the presenters for that wonderful work done at your hospital and institutions.
So on behalf of the chairpersons, I'd like to thank the jury and also congratulate and give the very best wishes, our best wishes to all the participants who have taken part in this. All the best.
A big round of applause for all the participants who came early morning today and have given their wonderful presentations, and a great learning for all of us.
So requesting all the jury members to finalize the scoring and hand over the scoring sheet to the chairperson so that it can reach the secretariat. Thank you all.
We now move to a special segment. the late Dr. Francis Roy Memorial Oration. This oration focuses on small and medium hospitals for reinventing for relevance.
Talking about late Dr. A. Francis Roy, who was a distinguished orthopedic surgeon, visionary healthcare leader, and compassionate humanitarian from Tirunelveli, who dedicated his life to transforming accessible healthcare in southern Tamil Nadu. He served as the chief orthopedic surgeon, director and CEO of Annai Velangani Multi-Speciality Hospital, where his leadership spanned over 2 decades, beginning in 2002. Under his guidance, the institution evolved remarkably from the modest 40-bedded maternity center into 110-bed multi-specialty hospital, setting benchmarks in quality care, affordability, and patient-centered service. And we saw that live yesterday, where the organization was also awarded for ISO. To give the oration, now I request Dr. G.G. Selvam, Director and HOD, Obstetrics and Gynecology, Sonologist, Annai Velangani Multi-Specialty Hospital, Tirunelveli.
Ma'am, we'll request you to kindly take the stage. Dr. Gigi Silvan. Good morning, ma'am. Please take over. Dr. Aditya.
Okay, thank you. So good morning, everybody. Thank you, Abdul and Aditi, for the introduction. So that is Francis Roy. So I'm giving a memorial oration on behalf of my brother, younger one, honoring his dedication to quality, safety, accreditation in small, medium-sized hospitals. So my topic is small and medium hospitals, reinvesting for relevance. So I have a reflection. A patient in labor, what do you think about it? So this is, I'm not able to hear it. She's just talking about her experience at Annai Velangani Hospital, how they had come for the 3rd generation. I'm very sorry you couldn't hear what she's trying to say. So the reality now is, though the small and medium-sized hospitals, it's about 70% the healthcare of India, it now, because of the increased corporatization, even in the 2-tier cities, the rising patient expectancy, because of the media, the internet and everything, the insurance-driven care models, and of course the technology disruption, and we heard a few just before this, some presentations. So this is a hospital, Annai Velangani Hospital in Tirunelveli. It's just a 2-tier city, and it was started by my mother, a gynecologist, and my father, an engineer. As you heard earlier, we are the family of the next generation, the 3 of us, Roy and me and my other brother who's a laparoscopic surgeon, then my son, his wife, and my sister-in-laws who are all doctors. So we were the next generation. We took this hospital to the next level. And this is all our staff now. So this is our story in short. So what is the threat now for the small and medium-sized hospitals? Though it has been a backbone of the healthcare in India, there is a risk of becoming invisible. All of you from 2-tier cities, you must be understanding this, but we are not competitors. But at the same time, competition means it is not a good thing, and it is irrelevance. So we are at crossroads now, not because of something is inadequate with these small and medium-sized hospitals, but the system around us is changing fast. So we have to know, each institution has to know, before implementation of the changes, know your barriers of your own hospitals, and then try to reinvest on what we are lacking at. So how do we stay relevant? Reinvestment, finance. So how do we go about doing that? We have to decide. The clinical excellence, that is very, very important. And then the operation sustainability. How are we going to do, how are we going to sustain the institution? These are the points which we have to be relevant. Talking about relevance, I would say, though I inherited the hospital from my parents, relevance is not inherited. We have to build up the relevance. So what are the key points of investment? Updating, that is digitalization. The next is networking. We have to do a lot of networking with the tertiary center mainly, and focused on clinical excellence. This is again very important. It's a small niche, and value-based care, and also community integration. These are the things we have to focus on. So technology is not an optional, it is oxygen now. With good data, we have a good medicine and we have a good management. The numbers matter a lot in this world now, so technology is oxygen. Collaborative network can function like a large hospital with our timely referral to know what is not beyond our scopes, access to expertise, and also resource sharing is very, very important. You can share, you can hold hands with somebody and see that your cost is optimization. Thereby, you reduce your clinical risk and also your financial constraints, because you don't have anybody investing on your hospital. Next is focused clinical excellence. I, being an obstetrician, not a gynecologist, so I always feel no woman should die giving birth to a child. So your core strength, that has been our core strength for 50 years, and you should have a niche of expertise. So people should know so-and-so hospital is doing very well. That's a small niche in the expertise, your clarity of service, and also improve the outcome. So clinical excellence is very, very important, and you should have a sustainability also now. Value-based care, better outcomes, ethical care, cost efficiency. Again, ethical care is very, very important. I believe in that a lot. Cost efficiency and patient satisfaction. Community integration with outreach clinics, preventive care, awareness talks, social media. You should make your presence felt in the social media. Antenatal tracking and early referral is very, very important. So our mentors, how did we go? These are the two people who have been the mentors who are in heaven watching us today. That is my son, Joseph Fidelis, my brother, Francis Roy. So they taught us what resilience is, and it is an investment, and resilience is power. So he started the WEIR program, a small seed sown by Dr. Roy for Cahocon in March 2025, and today it has blossomed and grown as a Jeevan program, which has been done in 1 year in 13 cities in India. So that was the inauguration of the WEIR, which was then transferred to Jeevan. So a growing legacy, a seed becoming a banyan tree. So Jeevan, and also the Boost 3.0, which was started with Roy, with Father Johnson, Malati sitting here, and Ranjit, I don't know where he is. They have all been the backbone, Dietary, everybody, they worked so much to start this program which is going on, and I know it will grow into a banyan tree in the course of time. So continuing his vision, I would say he was a people-centered quality, and an institutional learning is what he was talking about, and the culture of transparency. This is again is very important. As a doctor or as a clinician, all of us have to be transparent to our patient. Share your knowledge. Once you share, you grow. You know more. Let us exchange knowledge, measure what matters, because again, numbers are very important. This was his vision, so let us carry forward Dr. Francis Roy's vision. So, very small hospital can deliver reliable, dignified, and high quality care. So the closing points would be, small and medium hospitals are not disappearing. We are very adaptive. We can be digitally enabled. We can be clinically focused and collaboratively connected. I have heard my patients tell me, if you go to a corporate, Apollo Pune, or any corporate, I'm not telling anybody, இன்னைக்கு ஒரு doctor, நாளைக்கு ஒரு doctor, which means today I see one doctor, the next day I see a different doctor. But when I come to you, you know what I am. And since we have started delivering the third generations now, people have a lot of trust, as Caho says. They have a trust that we know the whole family history. So that is what it is. So let us now evolve, adapt, change, and of course we'll all survive. Who all are here will really survive. Coming about our relationship with Caho, AVH and Valangani Hospital, it's an extended family. Caho has been an extended family. This my son, who had been an executive committee member of Caho since it was started. And then this was the initial Caho, the pictures of the Caho family here. And then Roy, after Joe, who reached his creator in 2024, it was Roy who became again an executive committee member, and he also reached his creator in October 2025. So, because of them, we have an emotional connect with Caho, and it is an extended family to us. This was the picture taken with Lalu, the last Caho at Delhi. So that is the relationship. So we'll always hold hands. We are there to hold them back. Always. Thank you, everybody. That was Roy and me in the last Caho. Thank you, Roy. Hope you are also listening to this. Thank you, Caho. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, people who have shared these slides with me. And thank you, Plab. Thank you, one and all. Thank you.
Today, we do not say goodbye, we say thank you. Thank you, Dr. Roy, for showing us that medicine is not just a profession, but a calling rooted in compassion and purpose. Thank you for building not just a hospital, but a sanctuary of hope for thousands. Your absence leaves a silence, but your legacy fills it with meaning. As we walk forward, may we carry a part of your spirit within us, in our kindness, in our courage, and in our commitment to care. You may be gone from our sight, but you will be remembered and never be gone out from our heart. Thank you, Dr. Roy. So as they say, life keeps moving on. So moving on to the next session from a very emotional oration. Just a reminder, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls here, we start the day 2 of our main conference, the energy the enthusiasm, and the participant. Absolutely, it is outstanding. A big thank you to each one of you. Your involvement truly brought Cahocon to its life. But here is the thing. If you thought yesterday was great, today is your chance to take it to the next level. A gentle reminder. If you haven't completed your activities yet, if you haven't explored all the stalls, if you haven't participated in the challenges, you might be walking away from a golden opportunity. And yes, for winning some exciting prizes. Let's talk about something you absolutely cannot afford to miss today. Stall Safari, explore and win. By now, most of you have your stall's engagement challenge sheet. Your mission, if not already completed, please visit every stall. Interact, explore innovations. Answer the stall specific questions placed, collect the stall representative's signature, and then drop your complete sheet at the reception. Because today is your last chance to quantify and qualify and stand to a chance to win a gift cash voucher worth 10,000 during valedictory section. Incomplete sheets is equal to missed opportunity. So do not delay, complete it today. Yesterday we saw some amazing posts, but today let's make Cahocon trend everywhere with the hashtag. We still have photo challenge. Capture your best moments, post with our official hashtag. Creativity plus reach is equal to winning combo VU challenge. Your learning, your experience, your vibe, make it impactful, make it memorable, real challenge, yes, fun, Gen Z mode on. Fun, energetic, meaningful reads. Top 3 will win big. Our IT team is actively tracking engagement, so if you don't post or not posted yet, this is your moment. Experience zones, do not miss the fun if you haven't explored these yet. Today is the day for food, relaxation zones, to video booth, to selfie booth, to 360 photo booth, caricature portraits, and don't miss our traditional game zone. Relive the classics, unwind, and have fun at all the nominal cost. The day is yours. We still have the day. We haven't completed. We are just kick-starting this particular day. So, with lots of energy, lots of enthusiasm, we all see that you're all active, vibrant, and make this particular conference a successful one.
Once again, a warm good morning to one and all. Ladies and gentlemen, as we move now into a session that promises to be thought-provoking, engaging, and perhaps a little intense, where the next session, as a courtroom clash, the AI-assisted surgery trial, who is liable? As we all know that when technology advances and AI becomes a partner in clinical decision-making, a critical question emerges. When something goes wrong, who is accountable? Is it the machine, the clinician, or the system that connects them both? This session brings the courtroom to healthcare, where ethics, law, technology, and patient safety intersect in a powerful debate. To steer this intellectually stimulating clash, we have two eminent juries, Professor Nandimat Omprakash V, Vice Chancellor of the West Bengal National University of Judicial Science, a distinguished academician and authority in legal frameworks, and Dr. Ranjit Emmanuel James, Associate Professor, Department of Forensic Medicine and Toxicology at Christian Medical College, Vellore, bringing deep expertise in medical legal practice. So get ready to witness perspectives collide, arguments unfold, and critical questions take center stage.
And as the jury is out, I invite the panelists, Dr. Malti Ashanapalai, Group Chief Medical Officer and Group Chief Quality Officer, Medical Services and Quality, Aster DM Healthcare Hospital Administration. Advocate Anand David, Senior Partner at AAV Partners Law Firm. Ms. Nadira Chaturvedi, Co-Chairperson, Patients for Patient Safety Foundation. Dr. Prakash S., CEO, General Insurance Council, Health Insurance Ecosystem and Strategic Partnerships. Dr. Nareen Sehgal, Medical Director and Head of the Department of MAS, Metabolic and Bariatric Surgery, Sehgal Neo Hospital, New Delhi. Dr. Balu Krishna Shashidharam, Professor and Head, Department of Radiation Oncology, Christian Medical College, Vellore. Over to the esteemed moderators.
Good morning, one and all. So today's moot court is Meera Raghavan and others versus Dr. Arvind Menon and others. The AI-guided surgery, a class action litigation when technology fails, who is liable? So the sinus navigation system manufactured by AI cutting-edge technology, a real-time GPS for surgical instruments inside the human skull, used in minimal invasive sinus procedures. In 2024, there was an upgrade, an AI integrated to auto-identify anatomy and calculate safer surgical path, marketed as a leap forward in surgical precision. Ms. Meera Raghavan, a mother of 4, underwent a standard sinuplasty in Fort Mumbai, and surgeon relied on sinus GPS AI to confirm the instrument position, and the AI allegedly provided inaccurate spatial data, which led to approach the carotid artery undetected, and the artery was injured. She suffered a massive stroke, and then she had to be in ICU for 5 days. Emergency craniectomy was performed, and she left with severe disabilities, difficulty in walking, and limited use of left arm. So this provoked her to initiate a litigation against the doctor and the hospital. The doctor's defense was that the machine misled him, claims that the sinus GPS AI misdirected his instrument, and he was not alerted that he was nearing a major blood vessel, and argues he followed the system's guidance in good faith. A similar incident happened with another patient, Fatima Sheikh, and similar outcome was there, and during the surgery, the carotid artery ruptured, and blood sprayed across the operating room, and the company representative was also there and witnessed the event. So Fatima also suffered a stroke, and she too filed a suit against the doctor as well as the hospital. The bigger picture, the Health-Wise Alliance, an all-India patient advocacy body, stepped in, and they compiled together 150 cases of harm linked to this particular AI-assisted medical procedures, filed a class action suit on behalf of all affected patients, and filed a petition to the judiciary to ask the government to legislate and regulate the use of AI in medicine. Now the parties in court, the patients, Ms. Meera, Dr. Arvind, and the hospital management, the director representing the hospital, Fort Mumbai, and the indemnity insurer, the lawyer representing the government, and the AI developer, the company person. Now the court shall proceed.
Good morning, Your Honor. I can barely speak, I'm almost in tears. Nobody listens to me, I hope you will at least listen to me. A few days ago, I had problem with my sinus. It was repeated, and I was told I must have surgery, so I looked, searched, and found a good doctor, a reputed doctor, and I went to him. The hospital was also supposedly good. I was asked to choose a system, not just a person, so I went to a good hospital with systems and a doctor. But during the operation, they also explained to me that they will do a surgery. They made me sign a form of consent. My autograph was taken. I don't know what there was in it. Later on, I realized that they were trying to tell me that harm can happen. But while it was being done, all I signed was my trust with the doctor. I did not sign up for the procedure or the instruments or the size of the needles and the blood that they would give. So I went blindfoldedly with full faith into the operation room. It was like a black tunnel, opaque, when I came out, I was somebody else than from what I went. Something went wrong, which I realized later on, but I was back in the OT for 5 days in the ICU, and thank God they saved my life. But what they could not save is many, many things. I'm a sports teacher. I walk, I run, and now I can barely walk, barely move my arms. I'm disabled, not just physically, but I have lost my social and emotional quotient. I'm afraid to go out to speak to people. My 4 children are always worried about me. How will I earn? How will I protect them? How will I proceed? So apart from the physical distress, I was wondering what went wrong, and later on they said that you already agreed. So I said, who agreed? I tried to seek a senior person in the hospital. I went looking for, I don't know the designations, I'm not a hospital person, I don't know the protocols or the offices or the officers. And I said, they said you cannot meet the head, you just have to go to the doctor. I went to the doctor, he was too busy with other patients. I went back to the nurse, she said, sorry, I can't help you, I can only help you to rehab. So they charged me more bills for the OT, for the rehab, for the PT, and the bills went on until my insurance ran out and the insurance people refused to pay anymore. Then I said, what do? I must find some solace, some resolution. I didn't know where to go with my problems. Unfortunately, in the meantime, I heard somebody other whispers that another patient also had this problem. Same surgeon, same procedure, and a worse perhaps. So am I happier that I'm alive? Yes, I'm happy I'm alive. But this is something wrong. And then I said, finally the doctor met me and he said, I was not wrong. I used a very advanced surgery and that's why he charged me more, which I paid. But the surgery procedure was right, but the instruments were wrong. We used high technology, but the technology was wrong. The technology was right, but the training was incomplete. The training was complete, but the testing was incomplete. They just moved me from place to place, and I'm back to square one. And now I feel that there has to be some bigger resolution, some important changes. But first, I need compensation for my physical disability, for the cost of my care, for the potential loss of my livelihood, and my emotional trauma. I don't know who's going to give it to me because I don't even know where to go. And that's why I'm here, beseeching and begging all of you to find a resolution. And I hope, sir, you will listen to the whole problem and help us, and help others like me in this picture. Thank you for listening.
Good morning, sir. I stand before you not only as a surgeon, I am Dr. Arvind, who was involved in this unfortunate incident, but as a medical professional, I have dedicated my life to patient care, safety, and clinical practice. At the outset, I wish to express my deepest empathy with my patient, Mrs. Ralph, and her family. Any complication in surgery is distressing, sir. I understand. For the patient, but equally for the treating surgeon. However, empathy must not be mistaken for admission of negligence, sir. The case raises a fundamental question, sir. The whole scenario incidence has already been told to you by the patient. The fundamental question is, sir, medical science is ever evolving. When advanced technology actively guides clinical decision making, where does the responsibility lie? I performed a routine minimally invasive sinus procedure, widely accepted as safe and standardized during the surgery. I used the TrueDI navigation system, a device specifically designed and approved to enhance surgical precision by providing real-time anatomical guidance. Sir, I want to stress that the system was not experimental. It was marketed as reliable, accurate, and superior to conventional navigation. It included an AI-based upgrade designed to identify anatomy and suggest safe pathways. As a surgeon, I rolled on I relied on the system in good faith, consistent with standard clinical practice, institutional protocols, and the manufacturer's explicit claims regarding safety and accuracy. I would like to emphasize 3 critical points, sir. Standard of care was maintained. At every stage, I followed accepted surgical protocols. The use of navigation system in sinus surgery is not only common, it is often encouraged to reduce complications. Technology actively influenced surgical judgment. This was not a passive tool. It was augmentative AI, which helps in interpreting anatomical landmarks. It generates real-time position guidance and suggests safe surgical pathways. When such a system provides specific real-time directional inputs, it becomes more than an aid. It becomes a co-decision maker. If that information is flawed, the surgeon is placed in a position of involuntary error, despite due diligence. Unfortunately, similar pattern emerged and another patient also has similar injury. I would like to share, sir, that medicine has always evolved with technology, from stethoscopes to robotic surgery, but with the evolution must come shared accountability. If a device actively guides the surgical decision, claims enhanced safety through artificial intelligence, and fails in that function, then responsibility cannot rest solely on the human operator who acted in reasonable reliance on the system, sir. So my submission is, I acted in accordance with accepted medical standards, used and approved an institutionally endorsed device, and I exercised my clinical judgment in good faith, supported by the information provided by the system. If there has been a failure, it is not of intent, nor of negligence, but possibly of technology that has outpaced its safeguards. I rest the case with you, sir, for that.
Doctor, I have 2 questions to you. During your submission or argument, you said, I performed. So you accept you performed the surgery?
Sir, there are robotic surgery or AI surgery has 3 components. The initial component, which is still prevalent today, is the assistive, where the surgeon is actually performing all the actions, giving all the orders, and robo helps in doing those things in a better way, with better vision and better actions, better movements. The second stage is augmentative, where the guidance comes from the robo and the surgeon just executes. Third is where the whole surgery is performed by the robo. This was augmentative. It was not being performed by robo. It was being performed by me, but under guidance of what steps I was told to perform by the robos.
Sir, the second question is, the petitioner said she reached out to you because you are a doctor. So she did not really wanted, you to either go for technology, not go for technology, do the surgery conventional way or a creative way. She had absolutely no choice. She said unequivocally that I went to you and I reposed faith in you. How do you respond to that call?
Sir, I think that is an emotional statement being given by the patient. Whenever a patient comes to us, it is a standard protocol, a detailed consent is sought, and everything is explained. Sometimes I feel patients who have too much of faith, they act in faith, but that does not mean that we did not explain. the consent was taken properly, including this, that we are using a robo, this is what robo does, and what we expect that it will give you better results.
Okay, thank you as of now, Doctor.
Respected sir and members of the jury, first I would like to thank Ms. Meena for giving us an opportunity today to express our views, and I represent the Hospital Fort, Mumbai. I would first submit, sir, that our hospital is a very patient-friendly and, more importantly, is known for its patient safety. I would start with that submission and also say, in the interest of the best care to the patient, we do adopt advanced technology because that is what we believe is important for the patient care and to improve the care of the patient. And this technology is precisely adopted not to replace doctors. It is adopted because we want to enhance precision and also outcome of the care that we provide. In this case, let me again submit, the surgery was performed by a fully qualified surgeon. And when I say fully qualified, I mean by the terminology of fully credentialed and privileged doctor, and using a regulatory approved system, I would add to that, and that is widely used across in leading institutions globally. Having said that, I'd like to put my facts and figures in different baskets. Number one, since it is a lot dwelling around technology, I would start by saying that the hospital has a stringent mechanism when any such devices are being included for the care particularly. We rely on systems which are approved by the regulatory body. We do not use any systems which do not have a CE or an FDA approval, and this in this part of the country was very well followed. So the hospital relies, therefore, on the regulatory approval, and we do not validate the particular equipment per se. This is my first point. Secondly, let me talk on the hospital process. The hospital is not responsible for intra-operative decision because this is purely a prerogative of the clinical decision making, which is done by the clinician. All that we can look at is to ensure the third part, which is clinical governance. Let me tell you about a couple of facts of clinical governance. Number one, as I already mentioned, one important fact is we ensure that the clinician has a proper credential, but very important is my second point, the person is privileged. I'd like to elaborate a little in this for those who would like to know this privileging is a very, very robust mechanism, and it also includes certain facts and figures before the surgeon is allowed to do the particular procedure, particularly with advanced technology. In this case, I have the logbooks which I've already submitted to you at the court to go through, and these are logbooks of the surgeon having been experienced, number one, experience in the technology, and thirdly, we also have a particular type of training which is given by the vendor to ensure it is appropriately used. So from the clinical perspective, where we have a vicarious liability of the person who has been employed, here is a surgeon who has had the full capability to perform and take the necessary decision, and therefore I have all the documents, we come to that particular effect. The clinical governance includes standard operating procedures, and in this case, we have done a complete review of the case by experts in the field to look at and see how the protocols were followed. Hospital per se, sir, cannot override decisions which are taken by the surgeons. That is not the role of the hospital. Last but not the least, I would say in clinical governance is the informed consent that was taken. In this case, reviewed the consent, It clearly says what are the risks, what are the benefits, why it has been taken, and of course, there is a signature of the patient, and we do believe that appropriate precautions were taken. And, and finally, coming to the last point, the vendor. We did select the vendor again, and we did notice that there were documents of regulatory board being supplied to us, and based on it, the product defect is not the direct responsibility because we do not check algorithms of that. A very important, before I conclude, sir, is our risk management that we do. We look into the risk factors, what has been done, how it would be done, and we take very proactive measures to ensure what would be the light of this particular case. The event could be an exception which has happened, but it is not a hospital system failure. And therefore, hospital cannot be directly responsible for what we call as not foreseeable errors. So therefore, I would particularly to the honorable judges here, I would say a prayer for relief, and that would be the hospital respectfully requests dismissal of claims against the hospital, while we deeply regret the adverse event it has caused, and the responsibility may please be assessed fairly, considering clinical judgment, technology, performance, as well as in the regulatory framework. Thank you.
So, ma'am, I just would like to know, you are denying your responsibility, that is very clear, and you are being very vocal. But whom you want to be held liable, if at all we wish to hold someone liable here to compensate the patient, whether it is the surgeon or it is the creator of AI, that is the AI vendor, whom?
I, sir, do not sit in a position of taking a judgment at this point in time. I am
So
here.
you don't want you to be held liable, that's all.
I would probably like to defend as a hospital as to what are the processes and what we have clearly followed. I would leave that to the jury to look at the defense given by the surgeon and probably whatever the particular
So
AI
we got your point, ma'am. As long as you are not held liable, you are all right. Okay, fine. So you said your, surgeon is very well experienced. What is his experience when you recruited him for his experience in terms of years?
In terms of years, he has got 18 years of experience of the surgeon.
Okay, 18 years of experience. But when you introduced AI, after that, what exactly is the experience?
After the introduction of the AI, we look at his experience in the use of AI technology, and he is well versed with the use of AI technology in terms of at least performing 18 to 20 surgeries in AI technology using this particular.
Okay, so in terms of time, what it amounted to, ma'am?
Sorry?
In terms of time.
We go more by the numbers of cases he has performed independently.
Okay, then if you convert the earlier experience of 18 years into number of, events or surgeries, what that would be? Because I require a comparable number, no?
Yeah. In terms of years, it is not the years again, sir. My humble, I would say, submission is we go by have there been any adverse events that have happened during the span of his number of years. And as per his...
Okay, so anyway, doesn't matter. I just would like to know, if I had to really take it on record, should I take he is a very well-experienced 18-year-old surgeon, or he is a, what you call a toddler, as a surgeon with regard to AI?
I wouldn't call him a toddler in terms of his the particular technology, sir, because it's more an evolving circuit technology. In that, the number of years does speak of him having done a good job. We have not had any adverse events on that as well.
So, as a hospital, you bought that technology, or it is the surgeon who recommended to buy the technology?
In any of our technology procurement, again, we have a good process, and that means the technology, no doubt, is taken into account in various aspects, but one important aspect is the surgeon's view on the technology because he is going to be the user. So
Okay.
only after
So
the
whether after procurement of the technology, whether you have that option to the surgeon either to make use of it or not to make use of that, it is part of your policy?
Yes, it is. He can deny to use it if he feels the particular equipment is not that what he would like to use.
Okay, fantastic. Can the surgeon certify that your policy of the hospital clearly gives you the option either to use or not to use AI?
Yes, the policy clearly
No, let
says.
your, surgeon, certify that to the court.
Yes, sir, I agree to that. And also,
Okay, sir, not, you agree to that. Fantastic. Thank you. Next.
Thank you.
So very good morning. So here is a scenario where the patient is suffering.
Sir, please identify whom you are representing.
Sorry. So I'm CEO of a health insurance company, and I'm looking at this as a claim which has been submitted by the hospital. The doctor claims that his intentions are clean and he is an experienced person doing this surgery. The contract with me is a hospital, and the hospital cannot wipe away the responsibility. It is the responsibility of the hospital to see that what type of process and governance they have. And if there is a complication, it is directly the owners of the hospital according to me. I don't look into the type of vendor they are engaging, the type of equipment they are purchasing, what is the CE or FDA approvals. I leave it to them. When a surgery is done by an experienced surgeon and the precision is perfect and the complications are less, there is a less stay required for the patient, high precision, more comfort. He is using robotic assisted surgery. The hospital uses all these things to claim extra money from insurance. But when there is a complication, the hospital cannot wipe away the responsibility. And we as insurance, we don't pay from our fund. We are working on a pooled fund. We are custodian of the common fund. And it is the onus for us to identify when there is a complication, whether it is physician-induced, procedure-induced, or patient-induced. If it is due to the patient's comorbidity or complications or the real nature of the disease which is causing the complication, we are willing to pay for it. But if there is an issue related to their vendor or to the AI or the technology that they have adapted, I think the onus is completely on the hospital because the hospital has a contract with me. The type of surgeon they are engaging, it's up to them. Number one, we reserve the right. We cannot pay for this claim. Number two, there are 2 incidences that have happened in this hospital. So naturally, we will suspend the operations, financial transactions with this hospital, till we do an audit of all their other functions and ascertain that our policyholders are safe in their hands. And third and most important, out of this discussion, I think that going forward, should insurers come forward and have an exclusion clause saying that any complication related to advanced devices used by these hospitals will not be included under the insurance cover. I'll have to discuss with my policy makers on that. This is my submission at this point of time, sir.
So I appear for the government, and from the arguments put forth by everybody, I find that there is no allegation against the government. The petition doesn't talk about compensation from the government, but what it talks about is a direction to the government to promulgate new laws to prevent the misuse, or rather the indiscriminate use of AI and medical negligence as a whole. Now, if you see the Consumer Protection Act 2019, which is the act which is being followed right now for adjudicating medical legal cases, both AI and medical legal cases as a whole, it does not have any standard operating protocols or any guidelines.
No, counsel, if I may just come,
Yes.
you are government, I understand there is no claim against you. But why you have been, asked to represent your view here is, hospital says when they, procured this particular AI model from the vendor, they are claiming it is actually certified according to the regulation. It is cleared by the regulatory agency in India. Please let us know. Your point should be very clear, whether it is cleared by you or not.
Yes, it is cleared.
Okay.
It is cleared in this particular case. Since it has been cleared, it has to be followed. And once the government gives a clearance, even an expert opinion is not required in that matter. That becomes the law.
Okay, so exactly because of that, it is subject to clearance by you. It has been put to use in India.
Yes.
Okay, we wanted to really know whether patient safety and the efficacy and efficiency of that system, how it is going to benefit the overall healthcare delivery was assessed by your agencies before it was cleared.
Yeah, I didn't get the question.
Yeah, because see, you say it is cleared by you, right? See, before giving the a regulatory clearance, where all the aspects, implications of patient safety, etc., were considered by you?
Yes, in fact, we had a panel. There was a white paper which was produced by the panel. All the stakeholders of the panel, like doctors, lawyers, retired judges, representatives from
So it is done what I would
granted,
like.
yes.
Okay, fantastic. That is more than sufficient for record.
Yes.
Now, there is a demand for you to regulate this peer, right? What kind of a regulation you are thinking of, whom you are planning to hold responsible if there is some kind of a misplace or mishaps like this?
No, we are looking at a regulation where there are standard operating procedures which are mentioned. For example, take informed consent for that matter. In this case, I don't see any, if AI is used, there'll be n number of risks in the AI, in the machine, in the robo. But it's humanly impossible to mention all the risks in the informed consent. So there has to be a protocol, a seal of the government, a model consent, which can be followed throughout. So that is our endeavor to bring about standard operating procedures and protocols so that there is less of judicial intervention. When we go to court, we find that there is a lot of judicial intervention in this matter, and with great respect, I would say that there is no medical member on the board as well. So as the regulation comes in, we would like to have a medical member on the board as well to adjudicate cases.
So, if I may say, I am getting slightly confused signals here. You said you have already done due diligence before allowing it. Now, when the demand for the law is coming, you are thinking whether it is a post facto approval thinking, or actually if it had been done, you would have thought of a proper regulatory framework at that point in time itself, right?
Yes, that is a good question. Going forward, AI is very new and it is evolving. So when the Act came into force and all the regulations which were put forth earlier, we evolve as AI evolves as well. So that is the reason why a white paper has asked from the panel of experts as of now.
Okay.
Gentlemen of the jury, learned counsels representing patient, insurance company, surgeon, government and the hospital. I represent AI Cutting Edge Incorporated, which has supplied the sinus GPS to the hospital, madam, which you have bought, and surgeon, sir, you have used. And first of all, let me state my empathy towards the patient from my company. It is very unfortunate that this has happened. Also, I want to state that it's very unfortunate that we are being brought in here. It's a libel between the patient and the surgeon and the hospital. We are only a supplier which has supplied the item called sinus GPS. The word GPS means it is a navigation system. It is something which we have trained on 10,000 patients, surgeries that have happened across multiple centers in the world. And it has actually looked at surgeons' skills and patterns and learned from it. And it is guiding the surgeon to drive forward. All of you might be driving cars, and if, madam, when you walk on the road and you are hit by a car, do you blame the driver or do you blame the GPS that the driver is using? I would like to ask the same question in this situation. Sir, we have supplied this after CDSCO approval and your hospital had bought it after that, all the regulatory clearances. We had 3 months of ongoing training with preceptorship, where you've been trained with learned surgeons to how to use this product. And the final word on this that we have given is that the final call on where to cut and how to cut is by the surgeon. We are only a navigating system. Counsel from the hospital said that you have experience of 18 years before use of AI, and that 18 years experience should be used in judging where to cut. AI is still only a GPS, it is a guidance system. Madam, you have bought a, I would equate this to somebody who is walking on the road. You wanted that to happen faster and more efficient. You bought a car to that person, but that person started knocking off people. And then you are blaming the GPS in the car to compensate for that. I don't think I would accept that. I feel my company should be absolved from all this because we have done due regulatory clearances and we have done due training. This libel should be between the patient and the hospital and the surgeon, and my company should be left out of
Okay,
this.
counsel, I have a very quick question. You made your point very, very, very clear. But your advertisement doesn't really say what you are arguing, no? There is a huge difference. You say it augments the doctor's capability and it provides some kind of a Midas touch to all suffering patients. This is how you campaign while selling it. But what you are arguing here is not reflecting, no? There is sort of dichotomy. What you actually campaign through your advertisement, they are before the court. And what you are arguing here, how do you try to bridge the gap?
Your Honor, my advertisement is that it helps the surgeon to do an efficient and safer surgery. I agree to that point. But any AI model comes with the tag of human in the loop. The final call is by the human, and in this case is the surgeon who is efficiently trained to use and uses skills and judgment to use the AI to do the final cut on the patient. We can only guide the surgeon, we cannot take responsibility on where he cuts.
Okay, you use the analogy that if the car is driven by the GPS, which is faulty, and it runs over a person, in this particular case, it is the patient. So, whether she should blame the driver of the car or the GPS system.
Sir,
you use that analogy,
yes,
right?
Yes, I
So
agree to
maybe
that.
I would say, yes, she would only blame the driver or the car owner because she has no other option.
Yes.
But if the car owner, tries to prove to us, saying that it is a faulty GPS, because of that he had to involve in this accident, then can the GPS system be held liable?
In this situation, sir, I did not sell an autonomous driving car. I sold only a GPS, which means that the driver has to take the call when to brake the car. And that explains my position.
Okay, thank you. Now, ma'am, you can have about 1 minute of time to rebut.
Sir, you heard them. I think it's a nexus here. I'll respond to two. I'll respond to two particular things. The doctor and the hospital people said, they explained it to me. You heard the explanation. I don't think even you followed the whole thing, sorry. I certainly did not follow the jargon. So the way you explain, what you explain, and they all bunched up a lot of English and medical words, including what they put in the consent form, it was all rubbish as far as the patient is concerned. When they explain, they have to explain whether I, as a patient, understood, and I did not understand. So the experience was wrong, and therefore the outcome was wrong. Both were wrong. And it is a complete collusion between all of them, each one blaming the other. You've seen it. So I think when the hospital said patient safety and patient experience and systems, I think the second part is to improve that in terms of patient perception and not just what you want to do. There's a big gap, including that. So all three, according to me, the maker, the user, and the person who allows it, need to be punished. And the only way I can salvage my case is in any tragic situation, I think if it is used for the larger good, I would feel at least a little compensated. Two suggestions, two requests to you, or Your Honor. One, please open up such adverse events for the general public, even if it is sanitized for identity, so that we all learn, particularly new technologies. And second, the lawyers are turning me around my head. You've heard the language. I don't know where to go, whom to go, and how it can be resolved faster. And there are many, many more simpler people like me who are suffering. So please take it up as a bigger thing and not just me alone in this whole bracket. Thank you for listening.
And by an act of subrogation, I want to stand in the shoes of my policyholder.
Now you are done, sir. Yeah.
After hearing all the submissions, there are three cardinal questions put before this division bench. Firstly, when every party in an AA-assisted surgical procedure attributes faults exclusively to other, does the law permit accountability to dissolve across the human-machine chain, or does each participant bear in an independent and non-delegable duty of care? Secondly, does a surgeon's uncritical reliance on AI navigation instead of independent clinical judgment constitute professional negligence, and does a hospital's failure to independently validate such technology before deployment amount to institutional liability? And finally, in the absence of specific legislation governing the use of AI in medical procedures, is a judicial direction compelling the state to legislate the appropriate remedy, or does the more immediate and effective safeguard lie in binding self-regulation by the medical profession and the medical devices industry itself? On that note, the court has heard with considerable care the arguments advanced by each stakeholder before it. What emerges most strikingly from this proceeding is not a single act of negligence attributable to one party, but rather a systemic diffusion of accountability that the existing legal architecture was plainly not designed to address. When a surgeon relies upon an algorithm to confirm the position of his instrument within millimeters of a major artery, and when that algorithm is developed by engineers who have barely stood in an operating theater, marketed by a corporation that frames fallibility as innovation, and deployed in an institution that purchases capability without fully interrogating its limits. The question of who is responsible becomes, in law as in conscience, deeply unsettling. The court does not at this stage assign fault. It does, however, observe that each party who appeared before it arrived carrying the weight of transferred risk, a risk originally accepted by one and quietly passed to another, and ultimately borne by patients who consented to surgery not for experimentation. That this architecture of diffused responsibility felt commercially convenient to those who built it does not render it legally or ethically sound. Secondly, the defense of technological novelty, the suggestion that adverse outcomes of AI-guided procedures are regrettable but foreseeable consequences of frontiers medicine. It deserves scrutiny that this court applies with deliberation, not derision. Progress in medicine has always carried risk, and the law has never demanded perfection from healers. However, what the law has consistently demanded is informed risk. However, based on the submissions put both before the court, we have perused the records which were submitted, and it is very evident that the informed consent that a navigation system would be used to assist the surgeon, but it was never clarified that whether this navigation system is going to be relied by the surgeon in whole or not. The court observes that the state of art cannot serve simultaneously as a badge of marketing and a shield against liability. When a technology is promoted as a revolutionary in its capabilities, those who promote it must be equally forthcoming about its risks and limitations. Silence on the latter while amplifying the former is a form of omission that the law has long regarded as morally indistinguishable from misrepresentation. Over to you, sir.
Now anyway, we have come to an end because the point, the verdict has also been passed. But I just would like to take 2 minutes and debrief as to why this exercise was done. See, when you are talking about legal battle, we had some kind of, let us say, a consultation before enacting this. But deliberately, all inputs were not given to them. So when questions were asked, they were sort of wavery, they were ambiguous in their response. So this clearly should tell each one of you that when the matter goes for litigation, we all are in for a great surprise. Howsoever may be, you are prepared. And number two, the very important point you needed to note here, ladies and gentlemen, is except the patient, all others are a team players, hand in glove, before the litigation. Because they complemented and created a system as a whole, is it not? Because they had their own pound of flesh to be taken out of the system. But when they are facing litigation, they are just trying to, play a part. They become individualistic. They try to protect themselves. This clearly gives me an impression as a court that there is something wrong in the system itself. When the system itself is disharmonious like this, except paying compensation to the patient, I am left with nothing because I am tasked to only do justice. According to me, in this particular case, justice is paying compensation to the patient, who is the victim, because of that disharmonious sort of an argument. So this is where I always ask, when you are embarking on something which is called as significant, like AI and technology is considered to be very significant, what you call as moment towards that, I'm asking whether you need to really ponder over the liability issue also, or you try to simply hush it up. This is where self-regulation versus state regulation comes into picture. So a specific question that was asked to the hospital, see whether you are thinking of, you were very clear, I should not be held liable. Who should be held liable? Her answer was, although she used very quoted words, she said, as long as I am not held liable, you go and hold anybody liable, you hang anyone, I am fine. See, that shows, total unpreparedness. You are getting my point. And in all these things, I could have, spoken little more regarding the technology and things like that. Technology sellers are using the word AI, this, that, etc. But for law, it is what assists you rather than what takes the lead. So, real responsibility is upon the doctor. Because please understand, the bottom line here is the patient, when she says, I went to the doctor, I did not go to, the technology. Whether he used technology, no technology is not my concern at all. So that is the starting line for me to think. You are getting my point. But if you really look, patient is very important, doctor is very important. Because we are talking of doctor-patient relationship. But in a complicated industrial situation or commercial arrangement like this, they are the people who are completely lost. They hardly have any decision making, rather than they are put in the front and everybody is trying to fire through their shoulder. So that is where I am saying, as a fraternity, you also need to take control of the situation and say, no technology can progress without there being a doctor, using it. So you need to realize your bargaining power when you try to deal with your vendor. There are many, what you call as tools, like can you include indemnity clause into this? If because of your malfunctioning of technology, if I had to pay some kind of compensation, I'm going to recover it from him. So my insurance company is not very proactive in protecting me. Can you, for your product, take some kind of an insurance? Unless you take insurance cover, I'm not going to buy your technology. These are some of the creative sort of thinkings where you can very, very, very magnanimously come before the court and say, sir, you decide how much I have to pay. I would magnanimously pay because I feel bad about the patient. Had that been the stand of the hospital, probably situation would have been totally different. Maybe that is what I thought I can debrief at this moment in time. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's my privilege to introduce the roles that each of us played. Firstly, the patient, Meera Raghavan, is played by Professor Nadira Chaturvedi, co-chairperson, Patients for Patient Safety Foundation, India. Secondly, the surgeon, Dr. Naren Sehgal, Chief Executive and Medical Director of Sehgal Neo Hospital, New Delhi. And thirdly, Director of the Hospital, Fort Mumbai, Dr. Malati, Group Chief Medical Officer and Group Chief Quality Officer, Aster DM Healthcare. An indemnity insurer, Dr. S. Prakash, CEO, Health Insurance Ecosystem and Strategic Partnership, General Insurance Council, India. An AI developer, AI Cutting Edge, Dr. Balu Krishna Sashidharan, Clinical Lead and Co-Founder, Quantitative Imaging Research and Artificial Intelligence Lab, CMC Vellore. And government lawyer is played by Mr. Anand David, Advocate, Counsel for the Indian Medical Association, Tamil Nadu. And finally, Justice Junior is played by me. I'm an Associate Professor in the Department of Forensic Medicine and Toxicology, CMC Vellore. And Chief Justice role is played by Professor, none other than Professor Om Prakash V. Nandimat, Vice Chancellor of West Bengal National University of Juridical Sciences. And it is our duty to thank our President Vijay Agrawal sir and Secretary Lalu Joseph ma'am for always pushing us to go beyond our comfort zone to make this happen. We all put together as a team and made us brainstorm and then so that what we should do and come up with the scenario. And credit goes to Lalu ma'am and Professor Nandimat sir for creating this concept. And script played by individually, we all improvised over the period of time. Nothing is purely script, so we also were taken up by surprise when the arguments were put forth. And thank you one and all for your patient listening. Thank you.
On a lighter note, everything failed. Kappa failed because there was a second incident. Prem failed, Prom failed, Touch, Tech, and Trust failed. Thank you for that. And because it was not patient-friendly. So let's make it patient-friendly in the next session.
Thank you so much for this wonderful experience of throwing light into this legal implications. The court is adjourned. I request all the dignitaries to kindly join for the photo session. Ma'am, please. Thank you so much. In today's world, healthcare is not just about curing illness. It is about creating experiences that heal, comfort, and build lasting trust. We now move into the session, bringing customer experience to healthcare, a dialogue. Because every patient journey, from the first interaction to the final outcome, is a story of care, compassion, and connection. This session will explore how we can go beyond clinical excellence to deliver experiences that truly matters, where empathy meets efficiency and service meets satisfaction.
It is my privilege to introduce our esteemed moderators for this session, Mrs. Rama Rajashekaran, Director of Ganga Medical Center and Hospital Private Limited, a leader known for excellence in patient-centered care. Mrs. Rama Rajashekaran, please. And Dr. Aparna Jairam, Director of Asavli, Dr. Aparna's Path Lab, bringing a strong focus on quality and patient engagement. With such inspiring leaders guiding this dialogue, this session promises to reshape how we perceive and deliver care. At the heart of healthcare is not just the patient, but the experience we create for them. Over to our esteemed moderators and inviting our speaker for the day, Mr. Vikram Kota, CEO at GRT Hotels and Resorts.
Good morning, everybody. After a very interesting session of a court scene, we are moving into something very different. It was adjourned, but now we are taking it forward. It's not we're really not trying to focus much on patient safety. Of course, patient safety is our goal, but this is going to be something different, where you're going to get a lot of lead points from a very different perspective. So I'm very happy to welcome Vikram Kota. He's the CEO of GRT Hotels and Resorts, and he's also the independent director of Tamil Nadu Tourism, and was a chairperson of the Travel and Tourism Panel at CI, Southern Region, and also he was a speaker at the United Nations in Bangkok, and he's written a few books on hospitality leadership. So when you look into it, I mean, both hospitality or hospital, the initial experience are very similar. So we're just going to, it's going to get a lot of very important points and information from him, which I'm sure it will be useful for us in our processes of our in a hospital. So I'll just ask Aparna to just throw a question at him, and then we can take it forward, make it more interesting.
So thank you, Rama, and thank you, Vikram, for being a part of this. There was a question asked to me, what are you going to do with the hotel industry by my fellow diagnosticians who are here. I think it's everything to do with the industry of hotel, because as we are seeing what happened just before our session, everything is about experience, what patient thinks, how he's treated. Like we know from the time in our industry, I'm a pathologist, even before the patient thinks of visiting a lab or conducting a visit, we have to be present on his phone or on the social media so that the visit gets booked. Even in the hospital, from the time the patient books the appointment and reaches your hospital, and then actual game starts. So I think, Vikram, the question to you is, we have 4 or 5 simple questions. I guess the same things you are facing in your industry. And I'm being very lucky to be a part of your group of hospitals in Chennai for the 3rd time today. And what keeps me coming is my experience, the care, the personalized attention which I get. So I want to know, how are you or your team, if your top management is committed to a particular vision or a mission statement, what we call in our hospitals, how are you ensuring that happens right when the booking starts or when the guest enters your property, till the time he takes the bags and goes off to the airport? Can you please share?
So good morning, and thank you for having me among healthcare professionals, doctors. I think it's a great experience for me. Like Dr. Rama said, I think we are very close industries, though we are very different. So I think the question here is, a quote comes to my mind by Mary Angelo. She always says that I learned that people don't remember what you said, people don't remember what you did, but people remember how you made them feel. And that's a very important thing for hospitality. I think hospitality is all about emotion, is about how you're able to make the guest feel right whenever he comes. I think hospitals are about clinical precision. They save lives. I think the best thing in the world, they save lives. But we pride ourselves in saving souls. I mean, if we are able to do it right, I think the guest is going to go out happy. I think the question what you asked is very relevant. How do we ensure consistency across the thing?
All levels of
Yeah. So what we do in hotels specifically is that we map the guest journey. And this guest journey starts even before he steps into a hotel. It starts as a dream phase. When he wants to go on a holiday, when he wants to come to a hotel, when he even starts thinking of a hotel, we start reaching out to him. Like you said, through social media, through promotions, through interventions, through CRM. And that's where the CX or the customer journey starts. And then it continues. And the actual what they say, foot on the ground customer experience starts when he steps into your hotel. And that's where the entire journey starts until he goes away, and then the post journey. So this consistency is very important. I'm sure the hospitals also must be doing it, but they're doing it, they're mapping their journey on processes, whereas we map our journeys through emotions. So every guest, what is he feeling at every touch point? When he checks in, he's anxious. We don't have a welcome ritual which is systemized.
Okay.
We do it at, like a guest comes in the morning with a family, it's a different kind of a welcome rather than when a guest travels 24 hours a transatlantic flight, he comes in the night, we don't make him wait.
Yeah.
He's straight away given a key and he's taken to his room.
So, easy
So we know
check-in.
he's,
Yes, very important. Yeah.
So that sort of thinking goes into our processes
Training
and experiences.
processes.
I'm sure this can be also mapped into hospitals in a big way, and that can make a very big difference.
Yeah, and also in a hotel industry, people go forward to it. It's something they look forward to it. Hospital, nobody's like to. I mean, it's so the emotional behavior is very different on both situations. So, and how do you really build the trust is very important for you. I mean, as she says, I mean, it's especially to, I mean, I'm not staying in a hotel, but the Radisson, they're continuously saying, you're like all the conference people are staying there, what we are doing, they constantly keep updating. So I just want you to just share a few things for us in the healthcare industries, how we can really, of course, we have to build a lot of trust. That is how we work. How to just get a few tips on what we can implement, especially I think when a patient goes to the room, it's a similar, but it's a different situation. So if you could just share a few tips of how we can use your hospitality into our, especially when a patient sees the outpatients or, as she says, into the diagnostics or, if he checks into a room.
I think like you mentioned, fundamentally, people choose hotels by choice and they choose hospitals by compulsion. Am I correct? I mean,
absolutely.
Yeah. So I think the first fundamental premise is different. But having said that, I think the human being is the same. You can't dissect him saying when he comes to a hospital, he's a different person. When he comes to a hotel, he's a different person. So we have to look at the human beings and we have to look at the emotion. And where we excel, I think, in hospitality is more on empathy. I think we feel more in the shoes of the guest rather than saying this is our system, this is our policy. Whereas I feel that though the hospitals are changing, they're mapping this into the hospitals, I think the hospital relies more on policy. They're more on clinical precision, accuracy, protocols, standards, policy. Whereas hotels are flexible. We teach our people, look at the situation and act. We don't have SOPs. We don't have standard operating procedures.
Because every situation.
Yeah, because every situation is different and we have to react to the situation. But what we train our people is on outcomes. Okay. So I think if you train people on outcomes, if the guest has to feel happy, if the hospital, whoever walks in, the patient has to feel less anxious, what do you have to do? Don't teach it as a process. Teach it as a
empathy and passion
experience. So you need to train hospital people to more on outcomes rather than process or systems. I think you can map hospitality into hospitals more easily this way.
Okay, so this biggest challenge is you may have a lot of equipments into your labs or hospitals, but the driver behind it, the manpower, it's a demand, supply, and getting skilled manpower. A is getting the manpower, and B is retaining. 3 is keeping them happy. If they are not happy, your guests are not happy. I mean, our patients are not happy. So just to give you a small example, I think we just were talking, like I generally check into a hotel, I don't want to label it here, when I'm in Kerala, And there is a chef who knows my allergies, my stuff, and I feel very pampered, very happy. Suddenly one day I go and I see, oh my gosh, he's transferred. Now what do I do? And whole panic thing comes in. So there are hyper guests like me. You may see those people into your hotel as well. So how do you, attrition is a part of game. Everybody wants to grow. Everybody wants to maybe migrate. How do you as a group of hotels take care that your employees are, are happy, are getting challenges into your, industry? In short, I'm asking about staff attrition.
I think talent acquisition in a growing economy like India is always a challenge. Because you know that though we say that we have 1.5 billion people, how many people are trained to do service?
Absolutely.
So in the service industry, there are very few people, and the service industry is not an easy industry. It's a tough industry. It's long hours. You have to be in front of people. It's a face-to-face industry. You can't do work from home for a service industry. We saw all this during COVID. I think.
Yes, everybody saw that.
Yeah.
Yes.
So having said that, it is a challenge for hotels to retain people, but we believe that the people also have to adhere to, we create a system, an ecosystem, where people are empowered. So it's a culture. Okay, so we do a culture. So even if one chef leaves, another person takes over. I remember a couple of, during COVID actually, you know, every person had to leave from hotels. And we had a similar situation, like every people had to leave. And we were hosting doctors. The entire general hospital doctors were staying with us.
Yeah, like we were put up at Taj in Mumbai.
Yeah,
We were
so GRT Hotels hosted the entire, the general hospital doctors. And we were giving almost 10,000 meals we were creating and we were giving to all the nurses, the sanitation workers and everything during COVID. But we didn't have people.
Yeah.
But the people who were actually housekeepers became chefs during that time because we systemized it. If you have to make a sambar rice, you don't have to, you don't need a Michelin star chef to make that.
Right.
So we have systemized the entire thing and we ensure that when there is some person who's missing, that gap is filled in by somebody else. For example, I keep telling my people, we have to build a brand, a culture, where the guest comes to us because we are a GRT hotel, because we are a Radisson hotel, because we are a Taj hotel, not because that chef Kannan is there.
Correct.
Okay, so tomorrow I can't go to a Taj and say, why is JRD Tata not there? He's passed away. I will not go to Taj. I cannot say that. I go to Taj because I believe that they have given a certain amount of brand promise. Wherever I go in Taj, to their hotels, I get that brand promise. Similarly in GRT, wherever you go to GRT, you get that brand promise. And that's how, and of course, AI and predictive analysis are coming in a big way.
Big way.
Coming to your thing, like you have
And
allergies.
the next question is that, yes.
Yeah, you have allergies, you have dislikes and wants. And that Chef Kannan may know of that.
Yeah.
But today, when you go in, we have a very robust guest history system. All these are fed in. Whoever, even a housekeeper, a chef, a waiter, when he learns something about you, we have a system which is a mobile base or a desktop. It's all fed in and it all goes into your guest history. And we have predictive analysis. Before, when your reservation comes, your guest history pops up. So everybody in the hotel knows you have an allergy. It's not only Chef Kannan.
So next time I come, I should not be worried Kannan is there or no.
Definitely
My
not.
allergies are taken care of.
Yeah.
So I think the third thing, thank you, so empowering people is what we understand. And I think that that kind of synergizes with what we have seen in this industry for 30 years. When you are empowering people and they feel, I think most as experience in HR goes, say 27 years, I have seen people actually never leave for money. There are very few. They leave because they don't have challenges enough in their career to see, growth in the industry or immediate boss, mostly. So I think thank you for sharing that passion. with this riot of artificial intelligence coming in, I call it riot because most of our doctor conferences, we see so many sessions on that. And there is one common thing, it cannot replace us, you know. I mean, all of us are scared, but we are very sure. We also saw one case here right now. So how is that acting as a boon or a bane for your industry?
I was wondering when this AI question will come. I think everyone's talking about AI. Actually, nobody understands AI, and I think it's a vast subject. But I think AI is coming in. It's real, and I think it's coming in. Uh, so, human-centered industries like hospitality, healthcare can never dispense with the human touch. So I think technology is only enabling that. So AI is enabling that. It's assisting. The productivity is going up. The accuracy is going up. The precision is going up. But it will never replace that human touch. And I think that's an important thing, and I hope it doesn't. For the first time in my life, I don't want to say how many years, but first time in my life, I had a surgery, the eye surgery. Okay. And it was a robotic.
Now comes the doctor, yes.
And it was a robotic surgery. I mean, I wouldn't have chosen this if I listened to this previous arguments which they had on this stage.
Now you have us, you can ask us, yes.
So, I think I trusted the people more than the robotic arm which came and did that. And I think that's very important. The trust is very important. So still doctors are very important, nurses are very important, that personal touch is very important in a hospital. I remember lying down on a steel bed looking at thousands of lights with that thing, you know, when they do that thing. And I was tense. I mean, it was the first time, obviously. You have anxiousness, you have your fears.
Yes,
and that I think every patient goes through.
Absolutely.
But there was a doctor who just held my hand during the procedure. And she said, everything is happening okay. Don't worry, I think this is the best surgery we ever done. And I just surrendered. And that's the beautiful moment which I think defines how hospitality can be mapped into, hospital.
Yes.
I think that human touch is where it makes a big difference, and it can happen across processes. And it can be monetized. I'm not saying this is something which can be trained. Some doctors are very good at bedside manners. Some nurses are very good. It can be systemized. It need not be dependent on people. So I think this humanness has to come in hospitals. And what I want to tell the doctors in the room or the hospital owners in the room, this can be monetized.
Absolutely.
Okay? Today people pay for customer experience. For example, the priority check-in in an airline when you go in. You pay that 500 rupees to Indigo and you can go in fast.
Yes.
Why aren't hospitals using that? I mean, we would love, I remember going into one hospital and endlessly I'm waiting. I'm anxious, I don't know the information. Nobody's giving me information. There are so many people. If there was a service where you say, you pay me 1,000 rupees and I will attach a person to you, a concierge, and then do it. I think it can be monetized, right?
I think before, because there is a buzzer, but I have two questions and very important for our industry. One is, we call it TAT, turnaround time. We are all dying in, we have accreditations, various certifications, and everything comes on human resource, patient safety, quality and TAT. How fast? Even before the sample comes, that's a very, very crucial point for us as a quality indicator. So for you, when we have so many conferences now, like I feel like starting an event management company with so many conferences done. The biggest pain point for us is when I have 300 all VIP doctors coming into a hotel, we like to have a separate kiosk. As you rightly said, check-in should be seamless. Are mujhe ye de do, wo de do. We try to get the Aadhaar card, the passports even before the guests come. And the hotels, good hotels help us. And the checkouts. Like today we had a checkout. Your hotel, I'm glad. They just told me, ma'am, you're done. You know, it just feels good that nobody is scrutinizing whether I've consumed anything from X, Y, Z. That's my first question, so that later on you can summarize. And the second is about franchising. So if you can quickly summarize that for us.
So the first question is that...
How do you handle check-ins, check-outs so that like patient gets discharged from the hospital?
Yeah. So I think the pain points are always when they come in, they're intimidated.
Yes.
The sense of arrival,
Yes.
whether it's an airport or a hotel or a hospital, it's a similar thing.
Yes.
Because you're coming into unknown territory.
And we don't want to be judged.
Yeah.
Acha, why she dressed like this?
Yeah.
What is it? You know?
So it's very important, you have to make the sense of arrival very seamless.
Yes.
And less anxious. So in hotels, we create concierges who are there to help you when they come in.
I saw that.
They take you to lobbies, they make you sit down, they give you a cup of coffee. In fact, our hotels give you a cookie. I don't know if you had the blue cookie, we give you a cookie. So the idea, can hospitals do? Of course you can do.
Yes.
When airlines are doing, they're handling so many passengers, and they have to also have commitments like you of time. They have to take off on time.
Yes.
They're able to do this to passengers. Why not hospitals? So the sense of arrival is very important. Another painful thing for a guest in any service industry is taking out cash and putting it on the table. That's a pain point. It's psychologically a pain point.
Yeah.
So a billing has to be more than the arrival. The billing has to be
very seamless.
very systemized, very human, and very emotion-led rather than a policy-led.
Okay, throw it on the bill.
Yeah. So this is your bill and you have to pay this and you go to this counter, you go to this
Don't
counter.
make it work like a government office. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I'll pay more if somebody comes to me and says, he explains, these are your bills, sir. You chose this room, this is your doctor fees, this is your anesthetic fee. Rather than just telling me, you pay this bill and I don't care, this is a thing.
Understood. So handle it with emotion, empathy, and be very precise. And about franchising, so that there's a third bell now.
Yeah, franchising is a big subject. I think we need another hour for that. Of course, franchising. In fact, Dr. Mehta was just talking to me about the same subject off the stage. He says, how are you doing this franchising? I think it's very important that if you need to believe that you need to have another person running your brand, you have to buy into that brand. So for example, McDonald's, you know, they are the largest franchising company in the world. They never gave, for the first 10 to 15 years, they never gave a franchise to an outsider. It was only their employee. You have to work in McDonald's even if you're a billionaire, and if you want to own a McDonald's, you have to work in a McDonald's before you start
Perhaps that's a
McDonald's.
point for us. Work with me for 10 years, then Asavli franchise.
Okay, so 10 years you cannot do it right now. So I think a franchise owner has to spend quality time in your hospital to learn the procedures, your culture, and mainly the culture. Before you are giving out your brand to him. Because at the end of the day, he's representing you.
Okay, guys. I think amazing. What I understand here is not numbers as we had yesterday, Dr. Velumani. It's numbers will reach when you have passion, empathy, empowerment, and finally human touch. I think it's lovely, and we are happy that everybody has same fears, right? When you are in the room and everybody is scared, it's nice. Then we know how to grow and everybody can grow. So thank you, Vikram. Thank you, Rama.
Thank you so much.
And thank you, Kaho, for this wonderful different interaction.
Thank you, Ilan, because he made me come here. He insisted that I was here, so thank you to everybody.
Thank you to our moderators and the speaker. Time for a photograph. After a wonderful session, we move on to research that matters. Simple, scalable, insightful. Research is not just about data. It is about making a difference. The most powerful research does not have to be complex, but one that can be applied, adapted, and translated into better patient outcomes. This session will highlight how meaningful research can drive real-world impact, making healthcare smarter, stronger, and more accessible.
Before moving on to the session, it is indeed a privilege to invite a distinguished academician and thought leader in healthcare quality and leadership, Dr. David Greenfield, Professor of Health Leadership and Management at the University of New South Wales, Australia. Dr. Greenfield is a globally respected expert whose work in health systems, quality improvement, and implementation science has significantly influenced healthcare delivery across settings. His research emphasizes how simple, well-designed studies can lead to meaningful and scalable improvements in patient care. Today, he'll be delivering the keynote address on the thought-provoking topic, when simple research delivers a big impact. With great honor and anticipation, I invite Dr. David Greenfield to take the stage and share his valuable insights with us. Welcome you, sir.
I'm happy with that. Good morning and thank you for inviting me here today. It's a pleasure to be with you here in Chennai and at your Cahocon conference, and it's a pleasure to be able to talk to you about the importance of research. As introduced, I work at the University of New South Wales. I do research and teaching into health system safety and quality, and I teach into a Master of Health Leadership and Management program. And one of the core courses I've been teaching has been called Evidence-Informed Decision Making, which is about helping clinicians, managers, healthcare professionals find, use and apply evidence to improve services, improve patient outcomes and improve the efficiency of services. I'm also very proud to be a member of ISQA, part of their academy, and have been attending their conferences and part of their work for many years, and have a history in doing accreditation research. This is a picture of the first ICU that was set up in the US in 1955. I'd like you to take a quick look and a bit of a detailed look at that and just think, what do you see there? What can you see? The equipment, the people, what touch is occurring, what trust is going on in that diagram. If we fast forward to what a modern ICU looks like. This is a picture from 2026. What do you see in that picture? What's similar and what's different? What's changed over all those years and what's remained the same? In looking at that picture, what are the things that you take for granted or see there but we no longer think about? For me, it's looking at that picture and seeing and thinking, for those two professionals to be there at that point in time and delivering care, someone's had to roster them on and have them there, present in that space. Someone's checked their credentials, someone's trained them, someone's qualified them, someone's supervised them so that they're able to work. Other people have organised the PPE equipment. It's been ordered, it's been identified as appropriate, fit for purpose, it's been stored somewhere in a room, they've been able to go and access it, get ready, do their own infection control procedures. Clearly they're doing some sort of teamwork and interaction with one another and working effectively together. So again, there's a level of training and supervision and support that's gone on to make that efficient and make it work. If you look at the photo there, you can also then see a whole range of technology that's sitting in that diagram. For that technology to be there, someone has looked at that, someone's developed the technology, someone's marketed it, someone in the organisation has said that this is appropriate, we can use this. They've had to train staff, they've had to make sure that it's continually monitored and fit for purpose, it's operating within its set parameters. And across the picture there, you can see there's another bed and then another one behind them as well. So that there's multiple patients being cared for at the same time, which implies multiple staff, multiple coordination, and multiple families, multiple patients, extended people involved in all of that. For us to have gone from where we were a little over 50, 60, 70 years ago to where we are now has been a whole range of quality improvement, process improvement, evaluation and research projects that have occurred to help us understand how to improve, identify, monitor, evaluate and drive healthcare to be efficient and different to as it has been. If, like me, you're over 50 and even over 60, you will have seen these changes across healthcare in your lifetime. How it went from being a fairly simple, unstandardised, unorganised process to one that's highly regulated, highly systemised and highly efficient. And as much as our two speakers immediately before us were talking about, it's both a business, it's a service industry and it's a health industry, and it's the complexity of that. So when I think about research, it's how do we undertake and do things so that we can deliver this sort of care, provided in a very efficient, effective and safe manner. So I think about research and I think, what's the goals of research? What are we trying to do? And for me, it comes down to three very simple things. Simple, but not so simple. Firstly, how do we improve people's lives? How do we make it more sustainable and reliable? And then if we're doing research, whether it's a quality improvement project to a longitudinal study, how do we inspire others? How do we help and inspire and nurture the next generation to come through and develop and to be better than we are now into the future? In the same way as with your conference here with Cahocon, I don't know, while they may have had a vision 10 years ago to say, this is where we hope to be, what we would really like to be, could you have ever envisaged it from where you started 10 years ago to where you are today? So any sort of research, any sort of quality improvement, evaluation work is about doing these three things. In trying to achieve those three goals, I see that what effective, high quality research has these dimensions to it, which is, for me, encaptured by the sextuple aim. So does it improve individual patient care experience and outcomes? Does it address the population health issues? So that you look at the whole population of patients with a similar sort of issues. Are we effectively using resources? It's a business healthcare. We can only keep doing things tomorrow and next week and next month if we run it efficiently and effectively. Thirdly, I'd say, and this isn't something I've heard talked a lot about through the last couple of days, are we looking about the health workforce's well-being? How do we nurture, develop, support our staff, support the health workers across all parts of the service, from those on the front desk, to the ambulance drivers, to the cleaning staff, to all the wonderful clinicians in your services? How are we looking after and developing those people? Fifthly, health equity. How do we look at the whole community and provide care and allow all members of the community, regardless of financial status, religious status, where people live, but so that they get care and that's efficient and effective for everybody? And finally, how do we do it so that it's delivered in a resilient and sustainable way? So that what we're doing today can continue tomorrow and in the next year or two from there. So research with impact, for me, addresses these sort of components. It looks at systems, it looks at the organisational, the interpersonal, the interactional, the clinical issues that are there. It looks at both technology and knowledge. How do these two things fit together? How do we link and share people's experience, teamwork, with the technologies that we've got so that it's effective and efficient? And finally, it needs to be rigorous, sustainable and translatable. That high quality research, whether it's a quality improvement project, an evaluation project, or a longitudinal or clinical type study, needs to be rigorous, ethical over time. So, how to do impactful research? Engage with a broad group of stakeholders. Some of the talks I've seen here in the last couple of days, that's the thing that struck me, is that when people are engaging with broad coalitions and identifying a problem that matters across teams, aligns with organisational strategy, aligns with your state and national strategies, then you've got a chance for it to be impactful. How does research fill a gap in knowledge? Is it rigorous, sustainable, scalable? Is it going to be useful for other people? The three questions I put to any of my colleagues and any of our PhD students when we're developing work is, how does it contribute to the knowledge base? How does it challenge the knowledge base? Or how does it confirm what we already know? So that it helps people think and improve what they're doing. Impactful research has a strategy to share knowledge, to share the lessons, both with the teams and the organisations from which it's come, but also to a wider population. So coming to events like this, talking to your colleagues, talking to other organisations, come to the ISQA conference, share your knowledge, share your experience, share the expertise that you have. It's being clear about your audience so that you're dealing with both academically and industry, and sharing your knowledge and experience across that. It's having a perspective of the time frame of what's appropriate to do, when to do it, how to use it, how to use the resources efficiently and ethically. And finally, again, an issue that was touched upon by our last speakers is, how do you develop a culture of impact so that any work you do isn't just a one-off, but it is developing that next generation, developing your junior members of staff, it's helping educate and train and drive people forward. If you're doing this, then I think you're developing impactful research that will stand the test over time. Thank you for inviting me here today. It's been a pleasure to meet with you. If you would have heard in terms of ISQA, being very proud to be collaborating with you and partners with you in this. I would encourage you to think about the ISQA conference, which is on later in the year in September in Dublin this year, to bring the knowledge, the skills, the expertise that you have as an organisation across your extraordinary healthcare system and share it with the rest of the world. You have as much to teach the rest of the world as this conference as potentially that you would take away from it. Many of you know about the education programs that ISQA offer. Have a look at those as well. And there's a whole range of reasons to get involved. I'm also a deputy editor of the Journal for International Quality in Healthcare that ISQA runs. If you'd like to talk to me more about that, then I'd love to talk with you about that as well. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for that thought-provoking research enlightenment. Can you please take your seat now, the panelists? Let's move on to the panel discussion. So it's my privilege to introduce our esteemed moderators for the discussion. We have with us Dr. Pratish Ravindran, Professor of Neurosurgery and Deputy Medical Superintendent at Mahatma Gandhi Medical College and Research Institute, a clinician, academician dedicated to advancing impactful research. Welcome you, sir, on the stage. May I also take the honor to invite a panelist for the session. We have with us Dr. Shah Chinmay Jayaprakash, Professor and Head of Department at Government Medical College, Bhavanagar. Dr. Satish Chandra, Director, Medical Ethics and Research Department, Lab Medicine, College of Medicine, Johns Hopkins Medical, USA. Dr. Rahul Deshmukh, Group Director, Quality, Sulega Health Group, UAE. Dr. Shyam Kumar N. Keshava, Professor and Head Department of Interventional Radiology, Head Division of Clinical Radiology, CMC Vellore. Dr. Ketan Aswale, Medical Advisor, Internal Medicine, Pfizer India. With such distinguished experts leading this dialogue, this session promises to inspire us to think beyond publication and focus on research that truly matters. Over to the moderator. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I hope we have a fruitful session here. I welcome all the panelists, especially Dr. David. We will just start with the discussion, and I'll be just asking some targeted questions to the individual panelists, and you can give your insights on that. So my first question is to Dr. Satish Chandra. Sir is our editor-in-chief of our journal, the International Journal for Healthcare Quality, Patient-Centeredness and Safety. Sir, could you just tell us about the journey of this journal since its inception, and what are the challenges you've been facing, and what lies ahead? So how do we plan to go forward with that?
Good morning to all the panelists. Thank you, Dr. Pratish, for that question. As far as the journey is concerned, it's an amazing journey. I have taken over the lead of the journal in the last 18 months or so. It's an amazing experience, especially being in India and trying to, thank you very much. You know, for our experience has been fantastic. You know, and Caho, you know, when the giant supports you, I think the process becomes easy, the practice becomes easy. So that has been my experience. Now, in terms of what are the challenges that I come across, I think the challenges that I have is nothing unusual for any other editors or any other journals that are in the space. First and foremost, I have to be very honest here. See, one of the biggest challenges I face is that to tell the guys out there that this is your journal, this is our journal, yeah, we are ready to handhold you, we're ready to work with you. Please come forward and think on your research caps and let's get to publish and then show to the world that we can do it. Okay, that is and that message doesn't percolate down south as quickly, as rapidly as we expect. That is one of the highlights that I would like to share. And in terms of the ecosystem for the International Journal of Healthcare Quality Patient Safety, what I have noticed, because there are about 972 journals that are in the space, including some on policy, the others on health services research. About 280 of those journals have varied topics, and research is one of the components of those topics. Okay. Whereas and there are 50 of them are in the Q1 space. So as far as our journal is concerned, the journal that you see in the backdrop here has a research component, a technology component. There is your voice. So you can voice your opinion. Okay, there is an opinion section in the journal which actually promotes if you have a thought, if you have an innovation idea, that can be submitted to the journal, it will be reviewed, and it can be, that can be published, and you can reach a wider world here. So those are the two major challenges given the space that we are in. But the good thing is that, you know, as far as India is concerned, we have a huge volume and the world. And I think it's just about, after the initial phases, we might be able to take it to a higher ground. That's the first thing, and we are very optimistic about it. The next thing is, for those of you wondering, what are the other challenges that we would face? I think, like I said initially, all the challenges are very, very similar to what other editors face, because there are a number of publications now, many publications that are in the space, and that and now journals have to go back and compete for good articles, and that is nothing unusual, and we face the same thing. And in terms of the technical part of the journal, I think we have, one of our challenges was to create a very robust review system, which we did, a very robust system. We have a minimum of 2 reviewers who actually score your papers. The second thing is to have that your submissions are much more user-friendly, and the papers, we acknowledge your submission, and we give you a turnaround time that is in tune with the international standards of acceptance or rejection. So these are some of the challenges that we have faced. But, you know, more importantly, like I said, I think this concept has to sink in, that it is your journal, it's my journal, it's our journal, And we need to make sure that unless we work hard, we will not be able to make this journal and our studies and our research visible to the wider world. And creating a wider visibility in the global arena is something that we were looking forward to. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Satish. My next question is to Dr. Shyam. Sir, your team had recently published quite a significant article on the reuse of single-use devices in interventional radiology, and these led to the national guidelines. So my question to you is that how was the entire process of, why did you choose this topic? How was the study envisioned? And how was your experience during this entire process of the study? And what are the challenges you see towards implementation of these? Once you created the guidelines, what do you see about challenges do you see about implementation? And how can we replicate this, something which has happened in interventional radiology at the National Society? What about the other organizations, other societies, and other specialties? So what would be your take on that?
Thank you, Dr. Pradesh. You asked about 10 questions to me, but all fall into the same category. I must say that whenever we publish something, it should be useful to the readers. So when we say it's useful to users, we should have an idea before publishing. Secondly, after publication, it is assessed by the number of citations. So more citations you have, more valuabilities. If you see this cycle which has been displayed here, it looks like a life cycle of a parasite. So if you see on your right side, the two yellow rectangular boxes, so that is a single-use device. So many devices what we use, they are supposed to be used for single time. Some of them go inside the patient body and they remain there. But we take a lot of items to deliver it inside the body. But they are supposed to be thrown out. But in reality, many of these single-use devices, which are outside the patient body, they are cleaned, they are packed, they are assessed for quality, and then it is used for some other patient. So it is a universally done practice. However, we saw there is a lack of guidelines for that. There is a lack of guideline. So when we are doing something like this, we need to have some framed guidelines. That's what we thought. So this was a suggestion from the members of Interventional Radiology Society. And at the same time, what happened incidentally in Christian Medical College, we had a meeting with Dr. Lallu Joseph. So she was asking us, do you have any guidelines? So then we made a committee. So when we made a committee, we had people from various representation, and we had a commitment from them. We are going to discuss very seriously for a month's time, and these are all the things what we have to do. At the end of 1 month, we'll have a first draft, and then we'll internally review. For example, I'm in charge of finding out which are all the countries who have got guidelines. So I'll gather that opinion, and that will be assessed by Dr. Pratish Nair before we send it to the journal. So we had several discussions like this, and then we sent it to a journal. So this cycle shows how we moved forwards, and certain guidelines. And from the guidelines, as you come lower down, you can see a green rectangular box. So that tells about the regulation. How do we regulate it? Then as we ascend, you can see the light blue color. So that shows the strength that you should go towards the research, publication, and then we go back to the single use. So ultimately, if you see the top portion, top rectangular box, it says the feedback to the manufacturer. For example, if I'm using a device which indicates a battery operated system to detach a coil, so that battery operated device should have something like how much battery is remaining. So this is the type of feedback what we would like to give to the manufacturer. So if you see this table, there are about 5 or 6 stakeholders. And we want to highlight this, and we want to give the individual responsibility to all. And our focus is patient. Patient is the important person, keeping the safety in mind, quality in mind. But at the same time, we want to be economical. We also want to be good for the environment. So this is how we made the publication possible. And we are very fortunate that We got it in a good journal, and this is one of the first publications from India. So the work remaining for us, if I can continue, is the spread what we have is a vertical spread. What we are doing in a given department, like intervention radiology. But I see about 15 other departments who are using the single-use device. From the audience, can I ask you to raise your hands? How many of you reuse a single-use device in your hospital? Can you raise your hands? Okay, I can see about 35 hands. I'm sure this is indeed important for all of us, and we can be safe for the patient and also safe from medical legal aspect. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Coming to Dr. Rahul. So, Dr. Rahul, you were part of the team which was involved in a landmark study from Cahocon, which got published in BNG Open Quality on patient-reported experience measures. So, my question to you is that what were the lessons that we learned from this particular study? What are the, also please tell us your experience while this entire, it was a long study, quite a rigorous process. And what are the lessons in it for like co-production and patient involvement in healthcare safety and quality?
Thank you for that question, and thanks to the organizers for giving us this opportunity to talk about something that is really important. Research, particularly coming from this part of the world, looking at the population is going to be critical. Regarding the PREMS study as such, as you were rightly saying, this was a landmark study for all of us. Because for two things. One, patient-reported experience measures have been in place for some time. Usually they were used more for experience as such. What is the quality of our food, or how are our parking facilities? It was never looked at it from patient safety point of view. So that was one major change that happened. We started looking at PREMS from a patient safety point of view than looking at it from just systems point of view. We were concentrating on individual patient now. Obviously, the broad outlook was still for patient safety and for systems, but we went to the micro level. That was one thing. Second, patient-centeredness again has been used for quite some time. Patient need to be partner in care. Again, that was more at micro level, each patient we were talking about. With this project, what we have done is we have gone a step further, wherein the tools that have been developed have been co-produced with patients. So patients in this particular study were treated as experts because these are patient-reported experience measures, so eventual end users are patients. So that's why it was a combination of clinicians, doctors, nurses, quality managers, and equal representation for the patients. So that's how it was both. We were trying to achieve both targets at the same time, repurpose PREMS as well as make sure that it is the patients who are having their they have their say in designing these tools. I would say it has been a grand success. So far those PREMS tools, we developed 17 tools. They have been translated into 13 languages. And from Cahocon website, the latest count is somewhere around 6,000 times those tools have been downloaded. So various hospitals have been using these tools on various occasions. I think that's where the patient-reported experience measures have proven to be a game changer. And there is still a long way to go for us, but yeah, that was a very enriching experience for all of us. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Dr. Rahul. Over to you now, Dr. Ketan. You were involved in a project which, this was a collaboration with Pfizer and with Cahocon with regards to in cancer patients regarding thrombosis. So when we look at this particular collaboration, could you first brief us about how the study went and what were the results that we found? And also, how could this particular be kind of a beacon or a guide for other industry academia collaborations which could do in the future?
Thank you, Dr. Pritish, for this question. And at the outset, I would like to thank Dr. Lalu and Dr. Pritish for inviting me to represent Pfizer Medical India for this conference, and really privileged to be a part of this esteemed panel. To give you an overview of what we do as medical affairs in Pfizer India is that we look at all kinds of need gaps from a patient's perspective. And we try to address those need gaps by multiple things, one of which is research. And the particular paper that I'm talking about is related to cancer-associated thrombosis. The prevalence data for cancer-associated thrombosis in India is very, what do I say? I would put it at, the range is wide. So we don't know exact prevalence of the cancer-associated thrombosis. So we came together with Caho. We planned a CAP survey, basically to understand what is the knowledge, attitude, and practices to treat cancer-associated thrombosis amongst hematologists and oncologists in India. So we carried out this CAP survey and we found something very interesting. We saw that a lot of HCPs were not using the standard guidelines. A lot of HCPs were confused about how to initiate and continue the treatment for long term. That actually led us to an important publication that we are currently also working on, is that we need a consensus document on cancer-associated thrombosis from an India perspective. So in partnership with Caho, we had a Delphi consensus process where we designed the consensus questions, and we took a Delphi consensus process and we followed and we made a consensus document of it. While we published the findings of the CAP survey, which also Dr. Lalu knows, we won the first prize over at Mumbai Hematology Group. But the main outcome of this entire CAP survey exercise was that we were able to formulate a consensus document which is submitted to publication in the Indian Journal of Hematology and Blood Transfusion. And once this document comes out, it will basically be able to guide the hematologists and oncologists in India to initiate and continue therapy, basically address the need gaps of treating cancer-associated thrombosis in India. So data generation or publication is one part of it, and Professor Greenfield, he alluded upon it. He's also worked in the part of implementation science. The second part would be basically delivering this consensus statement to all the hospitals in India where it could be helpful to the practicing HCPs. And for that, again, I would like to mention that Caho would be helping us to maximize the reach of this publication. So the entire process of generating the document and then disseminating the document, the medical affairs would definitely need an external partner. And Caho has been a good partner with respect to this project for me, and they've been associated with Pfizer for multiple other projects as well in the therapy area of oncology as well as in migraine. To the second question that Dr. Pratish asked, what would be the role of pharma and academia? So at Pfizer, we have a purpose of changing patients' life and improving access to medicines. But looking at the medical affairs team in Pfizer, we have about 60 odd people. They are not enough to bring a positive impact on the patients in India. So we need very good external partners. And one of the pillars that we saw today in the entire Cahocon is trust. And trust is built basis the experience that we have had in the past. And that's the reason why trusted partners like Caho would help us to make that dream possible of reaching and impacting patients' life in the future.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ketan. So, Dr. David, so I would like to ask you, now you've heard us over the last 15 to 20 minutes, the various panel members about the various past initiatives of the past year of Caho based research on quality and safety. So we've heard about our journal, how we are proceeding. Then these are all areas of need which are identified on the patient-reported experience measures, then guidelines creation on reuse of single-use devices, then consensus guidelines on cancer-associated thrombosis. So this is a kind of a mix of an example of what we are doing towards research and what we have tried to do over the last year. Now, with your experience, what would be your views on the direction we have taken, and how could we do better? How would you advise us on this?
Thank you. what I have heard you talk about has been much of what I said, I think, in my short talk to you. So I've heard your colleagues here speak about addressing problems that are relevant for them and their organisations, but also have a national relevance. So it's got a local impact for your organisation, it has an impact at a state level, and then as you're saying there about the prevalence at a national level. So it's picking significant problems that matter. It's demonstrating the relevance of the issues to other people. I think the efforts you're making to translate the knowledge to other parts through guidelines, through talks, through academic papers is excellent, and it's continuing that. The other things that's implicit that I've heard you say, or a little bit more explicit, has been creating the collaborations to undertake the research, the patient experience measures, the way you went about that study, involving the health professionals and the patients in that study, I think is an excellent example of doing really high quality and really rigorous, important research. And it's doing that, so what I hear you're doing collectively as well is creating a culture of research, a culture that is striving to take the knowledge from individual places, share it with one another through the conference, through the journal that you've established. So I think it's continuing to do that. The more you can create those networks, share that knowledge, draw others into your networks so that you're giving people clear, concrete examples of how to follow in the footsteps that you're taking. And it is, for me, it's simply repeating that process and supporting and helping each other through that. So you sustain each other and keep up your energy and resilience in doing that. So I think you're on the right track. It's continuing to do that. And as I say, supporting one another and taking the knowledge that you're developing and share it with the world. This is great doing it in India, absolutely fantastic. Take it internationally, make sure you're doing that. Publish it internationally, go to conferences, present it internationally as well. Your messages are really important.
Thank you so much, Dr. David, for your insight. So we come to the last question of this particular discussion. It's to Dr. Chinmay Shah, Chairman of our research committee. So, sir, now, if I would like you to do either one is to tell the entire audience the key take-home messages from this panel discussion, and being the chairman of the research section, so what would be future initiatives and endeavors, and what would be, as we go forward, what should we be doing as part of the research team at Cow?
First of all, thank you, Pratish, for a wonderful question, and I must thank all the panelists for their insights. So I think we have started with the keynote address by Dr. Greenfield, and he very well mentioned regarding impactful research and 6 8 action of any research. So I think it is very important thing that whenever our clinical people are doing any research, it has a not 1, 2, 3 per total 6 effect, which has been mentioned by Greenfield very nicely. And then we have discussed regarding the journal, and the chief editor, Dr. Satish, very well mentioned regarding the hand-holding and support from the Caho. So we invite all the people who are doing some research, who are doing a case study, who are doing a case report, that Caho is here to support you, to handhold you. So please be there. We also need a pool of reviewers who are committed for the review. So we also encourage all the stakeholders, all the stalwarts who are sitting in the audience to be a part of our reviewer pool. Then sir has also mentioned regarding a research masterclass which we conducted to encourage the research and how to publish the article. Next we want to Dr. Rahul, and it is an excellent example of how any research can impact the policy. So as mentioned by Dr. Rahul, the PREM studies has been published by the CAHO, and it is really making an impact in the patient safety. And further, once we start using it, it is not far that it become a part of a policy. If we talk regarding single-use plastics, Shyam Kumar sir has very well mentioned that even a simple thing which you do is having a long-lasting impact. And sir is also again correlated with the citation of the articles. So similarly, as there is a use of citation, similarly there is a use of single-use instruments. So if we do it properly, it is going to have a long-term impact. Lastly, Dr. Ketan has mentioned regarding impactful research and KAP studies, and he has also given stress on industry academia collaboration. So let's come together. There are many faculties here who are from the industry and many are from the academics. So let's come together. And lastly, it was ended by Dr. Greenfield, and he has very well summarized bench to bedside and importance of such conference where we can share our views. As a chairman of research committee, I would like to have some thing to share with you under the guidance of Dr. Vinay sir, Dr. Lalu ma'am, and our Dr. Parag, that let's have Caho research impact. And for that, Caho is committed to handhold you, not only for writing, but also framing the research, for publication, for presentations. And we would like to have a different research masterclass throughout the year. We may have offline research masterclass as well as online research masterclass. So be there, be proactive, and please publish whatever you do. Thank you very much.
So thank you all for the panelists for your time, and thank you for this wonderful discussion. Thank you.
A huge thank you to all our experts for your valuable insights and reminding us that meaningful research isn't always complex. It's simple, scalable, and truly what makes a difference when it matters the most. While I request the photograph to be on, and while that happens, I would like to invite Ms. Saujanya Narala on the stage for a product launch. She's the CEO of Shivam Medisoft Services. Ms. Saujanya Narala.
With over 2 decades of experience in the healthcare industry, Shivam has worked with over 1,000 hospitals, and we have always kept innovating. After innovations like our dynamic control towers and the Make Money Save Money concept, we have built an AI to make your processes smoother and faster. Meet Neo, your AI assistant. Turn your conversations into prescription instantly. I'm Dr. Devanshi. Let me take you through my OP consultation, assisted by Neo. I start by calling the next patient in queue. Neo helps me analyze the data of my patient way before they walk in. And once my patient walks in, I turn on the mic button.
Hi doctor.
Hi Sajanya, how are you feeling today?
I have 102 fever, severe headache and vomitings.
How many times have you vomited in the past 2 days?
6 times.
Okay. Do you have a history of low BP?
Yes, I have.
Okay. I advise you to take a Crocin Advanced tablet and antibiotic tablet 2 times a day for 3 days. Have it morning and night after food. Stay hydrated and take a lot of rest. Also get a CBP test done just to be sure. Can you come back after 3 days for a follow?
Yes, sure. Thank you, doctor.
Neo has made the prescription for me, reduces manual effort, and helps me connect with my patient rather than being stuck to a screen. I print the prescription and the OP is done. Documentation done automatically, from case sheets to discharge summaries. This is a handwritten case sheet. All you have to do is to upload it into Neo. Neo reads the case sheet for you and generates the discharge summary instantly. Help your staff reduce manual errors and save a lot of time by letting Neo make the JRN for them. All you have to do is to click a picture of your vendor's invoice and Neo makes the JRN for you. All values such as item name, HSN code, current quantity, rate per pack, MRP, batch number, expiry date, and even financial details are filled automatically. Turn your prescriptions into OPD and pharmacy bills instantly. Just take a picture of your prescription and Neo makes the bill for you. Launching NeoSoft Lite and NeoSoft Pro, enabled by AI and tailor-built features designed specifically to meet the needs of small and medium hospitals. Visit us at stall A20 and A21 for Cahocon exclusive discounts.
Good afternoon, everyone.
So we, Shivam, the hospital management software, we cater more than 1,000 plus clients all over India. We have brought all our expertise working with enterprise clients, all the AI use case, enabled use cases. We have tailor-made it to meet the small and medium-sized hospitals, and we have launched our NeoSoft Pro and Lite versions, specially to fit in all the small, medium, and hospitals. We are here at A21 stall, just in case if you want to walk in to have the first-hand experiences of the AI use cases we have built in, and how we can help your hospital scale with our software. Thank you. So I'll call my team, just the team behind this product, once to introduce to you all, who are also at the stall A21, who will help you with taking you through the journey of our AI. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the session 14, Health, Tech and Innovation, a session that sits right at the intersection of care, technology and future of humanity. To guide us through this powerful conversation, we have two distinguished chairpersons. Mr. Rupak Barua, Managing Director and CEO of Woodlands Hospital, Kolkata. Sir, we request you to come to the dais. And joining him is Mr. Arvind Ganeshan, Chief Technology Officer at Cauvery Hospital, who brings deep expertise in leveraging technology to transfer healthcare delivery.
We'd now also like to invite an exciting lineup of speakers who are shaping the future of healthcare through innovation, policy, and cutting-edge technology. Please welcome Dr. Shyama Nagarajan, serial entrepreneur with over 32 years of experience across public health and corporate healthcare and multilateral agencies in South Asia. She's currently the Executive Director of Make in India Healthcare Private Limited, a novel, innovative initiative of AMTZ. May I invite Dr. Shyama Nagarajan onto the stage, please. Joining her, she'll be speaking on innovations from India, tech, touch, and trust. Joining her is Dr. Rajendra Pratap Gupta, founder and chairman of Health Parliament and chair emeritus of the Center for Health Innovation, Policy and Digital Health, Indian Institute of Management, Raipur. He will be addressing impact on healthcare, functional AI pyramid. We also have Mr. Manish Goel, Chief Operating Officer at Mayo Clinic platform, a leader at the forefront of integrating AI into one of the world's most trusted healthcare institutions. He will be sharing his insights on Mayo's clinic experience on AI transformation in healthcare. I request all the speakers and moderators to kindly take on the session ahead. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for joining this session. Today we are discussing one subject, that health tech and innovation, which is already we had spoken a lot. Particularly, more we discuss this subject during this year, and the more on post-COVID situation. By that time, we could understand what technology, health technology and the innovation, and how we could navigate the situation during this very, very drastic situation. Now, each and every forum we talk about this health tech and innovation, but here in this panel of speakers, you will find something new, some future trend the team is going to discuss with us. If you see this is a healthcare globally, it is in an inflection point. Technology is no longer an enabler. It's a driving strategy actually. It is a strategy driver. As of today, the way we are delivering healthcare. It is becoming a backbone of healthcare system. Right from AI-assisted diagnostics to remote monitoring and automation of hospital processes, systems. And innovation is really redefining three parts. That's efficiency, quality, and of course, what is the outcome? It's a patient experience. But here today, all the healthcare leaders present here in this discussion or in this forum, the major issue is that whether this technology will transform the healthcare, it is not the discussion. The discussion is how fast we can adapt it, but more precisely, meaningfully, and responsibly. So this is the discussion today. We'll go through. We have very renowned speakers with us. Before I would like to go further, I would like to give to my co-chair, Mr. Ganeshan from Kavadi Hospital, for an initial introduction, please.
Adding on to what Rupak sir said, I think we are at an inflection point for technology in healthcare. Lot of push from the government, technology disruption, namely AI, and a new workforce which has an appetite for technology. I think we have a convergence that is happening, and that is probably a holy grail moment for technology to really catch up in healthcare. I mean, I've been in this business for about 4 years, and I see this whole landscape transforming in terms of the appetite and adoption of technology. So I think I'll give it to the experts on this forum to really just talk more about technology. We'll start with Rajendra sir. Rajendra sir, I think there's no better person to set the context or history of adoption of healthcare, technology in healthcare in India than you. You've seen it all growing, and you've probably seen all the failures and all the successes that have come through. So I just wanted you to really shed some light on that and take us through the journey and where we are and how do you see the future shaping us.
You want the presentation or you want a conversation? Presentation? Okay, good.
So Dr. Rajendra Gupta is the founder and chairman, Health Parliament, Chair Emeritus Center for Health, Innovation, Policy and Digital Health, IIM Raipur. I know Dr. Gupta for last more than 20-25 years, our old friendship. So nice to hear from you, Dr. Gupta.
Can you start with the first slide? It's not the first slide. No, it's still not the first slide. Maybe can you check that? So before I start, let me ask you while they're setting up the context. How many are awake? Can you raise your hands? I think majority, thank you. How many of you are excited about the potential of AI in healthcare? Can you raise hands? Awesome. Can anyone tell me the 5 levels of AI? So yesterday, Brigadier Pawan Kapoor made a profound statement about institutional readiness. If we are going to talk about innovation and IT, I think each one of you, whether you are a clinician, whether you are an organization, whether you are running an organization of organizations, you still have to create institutional readiness before it's too late. My talk is all about that. Is it there? Okay. So, people talk about technology and they say that AI is in two phases. Sometimes they say it is in toy stage, you can play. Some say it's in deployment stage, you can deploy. But where exactly are we? So, I look at the IQ of our current ChatGPT. This is exactly where it stands today at 155. Einstein was 160. I'm always preponing, the timelines that I gave about technology. 2015, I said 10 years, we are exactly there. Then I said 3, 2, now it's 1 and 2 years. I think in the next 2 years, our IQ would be 10 times. So you would have an assistant 10 times an IQ of Einstein to work with you. This is my main message to you. And I would suggest instead of photographs, if you focus on the 5 levels of AI, when you deploy one level, what happens and where the displacement happens and who are the beneficiaries. If you understand this, in your hospital, you will know exactly what you will do at the 5th level. So the first is conversational AI, where you implement AI. I give it the name of talkers. Anyone who sits and talks will get replaced. I'm not cutting or mincing any words. I'm saying anyone who sits and talks will get replaced. So effectively, 24/7 helplines, your assistants, your receptionists, but there will be beneficiaries, communication and cost. So an organization, a clinician who is deploying the first level of AI will benefit on the communication and cost. The second is reasoning AI, where it can think and reason and do things. I give the name of thinkers. So some of the medical decision making, some of the allied health professionals, your jobs will be drastically impacted. We have matured at this stage because we have been deploying solutions. I don't talk from a theoretical aspect. Accuracy, diagnostics and clinical outcomes will be the beneficiaries if you are in a hospital. I don't think you have a choice of whether you will or you will not. You have to make your institution ready for this. Third level is autonomous AI, where it can do things for you. We built this last year and deployed it. You will not get to know whether it was a clinician talking or your boss talking. It can talk on your behalf, get updates, take appointments, do the follow-ups. This was developed last year, deployed, 100% efficient. As an institution, some touch points will get replaced, some procedures, primary care physicians, second opinion referral. See, I am not diplomatic, I intend to upset you. And I want to make sure that you know that if I don't upset you, you are anyway going to get upset because technology is coming your way. It is the golden partnership between man and the machine. Efficiency and efficacy are two beneficiaries of this deployment. This is already matured fairly and is being deployed. The next level, which I'm very excited about, it's called Innovator AI, where everything you do today, by 2028, you will not do. That I can assure you. I call it innovators. So, end of 18th century medicine and symptomatic treatment. Today, we treat the same diabetes with giving glimepiride and metformin. When the food eaten by me and you doesn't get broken down the same way, medicines cannot be broken in the same manner. AI will change the very fabric of how we operate, the clinician and the patient also, and the interface. Quantum computing will get into healthcare because the conventional computing doesn't work. I'm diabetic for 27 years. My doctor told me, get a MODI test done, otherwise I can't treat you. Majority onset of diabetes in young. My data was 6 GB for just one test. Conventional computers can't do that. And with that, I realized metformin doesn't work on me. That's something that doctors have been giving me. So I think AI is going to fundamentally change the way you treat. So I would say new clinical pathways, new drugs, new devices, a lot of things will change. A lot of things that you put in a hospital will not be the same. Preemptive care is what will happen. The last level, we are actually building this. So probably when you come to our Global Digital Health Summit, you will see this. We are deploying organizational AI for now. I gave it the name of leaders. So you start with talkers, thinkers, doers, innovators, and leaders. You can run the entire organization with AI. We're actually testing this. We should be able to get this out by the time you come to the summit. So 3-tiered care system will go. You don't need a 3-tiered system. Partly and fully replace healthcare providers. But also, I must say one thing, more diseases are going to come. That we have the tech neck because of using technology, more diseases will come. I'm not worried about that. So not only precision personalized, but predictive precision and personalized medicine. It's called the golden era of medicine. I still believe there's nothing to fear. As clinicians, as patients, as hospitals, it is the golden era of medicine. That's coming. And that's the great reset. Each one of you have to be doing that. Most of the things will move from hospital to hospital, from healthcare to health, and it will become health and human-centric. For those of you who don't understand the technology shift, it is more power shifts that you should understand. Over 2,000 years of human history, if you look at, the world has changed from being agriculturally strong to be strong as a country, to being strong in military to be strong as a country. That's how the world has been moving. And then it is straight. That's why you see the talks happening now to say we should control the resources. It's about trade. But the future is about technology. And this is where I say it is not technology change, it is a civilizational, societal, a cultural change. If any one of you is not becoming technology savvy, you are out of sync with time. And that's where I believe this is institutional readiness as an individual first before your institutional get ready. I'll bring you closer to the disruptive shifts in humanity. Physical labor was replaced in the Industrial Revolution in the 19th century. You can go back and look, it's very recent history. And we are all mental laborers here, we don't do physical work. And what is happening is mental labor is getting replaced now. Yeah. Sorry, I think the tech guys have a wrong system out here. As our tech guys did, they put a wrong presentation. Nevertheless, we have done wrong things, but most of our part is right. I will just get to that and cover that up. Sorry, Dr. Vijay. I said that it was not the right presentation, but I said this is still the first slide. I said, fair enough. No, go back to the first slide. Yeah, I'll just take to cover the missing slides, but rest all is same. So as I said, this is the great reset and the golden era of medicine, but this next slide for 12 seconds is a very interesting one. I hope audio video is going to work. But yes, how many have you read this paper or know about this paper? Can you raise hands? Just one. Now let me tell you this is the paper that is the basis of all the LLMs. So anyone working in AI and saying, I know AI, I do AI, go back and read this paper. But there is a message. I wrote a blog yesterday on LinkedIn. I write artificial intelligence newsletter. This is the paper that led to all LLMs. Everything you see in AI today is thanks to this paper. Attention is all you need. Created by Google, forgotten by Google, picked up by others. So Google lost the race and now they are trying to catch up. Go look up this paper. It's there on the blog I wrote yesterday, Artificial Intelligence Notes. This is a 12-second video and my favorite one since 2019 when it came.
If you zoom out into the future,
no, you're not playing right.
And you ask
I want tech guys to be perfect, please.
Apple's greatest contribution.
Would you play the sound well now? When you're in a tech conference, make sure that you have the best tech. Anyways, sorry about that, but can I move the slides, please? It's not my wish, it's just wasting our time. Yeah.
If you If you zoom out into the future and you look back and you ask the question, what was Apple's greatest contribution to mankind? It will be about health.
Message is clear. All big techs are saying our biggest contribution will be in health. So the message for you is, if you don't get into tech, tech will definitely get into health. And you're going to be replaced. There are no two thoughts. Any big tech is getting into health. I'm going to skip this, but just remember the one who founded Intel had this message. Power of computing changes every 24 months. They forgot it, and check where Intel is now. This is something I would still want you to look, the last one. Knowledge is now doubling less than few hours every day. It was 500 years in 16th century and 15th century. The speed at which world is changing is few hours. It's a buckbuster for us knowledge doubling curve. It's a 40-year-old thing. Unfortunately, it is never taught to us, either in management or in schools. Should be a basic thing to be taught. I'm going to skip these things because they made it the first slide. It was not. Luckily, it's covered, so it's done. I'm going to move quickly. So in one slide, I will cover what has moved fast. Passive agents to active agents. Technology has moved from deterministic to probabilistic. Generative AI to multimodal AI. Large language models to large multimodal models to large action models. Natural language processing to natural language programming. You don't need to learn coding to do programming anymore. So that's why I say that you got to get ready with it. I am not known to mince words. So I am sure that if you don't use technology, technology will not need you. This I have covered. I'm going to skip this straightforward. I'm going to skip this too. So those who think that if I don't learn technology, my medical practice has been around for 30 years, my hospital has been greatest for 40 years, sorry. Intel used to be on every computer's logo, Intel inside. This was the most powerful, most intelligent company in the world. Last year when I had to make presentation, they had a $1.6 billion loss, later $16.6 billion loss, and their outgoing CEO said, we are not going to be back in competition anytime soon. But this young chap appears. I said that Google forgot the paper, this guy picked it up. This is worth a lot more. So the message is also clear. The old, the big, the mighty doesn't matter. If you're fast enough with technology, you will leave everyone behind. So as a hospital, if you are implementing technology fast, if you are institutionally ready, no matter how new hospital you are, you're going to leave everyone behind. This is a very interesting example of how our 102-year-old company was acquired by a 27-year-old company. Netflix is fully digital, Warner Bros. Is not. So 102-year-old legendary company got acquired, and the best part, what valuation did they get acquired? They got acquired at 15% of the valuation of Netflix. Doesn't matter how old you are, how big a brand you are. Today, technological superiority matters most. When my colleague Manish Goyal delivers his note, you will understand what will drive their technology. So I keep saying in digital age, pride and ignorance and arrogance has the same rewards, same results. Like Intel, you will go obsolete. The best part in this age, making money and becoming obsolete are almost at the same speed. Depends on what you are doing. If you're using technology, you will make money. If you are not, you will become obsolete. So I think we'll create phenomenal jobs. So don't worry about it. Just start using technology. What we are doing for you to do that is few things. For hospital founders and CEOs, we run courses for C-suite leaders to get them to be technology savvy, to implement. As in the morning, Dr. Vijay hosted a very interesting meeting where he said, management is the problem, technology is not. Senior leadership doesn't know about technology, so it doesn't get percolated down. That's what we're doing here. Second thing we're doing, when you come to the summit, and Cahocon is our partner, you will see the hospital of the future. It's 21st November. When you come to Delhi, you will see hospital of the future, clinician of the future, and pharma of the future. You will see a live example of what hospital of the future is going to be. And those of you want to pick up on newsletter, artificial intelligence news.org gives you everything free. If people want free, this is the newsletter to subscribe to. It's a wait list, but you will get. And also, there is something disruptive we are going to bring to you before you come to the summit. You can show your interest by logging to digital.health.pulse. This is only for hospitals. People talk about LLMs, people talk about SLMs. This is going to be something that you can leverage in your. So we are not just talking, we are actually developing and giving to you to be ahead and be the world's best. I think I'm going to stop here. Remember, this is the age of creators, not competitors. Don't compete, go on creating. Thank you so much for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Dr. Gupta, for your inspirational talk. So Dr. Gupta mentioned about that there are 5 different steps of taking transformation of healthcare system through AI. Also, he talked about a very important message that he had given, that if you are not adapting technology today, technology will replace you. There is a whole discussion points today. To continue this discussion, I would like to request now Mr. Manish Goel. He is the Chief Operating Officer of Mayo Clinic platform. Mr. Goel, please.
Great. Can you hear me? So I'm going to be brief. I'm going to give you the ChatGPT version of my presentation. So first, just for context, Mayo Clinic has been recognized as the #1 hospital system in the world by care quality for 9 years running. And we have been changing Mayo Clinic to be data-centric, leverage AI. Today we have 350 plus algorithms that are operating in all of our clinical areas, whether we get reimbursed for them or not. We believe this is the future and we're using it every day. And it's all powered by data. 6 years ago, we digitized and brought all of our data into the cloud. Today's 36 petabytes of data on 8 million patients. You can see it really is all of the data. And I would say if I leave you with 3 messages, one is organize your data, have it be clean, have it be curated, and have it be understood by clinicians. Second, we de-identified this data and we made it available to our partners across the globe. And the end results were really powerful. And I'm going to give you a couple of examples, and I just want you to walk away with these examples because it's healthcare. Technology is not here for technology's sake. It is actually to help patients. The first example is looking at a clinical area. So this is heart failure patients. At Mayo Clinic, we have, in those 8 million patients, we have 240,000 patients that have been identified as heart failure patients. I don't need a data scientist to do this. I can do this myself as a business person. But you can see what kind of data we have. We have almost 20 years of patient history and 13 years of pre-diagnosis history. That's necessary if you're going to get an earlier intervention. And then we have almost 9 years of patient history post-diagnosis. That's necessary if you're going to understand what pathways worked well and what didn't. And you can see all the multimodal data. So what came out of it is we developed an algorithm looking at ECGs, looking at all the data, but looking at ECGs specifically. And we're able to asymptomatically, meaning no symptoms that are observed or measured by a clinician, diagnose patients with atrial fibrillation. And I don't have time to go deep into this, but if you actually reconstruct that patient's history and go back in time and look at their ECG, you can actually see we could have diagnosed this patient with this particular condition 5 years before they walked into the office at Mayo Clinic. That means we could have done an earlier intervention. Second example is something a little more complex, looking at glioblastoma, so brain cancer patients. At Mayo Clinic, the survival rate after 5 years is 18%. So it's a very horrible condition that many of you clinicians deal with. But our clinical team knew that certain patients did better, so just looking at the data, no AI, just looking at the data, we were able to say there's certain patients that do better on certain drugs. And within 24 hours of access to this data, our clinical team was able to say there's a particular drug that's used to manage symptoms that patients show a longer survival. So within a week of having access to the data, we actually kicked off a clinical trial. This trial is active right now, and we think it's showing promising results. It's really powerful for those 18% of people, if you think about what I just showed. And now you take that and scale it to the hundreds of companies that are on the planet that are doing some really powerful things, many of them presenting across the hall. And then you take that and make it further. You don't just use North American data, you bring in data sets from around the world. Today we have 4 continents covered, 40% of the top 10 institutions that have all agreed to share their data, all have agreed to make it usable by third parties to develop solutions. And that's how you scale. So I'm going to end with this. It's a quote that really drives who we are as an organization. And I'm going to read this because it's really important. The best interest of patients is the only interest to be considered. And in order that the sick may have the benefit of an advanced knowledge, that's why we're here today, a union of forces is necessary. So if anything I said is interesting to you, gladly, please reach out to me. But our approach is data, organization, clinical use cases, patient centricity, and partnership. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Manish Goel. We could understand that how Mayo platform actually helping us to scale up the technology and the innovation almost in 158 solution deliverables they have. So it's a remarkable understanding of what Mayo Clinic platform is doing right now. So in continuation to the discussion, I would like to introduce Mrs. Dr. Shama Nagarajan. Dr. Jitendra Sharma could not join with us today, but Shama Nagarajan is having almost more than 30 years of experience in this your healthcare transformation journey. She has worked with UI, ICRA, in many of the organizations. Even I had an opportunity to work with her almost 20 years back in an hospital transformative journey. So, Dr. Nagarajan, so stage to you, please.
So, thank you very much. At the outset, we would like to thank Cahocon, especially Dr. Vijay Agrawal, to have given us this opportunity to be on the stage to talk about the ecosystem. So what I am going to do today is to share with you the story of how an entire health tech ecosystem was conceived and built by a visionary leader, Dr. Jitendra Sharma, and how we have transformed on that today, and how are we going to take this forward. So the story actually starts from finding solutions in a sector that is still not at the level of other mature sector like auto sector or oil and gas. So the health sector was evolving. At that time, what was essential was to understand that how do we make the healthcare ecosystem so vibrant that we are known globally. I will ask you one question here. How many of you have seen Make in India brand in any hospital? We have seen NABH accredited hospital, NQAS accredited hospital. Have we ever seen Make in India branding anywhere? The answer to this is no. Now, if you see a mic, even this particular mic, or a railway bogie today has Make in India branding. But in healthcare, that is still not there. Now, why is that so? Have we thought about it? The land is ours, the infrastructure is ours, manpower is ours, but the technology that we have, most of it, over 64,000 crores of equipment that we bring into India is all imported. So even as that we have it, we cannot say it is ours. So therefore, the branding of Make in India does not happen, okay? Now, we as a country although have proven ourselves to be a nation which is the home for the largest technical and skilled manpower, whether it is nursing or medical manpower or clinical manpower. We have also made ourselves the home for the largest affordable drug provider, pharmaceutical provider for the world. However, in case of technology, we are yet to transcend that journey and be a global player as far as technology is concerned. Now, this journey was actually started in one way to create an ecosystem. Way back in 2018, when Dr. Sharma seeded this idea of creating a tech zone in a 300-acre campus that was pledged by the erstwhile visionary CM. You need visionaries like that, right? You had a visionary CM like the Honorable Chandrababu Naidu Garu, who was there, who talked about having a tech park created and a complete ecosystem to be developed in that. And you had a person like Dr. Sharma to take this entire initiative forward. What has emerged out of it in last 8 years is one of the largest medtech zone in the world, catering to about production of over 15,000 crores of medical devices in a single campus with over 175 manufacturing units and research and development center. At AMTZ, today we produce anything and everything, starting from a glucometer, hemoglobinometer, nitrile gloves, to LINAC, open MRI, and everything that you talk about. Now, and in order to take care of these equipment, we have created a university which produces the first of its kind biomedical engineers who will be looking at the maintenance of these equipment that is produced. Now, you may turn around and ask me that what is in it for me as a hospital owner or a service provider? How am I going to get benefited by this information that you're sharing with me? That is where the next level of the story unravels. What is that? There are three key elements in a hospital if you see. The first thing is infrastructure, the second is equipment, and third is manpower. All these three are equally important as far as hospital service provision is concerned. When we talk about infrastructure, usually, let's go to the simpler one. When we talk about manpower, most of our clinical teams, that is our clinicians in tier 2, tier 3, everywhere, are able to garner local resources to be able to provide the services that is locally required. However, when it comes to infrastructure, the capital becomes a concern if I want to upgrade or expand my services. Similarly, if I look at equipment again comes into two different categories. One is that which is low volume, high cost, and the other is high volume, low cost. So the low volume, high cost is the one like MRI machine or CT scanner or things like that, right? For this, you need a capital, you need a financing option, you need some flexible options so that you can have these equipment in place to ensure affordability and accessibility to care. When you talk about high volume and low cost things like glucometer or a hemoglobinometer or a BP apparatus, the challenge in this segment is basically the procurement, supply chain, logistic management solution. So we offer you both these solutions together within the same ecosystem. Now, how do we do it? We have ecosystem partners like Medica Bazaar who can help us to do the entire procurement, supply chain management for all your procurement of all these low-cost items, starting from gloves to nitrile gloves to masks and everything. You don't have to any longer look at multiple GST, multiple negotiations, entire database management. 89 warehouses across the country have been developed so that you don't need to hold inventory within your organization for more than 10 or 15 days, which is a big boon as far as service delivery is concerned. Now, what that helps, it is something similar to the Tamil Nadu Medical Services Corporation that the government of Tamil Nadu has, okay? Now, if you look at the second option, that is high volume, low cost, the AMTZ environment has created partners who will be able to deliver you all this equipment at a flexible financing option without any collaterals. So we have got Medartha Capital, which will be able to do this for you. Now to put it all together, recently what has been conceived is Make in India Healthcare Private Limited, which is going to help you comprehensively take the risk with you. To put in simple terms, if you have a land, you want to expand, you don't know how to do it, we will put the infrastructure, the equipment, hand it over to you to operate. If you have an infrastructure, we will equip it, help you, and hand it over to you, and expect you to operate. Now, it sounds very simple, very easy. Now, how do we do that? The government, with the ecosystem of AMTZ, is able to pledge about 500 CR of corpus to be able to focus on tier 2 and tier 3 city to create such hospitals which can get MII branded going forward, looking at indigenous development of technology within the country. So now what we end up doing is entire system will be able to have a complete ecosystem of service delivery at tier 2, tier 3 city. Now, you want to look at process improvement, we have partners like Caho, AHPI, who would help you to take it forward in terms of your service level quality. All I am saying is what we expect out of you. There are only 3 things that we expect out of you. Number 1, a commitment to share a plan that you will be able to penetrate the local area as far as service delivery is concerned. 2 is to be able to retain talent and ensure that seamless service is delivered. And 3rd is to uphold the MII brand going forward so that globally we can demonstrate that India is a force worth reckoning today as far as healthcare service delivery is concerned. So we have grounded all these ideas with a proof of concept in Nagpur, which is the Bhanutai Diagnostic Center by Nitin Gadkari ji, and it is a full MII branded diagnostic center today. We are having 2 more coming up. One is Visakhapatnam and other is in Hyderabad. All these are under the same brand. What we have been able to do is to create that entire ecosystem, starting from manufacturing to maintenance to service delivery, and allowing our partners to come on board as operating partners to take this vision forward. What I would like to see today is giving a call to all our hospital owners here that you want to expand, you want to grow, we are there with you to take the risk. Reason is that we understand that there are challenges when you are operating. We are taking the risk with you. We want that commitment coming forth from you that you are with us in this journey. Let us start together. Similarly, I would request all the manufacturing units or financing service providers, do you want to be a part of this journey? This whole Caho big family with MII and AMTZ can be one of the force that we can actually fulfill the dreams together to bring India onto the national and the international platform to be able to make affordable healthcare delivery through technology put into a one comprehensive ecosystem. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sharma. We could understand out of Dr. Sharma's deliverables that's how she can handhold and what is the technology and innovation can take place in reshaping the hospital, particularly in tier 3, tier 4 places, how this accessible and affordable healthcare can be built on this technology and innovation. That's a great session today we had, and we could see this year how technology and innovation joining hands together and how this is reshaping the healthcare for future trend. I would like, Ganeshan, please give your comments because already time's up, so we can ramp up the session.
Yeah. Thank you to all the speakers for an insightful session. Thank you to Dr. Rajendra Gupta. I think most important aspect of this, taking over this AI journey is the change of attitude, and you emphasized that very clearly as a part of your talk. I think that's a wake-up call that we all needed, and it was a very impactful presentation that you made. Thank you, Mr. Manish. I think we, to grow health tech in India, I think we need to leverage the combined wisdom of what Mayo has over the years, and it is very generous of you to make this platform available to hospitals in the country where they can co-innovate with you, and along with that, leverage that platform for their own solutions. Thank you, ma'am, for making us aware of the capabilities that we already have in AMTZ and how the medtech ecosystem can flourish by using those capabilities. So thank you all for attending, and thank you for a very insightful session. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, all the panelists. Thank you.
A heartfelt thank you to our esteemed chairpersons, speakers, and all of you, the audience, for being the part of this engaging session. I request the dignitaries to be there on the stage. Please be on the stage, sir. Ma'am, please be on the stage for 2 more minutes. We move on to an important segment, Andhra Pradesh MedTech Zone, AMTZ certification. And I request Mr. Kilari Udayabhaskar, Certification Manager, KIHT Certification Council, to come up to the stage. I request Dr. Lalu Joseph to the stage. And yeah, the certification goes to CMC Vellore team. May I request the CMC team to come up to the stage and receive the certification award. Congratulations.
This biomedical equipment maintenance certification scheme is for the performance of medical equipment maintenance after installation, and the efficacy of medical equipment is going to be evaluated during this scheme. This scheme is based upon ISO IEC standard ISO 17065. This is first of its kind certification scheme made by AMTZ for the effective maintenance of medical equipment. I congratulate CMC Vellore team for achieving this prestigious certification scheme from the KST certification service. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. From reals to the real outcomes, redefining quality through lifestyle medicine beyond prescription. In today's digital world, we are constantly surrounded by reels, quick tips, trending diets, and fitness hacks. But the real question is, are these translating into real, sustainable health outcomes? This session explores a power shift from prescription-based care to the lifestyle-driven wellness. To see this meaningful conversation, we have two distinguished moderators. Dr. Vishrut Palaniappan, Medical Head, Lakshmi Hospital and TVS Group, Madurai. Mr. Rajarajan S., Group COO, Alluri Sitaramaraju Academy of Medical Sciences.
May I invite our moderators onto the stage, please? And now coming to our speaker, the much awaited, a specialist who brings global expertise in both gastroenterology and lifestyle medicine, and a powerful social media influencer with a huge fan following, one standing right next to me. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Pal Manikam, gastroenterologist and lifestyle medicine diplomat, USA. Dr. Pal represents a new era of healthcare where we move beyond prescriptions and empower patients to take charge of their own health journeys. With that, I invite our moderators and speaker to please take the session forward. Request the audience to please put your hands together for a huge round of applause for our moderators and our speaker, Dr. Pal Manikam.
We invite Dr. Vishrut Palaniappan, Medical Head, Lakshmi Hospital and TVS Group, Madurai, and Mr. Rajarajan S., Group COO, Alluri Sitaramaraju Academy of Medical Sciences to the dais.
And now I once again invite our speaker, a specialist who brings global expertise in both gastroenterology and lifestyle medicine, and a powerful social media influencer with a huge fan following. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Pal Manikam, gastroenterologist and lifestyle medicine diplomat from USA. Dr. Pal represents a new era of healthcare where we move beyond prescriptions and empower patients to take charge of their own health journeys. Invite you on stage, sir. Please have a huge round of applause for him.
Check. Such a honor being here with the legendary Dr. Pal Manikam, the witty gut man, as he is referred to. Ladies and gentlemen, in healthcare, three things are certain. Patients Google before coming to us. They don't follow diet after going, and they blame us in between.
And in this beautiful chaos came a doctor who didn't confuse patients. He just started giving clarity to the patients.
He made them understand, and not with heavy prescriptions, not with complex jargon, but with humor. That kind that makes you laugh and then rethink your dinner or the lunch today.
While we all mastered medicine, he mastered something different, and that is what is practice, which is the human behavior.
But what's remarkable is this wisdom isn't new. It's something in our roots. It was told centuries ago in our own land. So I'll take the honor to introduce this with a Tirukural. Marundena vendavam yakkaikku arundiyadu aatrathu potri unin.
If we eat right, we need no medicines. Unave marundu.
That's the same thing what even Tirumular in his Tirumandiram had said this. Unave marundu, marunde unavu, unavinai murayaga unin, noi varadu. Unavinal noi, unavinal neekum, unavinai arindar udal kaakum.
And today we have somebody who has brought in millions and millions of people into this healthy lifestyle practices.
Now let's take a quick look at this journey of his. May I have the video, please?
Every Indian patient has asked this. And then came a doctor.
Doctor kanga panjam, huh? WhatsApp thoranda doctor.
He didn't just educate us, he made us laugh. But behind the jokes was a turning point. A doctor who faced his own health crisis and chose change. He didn't just inform, he connected. From breaking jokes to fixing journeys. Dr. Pal, where medicine meets meaning.
From laughter to lifestyle change, from content to conviction.
He didn't just go viral, he made the healthy lifestyle and healthy living viral.
So let us all rise to give him a standing ovation as we call upon our president, Dr. Lalu Joseph, madam, to hand him over a vegetable bouquet. So Dr. Ilan, Dr. Satish are flanking our president. They've been the pillars of our organization for this great purpose. So this is a very special basket. You know, it has all the spinach, it has lemongrass, it has amaranthus, it has also the rainbow vegetables, the radish, the carrot, and, you know, the colors, the balance, all that what Dr. Pal stands for and has been talking. And it's such a pleasure that we put together in a nice earthen pot and handing it over to him. Thank you very much, sir. Thanks for accepting this from us. And continue your good work on this. Now over to Dr. Pal. You can use the mic, or you want to use the podium, or?
I'll use the mic. Yeah. No, this is good. Yeah. Check, check, check. Hello, hello, good afternoon. Let's give a big round of applause to Cahocon, please. Wow, what a conference. Oh my God. To be honest, I didn't know much about Cahocon before, but the more and more I heard about it, I read about it, wow, what a start, what an inspiration, and this is exactly what a patient needs. And when they reached out to me, I thought they wanted me to talk about, advanced gastroenterological procedures that I do with hepatobiliary cancers with ERCP and EUS. And what they asked me to do was, how did he become popular in social media? Right, so I'm going to tell you my story, and I strongly urge everyone to listen to this very closely so that maybe my story might be an inspiration for you to jump into social media right now and give the audience the most medical accurate information, because there are so many other non-doctors doing that. Okay, so so this was an unexpected entry into social media. I didn't plan anything. So in the COVID times, when the hospital was relatively free because there was no work for gastroenterologists at that point of time, there was a non-profit organization reached out to me and then said that, hey, can you do a COVID awareness video on us? For us. So I did a video, and then that went, I submitted, it's a 7-minute video, okay? So I infused some humor into it, I submitted to my organization. The CEO of the organization said that this video doesn't look professional, and this video looks like a stand-up comedy, we cannot upload this on our website. And I still thank him for that decision that he made, because if he did not, I would not have put this on YouTube, and I would not have gathered all this support that I had so far. So there was a completely unexpected video. I put that video on WhatsApp, on YouTube, and that's the first time I know that anybody with a Gmail account can have a free YouTube. And once I put that video on, the next day I got so many forwards to a point that my own uncle is sending the same video to me itself and then saying, "Or doctor eppadi pesirukkan parran." Right, so, and then that's why I realized that social media could be a public health tool. So I use social media just with the pure intention that what I was seeing in the US, in California, we used to get the first-hand information about COVID vaccination. I said that in my first vlog, I said that, if you guys look at this, I am having the vaccination. Nothing is happening to me, so you can have the vaccination as well. The first comment to that video was, let's wait for 1 week, let's see what happens to you. Okay, so but the turning point was, all of a sudden the videos got a lot of reach. Then I realized that maybe we have been taking public health education very seriously. Maybe the message to be conveyed maybe has to be mixed with humor. And to be honest, I was not sure about how to handle this overwhelming response and curiosity. So, so what we did was, after COVID, I realized that, okay, so I have this platform to teach people. So I was pretty big before, I weighed 100 kilos. And why can't we talk about managing obesity and not reversing it, all right? So, I was 100 kilos, and there was one distant relative who's the main reason for my obesity. Any idea? It's my wife. You know why? Because at the dinner table, when there is leftover, when we are done with the dinner, she will look at me and then she will say, I'm going to put it in the trash can, you want it, Then I said, kuppayila yemma podra, en thoppayila potru. Right? So there was a main reason for my obesity, and I finished my MBBS over here in PhD Medical College from 2000 to 2006. So I went and did my master's in public health. My teacher, microbiologist, my teacher sitting right in front of them, Dr. Jayalakshmi. Just give me a big round of applause to her, please. Thank you so much, It's a privilege for me to talk in front of her. And I'm pretty sure that she's still not believing I'm a doctor. So what happened was, this is a true story. From 2000 to 2006, I had PhD Medical College. From 2006 to 2008, Masters in Public Health in Boston. 2008 to 2011 is my MD General Medicine. 2011 to 2012 is my Chief Residency. And then 2012 to 2015 is my Gastroenterology Fellowship. And throughout this 15 years, from 2000 to 2015, I was just an intern, right? I was just an intern. I didn't earn full-time salary. So I had my full-time salary in 2015. I was seeing my first patient in the office. I had my beautiful wife, my 6-month-old son. Everything was settled. I was living an American dream. I bought the house, everything was beautiful in my life. Where I was seeing my patient in the office, all of a sudden, I started having chest pain, dizziness, and palpitations, okay? In the history of medicine, this was the first time that a patient asked the doctor, "Doctor, are you okay?" All right, so then it was a wake-up call for me. Then I realized that, despite being a medical professional, I was abusing my body myself, right? So, then I said, what went wrong? In our medical curriculum, being a doctor, we are not focused too much on diet and exercise. Even though the treatment options for each and every disease you take in every department, doesn't matter surgery or medicine, the final treatment angle is diet and exercise, which will be the fourth point. The first point would be aspirin, second point would be clopidogrel, third point would be diet and exercise. And then how do we do diet and exercise? We'll put on the next page, then they go to the next topic. Let's talk about angina. Right? So we didn't know about what to do this. So I learned this by myself. And the good thing about this was I was a gastroenterologist. So I was able to focus on gut health a little bit more than any other specialty because I had access to the most top-rated research universities in the US. So I work with Dr. Sachin Panda. He's my mentor, and he is in California. He's in Stanford. He was the one who introduced me to circadian rhythm, and he told me that gut health is the foundation for each and every disease, okay? So what I did was, I learned the medical information from him, and I used the power of relatability. I used different formats. I used medical stand-up comedy. I used sketches. I used family-based storytelling. I created a PCU similar to LCU. We had a PCU with a PAL cinematic universe where we created imaginary characters. The point that I really liked was, more than the humor, they were able to understand the medical concept. For example, I went to a biryani shop and then I said that this is where you need to split the biryani, look at the calories, how much it is. The first comment to that video was, for this, we don't even have to live at all, Ran, to split. And then the reply to that comment is like, it's okay, da, no problem. If you want to live, the quality of life is the most important thing. So then I understand that people were able to relate to it on both sides. Okay, so there was a significant amount of controversy surrounding this as well. So all of a sudden, my followers scaled up to around 6 million followers. Combining all social media platforms, I have close to 7 million followers right now. 7 million followers. More than 95% of them are my patients, man. Before going into the operating table, I clip the surgical knife at the belly button and then say, "Sir, please hit the bell button." Right? So, at that point of time, I realized that, I was a full-time gastroenterologist in California. And I absolutely love this public health education because when I visited India, when a person hugged me from the airport and then said that because of you, I lost 10 kilos. That made a significant impact in me and said that, okay, so whatever I'm doing in California is working here in Chennai. So then I realized that I got more interested in lifestyle medicine. I realized that, to be honest, all the corporate hospitals sitting over here, it's the truth. It may not go well along with you, but the truth is our healthcare system is rigged, okay? Not only in India, in the US as well. The healthcare model is focused mainly on treatment and not on prevention, okay? So, for example, how I see treatment right now is that we are all a car mechanic. A patient is coming with his car and the car is getting damaged and you know that the engine is not working well, but we are fixing the flat tires and then we are sending the patient back and you know that the car is going to come right back to you, okay? The oath that we took, and as a Hippocrates oath is, we say, please do no harm. The second thing is we need to make sure that we address the disease at the root cause level and make sure the patient does not come back to the hospital. Right? So that is where the real treatment is. That is where the satisfaction of being a physician comes across. For that, the most important thing is not only medications. Along with medications, you have to prescribe lifestyle medicine. And the most important change I hope that you guys adapt after this conference is that on your prescription, before writing any medications, the first prescription should be lifestyle change. Sleep, stress management, physical activity, diet should be the first treatment. Second, you can go with medications. Yes, allopathy is very important. Medications play a major role, but that is not the only way to treat patients. Right now, we are in this big conference. We are talking about patient quality, and the patient quality should start from the doctor treatment prescription pad. Okay, so what I did was, this is what I love to do. So I created a clinic in my hospital. It's called Preventive Gastroenterology. It's called New Me Clinic. It's a virtual clinic. What we did was, we trained all the people working under us, physician assistants, medical assistants. We trained like clinical health coaches. We hired psychologists, we hired psychiatrists, we hired nutritionists, fitness, sleep specialists, mindfulness experts, and we put together a 90-day structured transformation program in California. Okay, so what did this is, for example, a patient goes to an endocrinologist for a diabetes checkup. They prescribe metformin, but in addition to metformin, they will refer that patient to us for the New Me method of structured clinic. Okay, so what immediately happened was that patients were taught that there is no quick fix. There is no shortcuts. You will have to put your effort, but with a good team and with a good guidance, we will be able to decrease the effort by 50%. That is what we exactly did. There was significant amount of improvement in the metabolic markers, mental health. Only at that point of time, I realized that lifestyle medicine plays a major role right from your PCOS, hypothyroid, fatty liver, diabetes, hypertension, cholesterol, every non-communicable diseases, lifestyle medicine is the way to go. So then we realized that, so this is working. Okay, we started with 25 patients in California. And then we opened up the clinic to virtually to 100 patients. So now we have 1,000 patients all over the world, and the results are absolutely phenomenal, and we are publishing like right and left in all these lifestyle medicine journals. And you will not believe the weight that is being lost may not be that much, but the mindset change in that particular patient is made sure that they will never ever gain the weight back. That is exactly what a hospital should do. That is exactly what a patient should do. And that is exactly what the prescription should be from the doctor, right? So I'm very amazed by the lifestyle transformation that I give to my patients. So what we are deciding is to create this virtual program as a physical space in Chennai as well. And I have cut down my practice in California to part-time. And then I have coming here, we have moved to Chennai. My kids are going to school in Chennai. My wife is here in Chennai. And this is my way of giving back to the community. I strongly believe that if this is way, it's two worlds, one mission, bridging systems of care. I do clinical gastroenterology in the US. I am an advanced gastroenterologist. Again, I deal with hepatobiliary cancers. Okay, I do advanced endoscopic procedures, and I'm here to tell you that the satisfaction that I get by treating lifestyle medicine for my own Indian patients will never even match a patient that I saved from a advanced hepatobiliary cancer. That is my opinion. Dual approach, singular goal, better patient outcomes. So what is the purpose of this call? I think this is the right time to rethink quality in healthcare. Are we truly delivering quality care? There are so many amount of booths that has been disposed throughout this conference, right? Every time what they come in, what they say, oh, we have come up with a new stent. We have come up with a new robotic device. We have come up with a new operating bed, right? Has anyone has a booth which says that we have come up with a new, beautiful, healthy food at a much affordable price that we can give it to the patient? Or we can have a patient structured program to change the lifestyle. That is where the focus should be on. So I'm going to tell you about this story, and I'm going to close my talk. This is a real story. A 28-year-old, newly married, 1-year-old baby. He was working in Tesla in California. And you know Tesla, they just make sure that they extract blood out of you. They do pay you well, but every money is equal to 1 drop of your blood. Okay, so we said that, okay, so you have fatty liver, you have high cholesterol. He came to me because he was a follower of my channel. He drove all the way from San Francisco to Sacramento, and I said, these are all the things that you should do. We had a plan, we took to the insurance. Insurance said that there is nothing involved over here except for patient behavioral change. We will not cover this plan. So he said, I will do it by myself. Nothing worked. Follow-up didn't happen. He developed a massive heart attack 9 months later. He was in ICU, ventilator, fighting for life. We pulled everything, even the ECMO support from the Stanford University, and we were able to make him live. Okay, but most important thing is we were in the waiting room. I was in the waiting room, young guy, patients from the family were flew from India to the US. And in the waiting room, everybody is so emotional. They're hugging me. They're saying that thank you for saving my saving my son, saving my husband. And to celebrate the recovery, they are giving Kaju Katli box to me. At that point of time, I realized that the mindset is not changed. And if we don't address the root cause level, then this will never change. We will keep on creating new strengths. We'll keep on creating like quickest door to window time. But we will not address the root cause level of preventing the heart attack to start with. Okay. So what I am proposing here is future of prescriptions is lifestyle medicine first, medication is next. Drug is important, but advice is very important. Okay. So every prescription must begin with lifestyle. So call to action is please integrate lifestyle medicine into your system, which whatever system you have. Build preventive care departments, create structured programs, integrate a team of health coaches who are trained by doctors. This is a very, very naive field that is being abused right now. Everybody is a health coach now. So you will have to make sure that the health coaches that you're adopting in your system are good because they are the deliverers of your message. They are your clones of your system. So you will have to measure outcomes beyond prescriptions. So I'm giving an open invitation to all the people over here. Let's build this together. This is my passion. This is exactly what gives me happiness. At least one person change. I know that we are changing the family. Looking at that family and another family will change. Looking at that family, multiple other families will change. We can make this world a better place to live in. So I am letting you know that this is a movement. Please join me. And we would love to tell you what we do in our US-based health system. Please scan this QR code. And this is my website as well. And if you need any help to put this system together in your hospital, we would love to share our experiences. I am here to tell you that nobody in this world is treating Indian patients at this level with 1,000 patients a month with a high quality structured program. You will never ever get it. I think the model needs to be replicated in all the systems throughout the world. Let's start with Chennai now. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you.
We love to listen to you the whole day, sir. Thank you so much for coming. And he just reminded that the future of healthcare is not just in hospitals and medication, but in our daily choices, habits, and lifestyle.
Wow, half of the crowd is so inspired. We are able to see that. And when sir was putting up that QR code, people were eagerly taking a picture of it. So nice to see that. But I know that at least few people are waiting and reconsidering for the lunch time as well. Anyways.
That was absolutely fantastic, Doc. And it was not just a talk, it's lifestyle that you spoke about. And that revelation that you're going to have something given back to the community is something which we all appreciate. And that is also the underlying thing which we as Caho do. We give it back to the community. This is a completely volunteer movement. All these people over here have come for that patient safety, that change in healthcare, that which we all dream of. And yes, it was also a full audit of what we're going to eat and what we're not going to eat henceforth. And for me today, just salad. Chef was right there. Only salad, please.
So, when we are walking towards the lunch, I think two voices will be hearing inside us. One is our old habits and our old usual eating habits. Another is Dr. Pal, who's been teaching the healthy eating practice and the reverse banana leaf practices as well.
Yeah, so just before we take that decision, I should also share something in Hindi. Because we've always been talking Tirukural and Tirumandiram and stuff. So, Jaisa an, Vaisa man. Jaisa man, Vaisa tan. Shuddh an se Shuddh vichar. Or Jeevan bane mahan. So, meaning, as is the food, so is the mind. As is the mind, so is the body. Pure food creates pure thoughts and a meaningful life. Exactly what you have been reverberating all through your videos.
So, and that's what we all experienced today. Not just information alone, it was about transformation.
Yeah, and so as you head for lunch, ensure that your plate is having more, sir, you want to say more?
Fiber.
More fiber, more colors also?
Rainbow.
Rainbow colors and slightly less regrets maybe? Yeah, for life, yeah.
And thank you so much, sir, for coming all the way from California to Cahocon till Chennai. So it means a lot to us. I think we all enjoyed the session.
And to remind us, eat healthy, live happy. And ladies and gentlemen, let's once again rise and put our hands together for this great man, the witty gut man as he is called. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, thank you.
So much, sir.
May I ask the leadership team to come for a pic on the Cahocon? Tamil Nadu leadership team and the Caho leadership team.
We'll move on to session 16, Intelligent Healthcare Systems. Healthcare is no longer just about treatment, it is about intelligence, integration, and instant decision making. This session explores how intelligent healthcare systems are reshaping the way we deliver care, making it smarter, faster, and more reliable. From AI-driven diagnostics to smart infrastructure and connected care, the future is already here. To guide us through this forward-looking section, we have two distinguished leaders, Dr. Shankar Singh Gupta, Medical Superintendent and Head of Laboratory Medicine, Chittaranjan National Cancer Institute, and Mr. Venkat Fanindar, Founder and Chief Mentor of Sasta Healthcare.
They will be joined by an exciting lineup of speakers who bring perspectives from technology, clinical practice, and global innovation. Ms. Saujanya Nurala, CEO, Shivam Medisoft Services Private Limited. She will be talking on the topic from dependency to enforcement, designing systems that ensure action. Ms. Vandita Gupta, Senior Vice President, Advanced Therapies in Diagnostic Imaging, Siemens Healthineers. She will address the topic, what CEOs want from MedTech, proof, performance, and predictability. Dr. Arun V. Joy, Consultant Pulmonologist, Allergy and Sleep Medicine Specialist, Muthoot Healthcare, speaking on stethoscopes to smartphones, bridging the clinician tech gap. And Mr. Peter Friedrich, founder and developer, Schmitzberger Pneumatic Tube Systems. He will present Smart Pneumatic Tube Systems, Blood Sample Tracking System. I invite our moderators and speakers to start the session. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I? Yeah. Good afternoon. Just we are, I think, in between the lunch and of course, after the lifestyle talk, maybe many of you will decide something else. And we are here to have a session on intelligent healthcare. I don't know what is intelligent healthcare now, after listening the talk from Dr. Paul. Is it the preventive care or is it the tech? And the Cahocon this year have got both touch and tech. So if the preventive healthcare is the touch, the tech is also there to give you some kind of intelligent, innovative healthcare system. With me today, the co-moderator is nobody than Dr. Venkat Fanindar, one of the, you can say, very famous entrepreneur. Venkat Fanindar is the founder and chief mentor of Sasta Healthcare. And I would like to give him the opportunity to greet all the speakers and then start the session. Venkat sir.
First of all, thank you so much for being here, because I was expecting everybody will move out of this and we have to continue this session in the lunch hall rather than in this. So my dear friends, today we have this topic, intelligent healthcare systems, which sounds very futuristic, but occasionally a little intimidating as well. Friends, we are living in a healthcare system today. We have reached a stage where our systems know much more than we know. And also, they alert us sometimes that we know more than you, better listen to us. Intelligence has overtaken people intelligence actually. The system intelligence has overtaken the people processes. In simple words, we want to say, processes by people is like wife, only data is available. And system-driven intelligence is like mother-in-law. She predicts, she alerts, and she'll ensure that the action is also taken. So my dear friends, today we are all here to listen to some of distinguished guests who are into, bringing in technologies in healthcare. My dear friends, we are not just here to listen from you what technology is delivering, but want to know whether this technology that you are bringing into healthcare is really making us to take right actions every time that we need them. Okay? And thank you so much for being here with us today. And I request the first speaker, Saujanya Nurala, to speak on from dependency to enforcement, designing systems that ensure action. This is called limitations of technology.
Good afternoon, everyone. From dependency to enforcement, how do we make systems enforce actions at the right time for the right things? That is what I am going to cover about. We Shivam, a hospital management software company with experience over 1,000 plus installations of all sizes, including premium clients like Breach Candy, Sayadri, the Manipal Group, Ujala Signals, the General Atlantic, Dr. Mehta's Chennai. One common thing what we always encountered, irrespective of the size of the hospital, are the few of the common operational problems across all the hospitals. I know when I put up this slide, all the operational problems you see here sounds very common. Most of the hospital owners, the management teams might also correlate that, yes, this is my problem. Maybe everything that's showing up on the screen, all are my problems. Right? We all know, as basic as this sound, these problems exist in every size of the hospital, small to big, and even the enterprise setups. We did a survey for about 30 hospitals from our client network, and we came up with this case study, which says even a 30 beds hospital lose 14 to 22 lakhs per annum from these some of the known sources like expired stocks, excess stocks, missing stocks, unpaid dues. So bigger size setups even lose in crores. While we were analyzing the root cause of these problems and trying to understand how do we solve this, that is where we encountered that there are two problems with it. One, the software problems, which says the visibility of data is poor in the systems. Like just now we heard that today the data is everything, systems know more than the human beings, but the poor systems where there is no real-time visibility and the management depending on the teams for legacy reports and dashboards, also very hard to derive actionables even if the data is available. These were the system problems which were supposed to be solved. And then there comes the people problems. Even if we have the data, most of the hospitals today have some or the other softwares. They have some kind of reporting, maybe scattered towards the departments, not really efficient enough in deriving the actionables, but some kind of reports will still be available. Still, how do we make staff act on it has been a real challenge. Usually, what happens? For every action that needs to be done, what management does? Follow-ups, follow-ups over follow-ups, they keep discussing, but things doesn't happen. And it ends up in review meetings, things not happen, and we almost get to hear, sorry, sir. So that is the common people problem, which is also be supposed to be solved to come over these operational challenges. Most of the staff is efficient, but still they fail with executions. So we realized solving any one of this problem, either the software problem or people problem, doesn't solve these operational challenges. Both needs to be solved together. And yes, it is possible by technology. The technology can solve it. Let's see how. You see a ICU monitor on your screen? What is ICU monitor? It basically puts a single screen showing all the key vitals of the patients with all alarms and beeps for critical value alerts, right? So one single screen is showing all the alerts which can assess your patient's health. Now, let's just think if at all this monitor was not available and we are relying on 10 different monitors to get these vitals of the patient. How difficult it would have been, right? I think ICUs would never operate in that case. Same way, we thought and we applied this idea to create control tasks. What are control tasks? We introduced these control tasks, one single screen systems, which are mounted as TVs on the management rooms, which shows live streaming of hospital operations data with unlimited drill, clickable to the lower level data possible. We also designed the yellows and reds, which actually talks about the real actionables for the moment. For example, let's see, there's a stock value which shows what is the total stock value holding of the hospital, and entire data is online, with which we were trying to solve the visibility problem. So we provided everything that is required on one screen, and when you click on this stock value as an example, you see the health of your stock in your hospital, which says what is your overstocking, what is your deficiencies in the stock. Along with that, it is also showing you where your stock is actually located, in which store, how much stock. When you again drill back, it will also give you item-wise information of in which store what items are available in which quantity. With all these control tasks and technologies, we have solved the system problem. But did the problem solve? No, because the second one was still there. Even this control task couldn't solve the problem, as even with the perfect visibility, the problems were still pending. Because people still had to act, and we all know people don't always act on a timely manner. Then the actual problem we understood was data was visible, but the action was optional, which led to a breakthrough idea. We discussed among ourselves, came up with an idea, and we asked questions to ourselves. What if we design systems which itself enforces the action? And what if the process is not dependent on the people or human choice? And what if the software ensures compliance even before the damage happens? This thought led to our initiative, Make Money, Save Money. I'll just take 2 minutes to take you through a case study. That is the near expiry medicines of a pharmacy, which is a favorite topic of any of the hospitals, because that is where your actual losses creep in. So to avoid this, how to solve the near expiry problem, we came up with a control task, putting up the data on the screen, showing department-wise the bucketing of every item, how many stocks pending were expired, and also the near expiry buckets. Click, it is also showing you what items are supposed to be expired and which are supposed to be written. Here, even after data was available, the people action was optional. So that is where we came up to solve the people problem. We came up with a control which says, we redesigned the entire process basically, disrupting the back-end operations of the procurement. We took these actionable items from the control towers and plugged them back into the transactions as a controls. To disrupt the back-end of operations, user cannot make a GRN or a PO unless the expired stock is returned. That is,
faster, ma'am?
the system forces user to return the stock before proceeding with GRN or PO. Once the returns are done, automatically the PO and GRN process resumes. What happened next? With these controls in place, no follow-ups, no reminders, people started acting automatically. As system took over the control, this one control enabled, your stocks will never expire ever again. Throughout the process, one golden rule we followed, that we never disrupt the patient care. They only enforce the administrative compliance. Patient services always continue. This is what something that has been taken care very carefully. So understanding that this concept works, we have created many controls in every department wherever we have seen the scope that operations can be controlled via compliances. Final thought, I want you guys to leave with this. Does your system ensures the right action happens at the right time? It is not the amount of softwares we have, but do we have the intelligent softwares which ensures compliance as a mandate but not on a human choice? Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your thoughtful talk. Actually, the technology has to come for inventory management more and more, because more complicated inventory system is now being used by most of the hospital, not only in our country, across the world. With that, I think Mr. Fanidhar sir will introduce the next speaker.
That is very insightful, Surgeon, and we face as administrators in our, logistics support is very important, and stocking processes, etc. Now I call upon Dr. Vandita Gupta, who is the Senior Vice President, Advanced Therapies and Diagnostics Imaging, Siemens Healthcare, Health Engineers, right? That's how you, okay. So, the topic is what CEOs want from MedTech: proof, performance, and predictability. There is one more P also you are missing. If it is a CEO, definitely we will also look for profitability. Okay? So if you can add up on that, it would be great, and we look forward for your presentation. There is a human error there.
Hello. Yeah, that's a good challenge to start with, profitability. Good afternoon, everyone. We've lost some of you to lunch, but I think that's a valid reason. Thank you to the organizers to have us here, voice our thoughts. August audience, a great good afternoon to you. It's not every day that I'm in a room sharing with many healthcare leaders. Thank you. So it's not every day that I'm in the same room sharing space with healthcare leaders from the country, industry experts.
Can you keep the mic a little closer?
Am I now audible? Yes, show of hands, audible? Great, thanks. That means I have the audience with me. Okay, great. So, what I was saying is, since so many of you are in the room, let me begin with a thank you, and let me begin with a compliment. Because there's so much work behind the scenes that many of you would have put in to see where we see Indian healthcare with a paradigm growth in the last 5 years. So that's a huge compliment to all the leaders sitting here, and I would say a big shout out to all of you. But while I say that, I'm also going to pose some uncomfortable questions. Yes, we've added access, we've added more beds, we've moved to telehealth about 38 times more than where we were about 6 years ago during the COVID times. But we do know that patients are still waiting. Care does not happen on time all the time. There are huge discrepancies on access still, even in the top 20 cities of the country. Yes, we've invested in technology as hospitals. We've got the best clinical teams, and that's a commitment data tells us from more than 60% hospitals in the country. But still, there are inefficiencies that we have. There are only about 5 or 8% hospitals in the country that today have institutionalized monitoring quality and monitoring outcomes. Yes, we've invested in digital, and we've been hearing that all of through 2 days in this meeting. But what we also know is that there are less than 5% hospitals today that are really ready to adopt technology and digital to the far end and really meet ends meet. And while all of this is happening, it's interesting to note that while we have the huge talent exodus that is happening outside India, the ones who are still here existing with us, are they ready to really move with the change on patient access, on operational performance, on efficiency, on digital innovation with the way the healthcare leaders are driving today? Probably not, right? And these are a few uncomfortable truths that happen between what we plan as strategy inside hospitals and how we execute it. So while we talk about all of this, I think one thing all of you sitting in the room will agree with me is that yes, there are investments that are happening on digital, on AI. We want the best of equipments and care models with us. But one thing that we're not able to solve for is, I'll ask a few questions. And please give me a show of hands. How many of you believe that while you would have the best clinician sitting in your hospital, when the patient would move outside the building, you would get the same standard of care outside? Show of hands. Probably not many. How many of you would think in a hospital you would have patient flow within the hospital outside after survivorship fully mapped out very clearly? While many of you here would be thinking that yes, it happens, but I would doubt if you would say that it happens consistently all the time. So what do we do? When would consistency happen? How would it happen? And who will make it happen? Will it happen in a span of 1 year? Probably not. Who can make it happen? Can the hospitals make it happen on their own? Probably they need partnerships. And when they need these engagement models, how will it happen? Probably new operation models, new ways of engagement is something that would be able to define it forward. And that's exactly what I want to speak about today. Let's look at a few real case examples from across the globe on how hospital peers actually decided to tackle these challenges end to end. So I'll pick up a disease area for an example. Let's take stroke. We know in India, more than 90% of the patients of stroke do not make it to the hospital within the golden hour. And this was a similar challenge that Spain had. I'll talk about this. Here, the hospitals and the C-suite was not talking to their partners, to their vendors, only on technology. Yes, they wanted to get the best machines in. Yes, they wanted the best clinical teams in. But what they were talking to vendors, or I would start using the word engagement partners here, was end outcomes. For example, on stroke, they said, yes, you give us the machines, but what I want to see is, how do I get a 30% better door-to-needle time? How do I reduce the patient length of stay after the patient has been intervened on stroke? And that is where efficiency and, to your question, profitability for hospitals starts to go up along with the quality of care. So I'll take this very quick example, and maybe in interest of time I will skip others, but I'm happy to talk about it later. This is an example from a hospital in Spain, where they said that we want to cater stroke end to end. And how do we reduce that time? They did a consortium where they came into partnership with Medtronic, with Siemens, and with a few such partners, where they were able to bring in a technology in which they were able to diagnose the patient, put in the right software so that as soon as the patient is out there in the community, diagnosed with the first symptoms and signs of stroke, is subjected to the right diagnostics, and the paramedic is speaking right away to the doctor while still in the community. So that by the time the patient enters the hospital, he doesn't go to the ER, he doesn't go to the CT room or the lab, he goes straight to the cath lab for the intervention if needed. And then work around all the other mechanisms which could be around patient education, around staff trainings, around other workflows that would make this happen. What Siemens was able to achieve along with this hospital was put the skin in the game and said, we're going to charge you for the equipment and the partnership later. Let's get the outcomes in first. And that's what we see on this slide, about 30% reduction in the door-to-needle time. In the interest of time, I'm going to skip these slides and I'm just going to quickly conclude. We've got about 250 examples like this with who's who of healthcare systems who've engaged into partnerships with us, where we've worked with hospitals, not just on technology, but ensuring that we co-work with them on a long-term basis, having our skin in the game, and ensuring that we work on financial stability, improving access outcomes, operational performance, and much more for hospitals. So this is going to be my concluding remark, that we've evolved into healthcare systems which are not just about technology, which are not just about digital, which are not just about operational efficiency, but we're moving towards models which are designed to be holistic. They're designed to be relational. Our technologies, digital can be global, but healthcare has to be driven locally, and partnerships are the way to move forward. Thank you.
Excellent deliberation, Dr. Vandita Gupta. I mean, Siemens is known for its technological evolutions in imaging techniques. That includes even nuclear medicine. And many of the radiotherapy units across the world are highly supported by intelligent healthcare system by Siemens. So no doubt it will be definitely apt to be told that the intelligent healthcare system is going to play a major role in imaging medicine in the coming days. So I would like to now introduce my extreme right speaker, Dr. Arun V. Joy. Dr. Arun is a pulmonologist by practice, and he is also specialist in allergology as well as sleep medicine, which is very important in today's time. The practice of sleep medicine has gone up to a very different scale last 10 years' time. And there we are going to hear from him. He will talk on stethoscope to smartphones, bridging the clinician tech gap. So please, Dr. Arun.
Thank you for the kind introduction. Good afternoon all. So my topic for the 10-minute talk will be stethoscopes to smartphones, bridging the clinician tech gap. So I was fortunate, and most of the clinicians sitting here will be fortunate enough to start our journey, medical journey, with the basic equipments, the stethoscope, and with our clinical skills and our clinical intuition to get a right diagnosis for a right patient. But now, when I started practicing 10 years back, it all became from paper to digital. And what we actually need to impose is a proper integration between, a balanced integration between the clinical intuitions and the digital healthcare. So it all happened from the base analog to digital, and now it is intelligent. So the artificial intelligence has made a huge leap in the medical field, and from the age-old stethoscope, now it's a digital stethoscope where I can monitor a patient's respiratory system, the adventitious sounds, whether it's a wheeze or a crepitations, from hundreds of kilometers using my mobile phone with a digital stethoscope. And from the paper records to EMR and now AI chatbots which help you in transcribing your IP and OP notes. And from the pure clinical judgment by clinical examination and from the patient history to AI-assisted decisions, which actually improves the patient's outcome. So actually we carry more computing power in our pockets than the entire ICUs of the past. Yet, we know many clinicians still rely on the traditional tools. The technology exists, but adoption gap still persists. Technology is advancing faster than the clinical integration. The technology and the clinician gap is still real. Why? Because there's a huge data overload, poor usability, clinician frustration definitely. We are coming from a rural Kerala, a hospital, but the clinic, we are up to the mark of any other hospital in the metros, but we see a clinical frustration when the technology is advancing. The clinicians find it difficult to adapt with the system. Lack of training and awareness is another big gap. The trust deficit in AI, still we find that there is a huge trust deficit in AI. The diagnosis may not be right, the treatment I'm going to propose may not be right. So the trust deficit in AI is another big thing. The workflow disruption, cost and accessibility issues are also a big thing in a country like India. So why the gap matters? So there is definitely a clinician to technology gap. When the gap increases, actually that delays the diagnosis of a patient. You can miss the early warning signs which the patient demonstrates in your OP or an inpatient scenario. Inefficient workflows can happen and easily burning out from the clinician side. For a simple example, we have now the system of digital inhaler compliance monitoring system, whether the asthma patient is compliant or adherent to their therapy. We can monitor that with our mobile phone the clinician is having. If the clinician is able to monitor the patient's compliance with the therapy, we can actually prevent the exacerbation, asthma exacerbation, which actually increases the healthcare cost of the patient. But the other way, if we are not monitoring that closely or properly, then that actually increases the risk of a preventable exacerbation. So how do we build the bridge? To prevent the gap or to bridge the gap between the technology and the clinician. First and foremost, the training. So training is the first important thing to bridge the gap between technology and the clinician side. Digital literacy should start from the MBBS days itself. Design. The clinician-friendly interfaces is a must. You should not be too much complicated when you are presenting the technology to the clinician. And the clinician leadership in design should be there. A pediatrician who writes an EMR, it's entirely different from a pulmonologist who writes the EMR. So both the departments, it's entirely different to have a different interfaces or different set of clinical questions that should be asked and entered in the EMR. So the design should be clinician or the department based. Validation. The evidence-based tool should be used to validate the data, and there should be a seamless EMR workflow integration. And last but not the least, the mindset of the clinician should change. From resisting the technology, it should be a collaboration and adopting the technology. So that is the most important thing in this. Indian perspective, we should always consider that there is a huge patient load. We should consider how your EMR or the technology is going to help those doctors who see 100 to 150 patients a day in a 6 to 8 hour shift. And there is definitely a rural and urban divide is there. Limited specialists is one thing which we should consider when we consider the perspective in India. But even when we consider all these backlogs, in India, the technology can enable task shifting, improve primary care diagnostics, and strengthen the telemedicine networks. Now, the actual topic was smartphones to the, it's a new stethoscopes. Actually, the smartphones with an AI can be considered as a new stethoscope. What note can be done with your mobile phone? Your mobile phone is a multifunctional, having a real-time connectivity with connected devices. Like I can connect a spirometer, my Pheno devices, my FOT devices to my mobile phone. I can connect an ultrasound probe to my mobile phone, and my mobile phone can act as a digital stethoscope. But all this technology putting there, empathy should come first and technology should be second. When a patient walks into my OP, I should be looking at their eyes first rather than scribing on my EMR. And the technology should be invisible, care should be visible to the patient. Then only this technology and clinician gap will come down. I'll end my talk with the recent published article in JAMA, The Lost Aura of Physician in the Age of Artificial Intelligence, where it worries about the losing of the glorified aura of the physician, the godliness of the physician in diagnosing the diagnosing the patient. But what my take is, technology will not replace doctors, but doctors who use technology will replace those who don't use technology. Thank you.
Very well said, very well said. This is what is actually the mantra. Digital healthcare evolution has to come for smart medicine, precision medicine, but that doesn't nullify the empathy, that doesn't nullify the contribution of the doctors to the society, and the societal structure between the doctor and the patient should be above of any technological evolution in intelligent healthcare system. So thank you, Dr. Arun, for nice deliberation. I just would like to now introduce the extreme left of my Mr. Peter Frederick. Peter Frederick is the founder and developer of Sumit Barger pneumatic tube system. I just would like to give a small introduction, sir. It is one of my favorite topic because long back when my city, Kolkata, was just seeing the, you can say, automation in the laboratory care, and that point of time, we took a step from the ICU to the laboratory. We wanted to have time periods less by introducing the pneumatic system. I'm talking of CK Birla Group of Hospital. We did it in BM Birla and CMRI. And we had a very successful activity because for that reason, the entire treatment part for the patient came down to less than 4 hours. Because initially it was 8 hours time, all the samples used to go by the GDA, the people, peon type people used to carry the sample from different parts of the hospital to the lab at night time particularly. So this really solved our problem. Later on we tried with the blood bag also to send the blood bag, but that didn't come out that so easily. I don't know, I'd like to hear from sir today whether also the blood bag can be successfully transported from one place to another place, particularly to the blood bank with the requisition. That would like to hear from you, sir. Please.
I want to. So thank you so much for this perfect introduction of the system. I just looking for the, it's here. Yes, so yes, smart pre-analytic workflow, that means blood sample one touch at the point of care and delivery directly to the lab, and the result is sent back to the nurses immediately. As you already introduced, time is very critical in hospitals, and these kind of systems are helping a lot to reduce the turn time of the workflow. So we are a company specialized in the pneumatic transportation and workflow of samples in the hospital. and especially we are now focused on the pre-analytic workflow. That means sending the sample to the lab, going into the lab through the lab gate, and you have the first check-in of the sample. That means you get exactly if there is any leakage on it, or the samples arrived in the lab, because mostly they are tracking and say, okay, where is my blood tube, and I'm not getting any result. So that's what we said, okay, what is important for the nurses? We are delivering. So we deliver the sample to the lab, have the lab gate for the check-in, and immediately the nurses are getting back what kind of samples are already in the process. So this is one of the patents of Summensberger, we call it lab gate. So there are two possibilities, to deliver and to distribute. So we can solve both problems, that especially also to the Siemens Health engineers, we also deliver the samples, we check them in, we deliver the samples directly in your automation, and Siemens Health engineers are delivering the results to the nurses. So that's shake hands in between, and saving a lot of turnaround time in the hospital. So this is what intelligent sample dispatching system. That means we are already controlling the samples from the point of care. We are scanning the samples. We have RFID tags in our system so that we can control the transportation up to the lab. In the lab gate, we have a reader of the sample, and we read already the carrier again, we double check, and we have the full traceability of all our transportations. This we are not only using for the blood tubes, we are also for medication and also for blood bags or infusion bags. So that the lab gate can be extended, that you say, okay, we get it in, we have the check-in, we get the sample results, and we sort them already out into different boxes, and then make a manual handling, because not all the labs in the hospitals have a full automation and a full lab automation system. So they can also use this in small hospitals, that they just check in the samples and get in already the information to the nurses. There is also included the first pre-analytic check. So we are checking the barcoding, we are checking the color coding, and we can see a 360 degrees picture we put into a database, and if there is any concern happening on the blood tube analysis, we can already track the sample back and get the picture of the sample and see if there was something wrong on itself. So that's a big advantages, and this is also possible with a connection to the nurses, and the nurse itself is also able to track the sample. There is no patient information on it, it's just a number coding, and you can access to your blood tube samples to the lab, which has been received already. After receiving the samples, we have a new innovation that's called disinfection gate. So we sending the sample in a UVC gate, and we have a testing report after 20 seconds that all this virus or others is already solved, and we are sending back this carrier back to the point of care. And this is a new innovation, especially from critical areas, that you send the carrier into the lab. Nobody is touching any sample. It's unloaded. It's going into the process. The carrier goes into the disinfection gate and comes back to the station as a full disinfected. So for sure you can add to these pre-analytic sorters and smart distribution systems. And yeah, there are some samples where you can see our installations. We can connect to all the major blood sample companies and bring the blood tubes directly into the process. So I have to start the video now. It fails. Okay, so there would be a short video on it, how it works and how it's soft transportation, because it's not only the process itself, also our high-sophisticated modern PTS system is also able to control the transport speed and have a soft landing function inside. And also we are using a HEPA filter on the blowers that we are filtering the air which we are blowing into the nurse stations, or we are sucking the air from the nurse stations. So this would be on the video. Here you can see lab gate samples. As I already told you, Siemens is the first one. You can see it's in Aarhus in Denmark. Is a very big installation from your side. It's one of the most modern hospitals in Europe, and they are using this implementation of the lab gate since already 2-3 years, and they are making around 5,000 transactions every day. So we can connect to all the major players. And yes, as a summary of all, when you are using this kind of systems, you have the transportation, full traceability, the result of the sample landing in the lab, and the nurses can track and trace all the blood samples in your hospital. So this is just to show our organization. So you see, we are operating in 105 countries worldwide and have around 15,000 installations. So thank you for listening. And
thank you, Mr. Peter. I mean, everybody knows that for a fully automated laboratory system, pneumatic system has to come. Yeah. Without that, you cannot have a total control on the automation of the laboratory system. So I would request now my co-moderator, Mr. Venkat Vanidhar, to have the concluding remark.
Thank you, Dr. Sen. After Dr. Paul's talk, I think sitting for a longer time is new smoking. So let me stand and conclude the session. So my dear friends, after his speech, I would like to, something comes to my memory. I had the opportunity to install the first pneumatic chute system in a hospital where I worked. Okay. And it was really helpful, and as we are the first to implement it in Tamil Nadu, so my chairman was so passionate that he used to bring a lot of guests to show how it works actually. I don't know, like a pre-programmed thing, the intelligence of the system is so, it works fantastic all the time. Only when he brings some guests and want to showcase, it doesn't work. Okay? So anyway, having said that, my dear friends, as we conclude this wonderful session, let me tell you one thing. In healthcare, intelligence without execution is just data. And that is what we have been practicing all these years. Yeah, you can clap. And let me also say that having said that, human judgment and compassionate care are irreplaceable in healthcare, whatever be the level of technology that we are going to adopt and bring into the healthcare systems. To align with this conference tagline, touch, tech, and trust. Let us not forget the touch of compassion. Let us try to adopt whatever technology comes our way, and let us build a strong trust among our stakeholders. Thank you so much. Thank you, speakers. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. We request all our speakers to please come together for the photograph now.
Assembled near the stage.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you have all had a sumptuous lunch. It is now time for a very special segment of Cahocon, one that celebrates not just progress, but partnerships, purpose, and people. Before we begin our session, we request all the Olympiad winners to please assemble on the side of the stage.
This session brings together recognition, collaboration, and forward-looking initiatives because in healthcare, meaningful change rarely happens alone.
It is our privilege to welcome our distinguished chief guests, whose leadership continues to shape global healthcare quality and safety. We request you to please take the stage. We call upon Dr. Ezequiel Garcia Elorio, Director, Institute for Clinical Effectiveness and Health Policy, Argentina, President and Board Member, ISQA, Dr. Shin Oshiro, Deputy Director and Divisional Director of Division of Patient Safety, Kyushu University Hospital, Japan, Mr. Veera Shekaran, CEO, Muthoot Healthcare, Dr. Raju Sivasamy, VP, SIMS Hospital,
We would also like to welcome the leadership of CAHO, Dr. Vijay Agarwal, President Emeritus CAHO, Dr. Lalu Joseph, President CAHO,
and Dr. Parag Randani, Secretary General CAHO. We request you all to please take the stage. Chairs. We begin with an initiative that reflects the future of healthcare, learning without boundaries. The CAHO ASTER DM Healthcare International Student Exchange Program is a step towards nurturing global perspectives in quality and clinical excellence.
We invite Dr. Malati Arshana Group Chief Medical Officer and Group Chief Quality Officer, ASTER DM Healthcare, to share insights on this important collaboration.
This one, which I do, this one will go forward. Good afternoon, everybody. At the outset, I wish to thank the leadership of CAHO and all the dignitaries on the stage. I'd like to talk about the initiative that was started this year, and this was a collaborative program for the interns. I call it as a precision in care and excellence in outcomes. This is a 3-month program and looked at understanding the basics in quality when they report to us, engineering excellence in patient care, what is zero harm and safe care, and very, very important is embedding a culture of quality and safety, optimizing healthcare outcome. This was the basics of this program, and I'd like to take you through this particular program initiative between CAHO and ASTER DM. It was launched in January 2026, and we started on a scale of having at least 4 batches, each batch running for about 3 months. 3 eligible candidates. I'll go into the next slide of how it was done. And we chose 3 of our units in the UAE, consisting of various hospitals. And what was the goal? Providing adequate lead time for screening, assessments, and orientation. It was a very, very interesting program which we defined with a mission, strengthening the next generation of healthcare quality. It was a very multi-dimensional approach, very, very well done in terms of selecting the interns. And it was a layer 1 where the candidates had to pass the CAHO Quality Champion examination. Then they had a layer 2, and this was about problem solving and a mandatory completion of the quality PRO course conducted by Kimpro. Third stage went on because we had lots of students who applied for this international capacity building, and that was academic affiliation, where there was collaborative selection of the students, both between CAHO and Aster DM Healthcare. They had a scoring system, and the candidates were selected. What I call this program, along with Aster and CAHO, it's a total experiential learning. Presently, we have these 3 students going through the hospitals, and they had to learn various aspects of quality, including checklists, safety culture, risk management. And we say this is empowering CAHO-trained students through experiential learning, culminating in knowledge to practice in quality and patient safety. So this is a program which is presently running with the 3 students, very enthusiastic students. We had a very, very robust induction program for them, and now they are at the 3 hospitals. They get to learn from the high-end institution, which is the Medcare. We also have Aster, which caters to the middle income as well as the mid group of the segment. And very important, we have a third sector, which is primary care Aster clinics. So the students are presently in there going to complete their first month. And this was all about building competence with practical skills. They have been assigned a mentor, a supervisor, and they have a very robust system of reporting what they learn. It's coming to the end of 1 month, and it is all about practical skills. We looked at critical thinking, and future would be when they become the leaders in quality. And this is a 3-month program. And as you can see, we divided it into month 1, 2, and 3. What is the role of the intern in the first month? The intern is an observer and tries to understand the processes. So we call it as an observer learner when it comes for the role of the intern. We also have a primary methodology, and what do they do here? Baseline data collection, literature review is what they study. They then try to identify a QIP, sitting with a quality team in the respective hospital, and come to a consensus. This is a project we would like to complete, because we need to be practical. It's a 3-month course. And finally, there is a unit quality lead constantly supervising and trying to facilitate the process. Month 2, we call them as analysts and auditors, wherein they do the RCA, the CAPA, the audits, they create summaries, they validate the KPIs, and give a monthly update. Whereas in month 3, we call them as implementer and presenter, and through this, they do the failure mode effective analysis, they learn about risk management, and finally, they will be presenting a quality improvement project, and that is a very structured presentation, and then is a final evaluation with the corporate team that comes to us. And this quality project will also result in enhanced patient safety, clinical governance. They tend to learn operational efficiency, and that's how the project is designed. At the end of it is a scoring we have, which scores out of 50. We have divided into 20 for strategic delivery, and 30 will go for execution. And then they go through the final presentation, and at the end of it, they will get marks of each one of them so that they get to learn how the program is done. We are very, very proud, and I really sincerely thank CAHO for helping us in initiating this international program. Thank you.
We wish to place on record our appreciation to Aster DM, Dr. Malti Asanapalli and Dr. Nisha for the excellent initiative. 3 of our students have gone to be with them in Dubai and they are getting trained, and the next batch will go by end of May. So please encourage your students to apply for the student exchange program at Aster DM. Thank you.
We now move to an initiative that lies at the heart of healthcare, patient safety. The Caho Coalips IIPHG Fellowship Program is a powerful step towards building capability and leadership in safety across systems. We invite Dr. Amita Marla, Director, Medical Administration, AJ Hospital and Research Center, to share more about this program.
We now move on to an important and prestigious segment of today's program, International Collaboration and Partnership Announcement. This segment reflects Caho's continued commitment to strengthening global partnership and advance healthcare quality across borders. We begin with the MOU, signing with the Caho and King's International Medical Academy, Philippines. I request Dr. Anuradha Pichmani, Chair of International Division of Caho, to join the Caho leadership. I also request the King's International Medical Academy, Philippines, to join the stage. A round of applause, please. Let us witness this significant moment as the MOU is formally signed. Congratulations on this valuable collaboration. We now proceed to the MOU signing between Caho and Quality Care Network Bangladesh. May I request the representatives from Bangladesh to kindly come forward and join the stage. Let us witness another milestone as this partnership is formalized. Congratulations to both organizations on this meaningful collaboration. We now move on to the next segment, felicitation to Caho by the Malaysian team from Prince Court Medical Center. This gesture reflects the strong spirit of international collaboration and mutual respect in advancing healthcare excellence. May I invite the representatives from Prince Court Medical Center, Malaysia, to please come forward. A huge hand applaud. Thank you for this meaningful international collaboration.
We now move to the MOU signing between CAHO and ISM India, marking a significant step in strengthening healthcare supply chain excellence. We invite Mr. Krishnan Batra, CEO, ISM India, and Dr. Chandran Vinod Kumar, Chairperson, Healthcare Supply Chain Leaders Forum, CAHO. Alongside this, we are pleased to announce the launch of the Certified Healthcare Supply Chain Professional Program. And if we were not emphasizing it enough, we are also proud to announce that 12th of April will be the Healthcare Supply Chain Management Day.
Hi friends, good afternoon. Firstly, I want to thank again Dr. Lalu Joseph, Dr. Vinod, and all the dignitaries on the stage, and all of you as well. I think it is a great opportunity for me to come here from Delhi to attend this and sign this MOU. I don't know whether how many of you have heard about the word SCM, Supply Chain Management. Can they raise a hand around? How many have heard? Okay, great. Because any hospital when you think around, or even the patient you think around, supply chain counts a lot. If the drugs are given at the right time, right quality, right price, ultimately who does it? The whole chain is covered through, supply chain. Now I come from the organization called Institute for Supply Management, which headquarters is based in USA and Arizona. It is the oldest and the largest organization in the world, I can say. And it was set up 115 years back in the field of, it was used to be called procurement, but now it has moved into the word called supply chain management. We are already there in 73 countries. You talk of ISM Japan, ISM Korea, ISM Hong Kong, ISM China. We work with them. And ISM also has partnership with United Nations in Geneva office on supply chain management. ISM also has a partnership with the World Bank on specializing and professionalizing the public procurement worldwide. As you know, the World Bank spends around $100 billion every year. So to professionalize, we work very closely with them. We also work with the government electronic marketplace. Many of you might have dealt with government electronic marketplace. So we also work with them. And my colleague is also here who looks after the Chennai regions. He is Mr. Ram, and he looks after that activities around. Now, supply chain, the way I look around in one line, if I have to summarize, it covers the whole chain, starting from the planning, procuring, logistics, storages, transportation, and finally giving to that round. And I deem it my honor and privilege to be given this opportunity to sign the agreement with your CAHO, and I think we'll try to our best to keep it up. Thanks again, everyone. Take care. Enjoy the day.
Thank you, sir. We'll now move on to another important partnership, the MOU signing between CAHO and Sodexo. The collaboration aims at strengthening patient food service and clinical nutrition support within healthcare facilities, enhancing overall patient care and experience. I call upon Mr. Pren Moninath and Dr. Shikhar Gupta. Let's witness this important moment as the MOU is formally signed. Congratulations to both the organization on this valuable partnership.
We now move to the Quality certification segment. I request Dr. Veera and Mr. Veera and Dr. Raju to please come forward and hand over these awards. We begin with the Quality IIPHG Fellowship, the National Quality Olympiad Award. I request Dr. Hemashri Shettiar to please come on stage. Ms. Pratna Sahitya. I call upon the following winners. Ms. Varshini, who is the national topper. Ms. Somarani, Haryana state topper. Ms. Pratna Sahitya. Ms. Jeba Sujin. Ms. Neetu Elsamani. Dr. M.D. Sarjun. Dr. Dimples Zutshi. Dr. Lavina Pal, Mrs. Renuka Devi, Ms. Jyoti Gupta, Ms. Nikita Zade, Dr. Symphonia Anguraj, Ms. Shailaja, Ms. Krishna Priya, Ms. Vrishali Vikas, Ms. Kantaraj, Mr. Kantaraj, Dr. Ramesh, Ms. Abhirami Swaminathan.
Dr. Dimple Jutshi, Nat topper. Dr. Lavina Pal, Mrs. Renuka Devi, Ms. Jyoti Gupta, Ms. Nikita Jade, Dr. Symphona Anguraj, Ms. Shailaja, Ms. Krishna Priya, Ms. Vrishali Vikas, Mr. Kandaraj K.H., Dr. Ramesh, Ms. Abhirami Swaminathan.
Thank you very much. We will now hear a few words from Dr. Amita Marla about the Cahocon IIPHE Fellowship Program.
Good afternoon all. On behalf of Dr. Mehta, I would be presenting about Patient Safety Fellowship by Qualips, Indian Institute of Public Health, Gandhinagar and Caho. Sorry, yeah. So about the fellowship program, the program is 33 weeks long, induction training program in different topics of patient safety with weekly monitoring of sessions. The main purpose of this patient safety fellowship program was designed to nurture future leaders in healthcare quality and patient safety. So with vigorous trainings and hands-on experience, fellows develop the competencies needed to drive the meaningful change in the health system. So the Cajo Olympiad was conducted for the students, and the merit holders of Olympiad were shortlisted. And merit holders went to an interview and 4 fellows were selected. The 4 fellows who have already completed and received their certificate today are Miss Riddhi Divesha, Miss Madhunika Thakkar, Miss Hemashri Shettiar, and Miss Pratima N. Shetty. Miss Prarthana S. Shekdya. We congratulate the students who have completed their fellowship under the mentorship of Dr. Meda and Dr. Apurva Kumar Pandya from Indian Institute of Public Science, Gandhinagar. Thank you.
We are now going to announce the Cajo credit hours.
So I wish to take this opportunity to thank our partners, IBAR, for helping us with designing the Cajo credit hours. Dear participants, we are going to be starting our credit hours program. So all the certificate programs and masterclass and webinar series that you attend will now be given credit hours from Cajo. The culmination of that, the total of that will be available through the Cajo Learning app, CLAP. So when you log into the Cajo Learning app with your email ID and your password, you will be able to download the certificate of all the set programs that you've attended with the credit hours. So eventually this will help us come together for a fellowship program in patient safety. That's the idea. So I request the team from IBAR to join us on stage to launch the credit hours program of Cajo. This has been our dream and today it's come to fruition, and I wish to thank our Cajo governing committee members who took very active role in putting this together. Dr. Malati and team, and with us Mr. Bernard and his team from IBAR. Big round of applause, lot of work at the background to put this together.
A very good evening once again, and that brings us to session number 17, Safe People, Safe Places, Occupational Health Standards and Infection Control in Healthcare. We now move, at its core, healthcare is built on a simple promise, to do no harm. The session brings into focus the critical role of occupational health and infection prevention in creating truly safe environments. We are honored to have our chairpersons for the session, Dr. Raju Shivaswamy, VP, Medical and Senior Consultant, SRM Institute of Medical Sciences, Chennai, and Dr. Sheikh Mohyuddin, Chief Quality Officer, Al Dafra Hospitals, UAE. Thank you for guiding this important discussion. We now welcome our speakers, Dr. Manodeep Sen, Professor, Department of Microbiology, Dr. RML Institute of Medical Sciences, Lucknow, who will be speaking on applicability of vaporized hydrogen peroxide for environmental disinfection at healthcare settings, a topic that brings attention to the science behind safer environments and infection control practices. Next, we invite Mr. Anshul Gupta, founder and CEO, Quick Clean Private Limited, who will take us through hospital-acquired infections and their growing impact on patient safety. A conversion that reminds us how infection control is not just a protocol, but a patient safety imperative. I invite our speakers to take the session forward.
Hello. Hello, good evening, everybody. One more person is missing. Dr. Du Yeom Park. So today's topic is safe people and safe places. The OHS standard, operational health practice in administration. The today's topic is applicability of vaporized oxygen peroxide, hydrogen peroxide for environmental disinfection for healthcare settings. Now I like to call upon Dr. Manodeep Sen. You have any presentation? Now the stage is yours. All these years we have been vaporizing with formalin, then surface solutions, and hydrogen peroxide has been used in the surface wounds. Now vaporized hydrogen peroxide has come. Let us go through the presentation and how far it will be useful for the public, for the environment, and the patient care. Thank you, sir.
So, thank you, respected chairperson, for the kind introduction. And I would first like to thank the organizers as well as India for giving me the opportunity to deliver this presentation before you. So, the topic is applicability of vaporized hydrogen peroxide for environmental disinfection at healthcare settings. So to introduce disinfectant for critical care areas is, there is no ideal disinfectant, and main three issues which are very vital are it's the site of action, efficacy as well as compatibility, both material compatibility as well as biocompatibility. So hydrogen peroxide, we all know that it's a disinfectant and sterilant by action. And it can be aerosolized or it can be vaporized. Next, its mode of action is mainly as a strong oxidizing agent, and which leads to rapid cell death of the microorganisms. So overall spectrum is that it is overall bactericidal, virucidal, mycobactericidal and even sporicidal. So I'll also later on touch upon the EN certificates based on these activities. So of all the common percentages and its strength of action, I'll mainly concentrate upon its vaporized form, which is at 7.35%, hydrogen peroxide 0.23% of peracetic acid, which actually stabilizes it and renders it effective onto environment, surface as well as medical instruments. So it's mainly its applications are in disinfection of surfaces, instruments and hospital areas, and vaporized hydrogen peroxide can be also used for room decontamination or terminal disinfection. So the advantages of a hydrogen peroxide solution are widespread. It's basically widely available, it is inexpensive in its dilution, and it is stable. It has to be rendered stable by the accelerated hydrogen peroxide technology, and it is compatible both with surface materials like as well as it leaves no toxic residue. It breaks down into water and oxygen. So it is environmental friendly. So its advantage is that its vaporized form is a breakthrough, and it has been recognized by FDA also for its sterilization method. So as I said, that when combined with peracetic acid, which is a strong oxidizer also, so it has been shown to be active against difficult MDR organisms like Clostridium difficile as well as Candida auris. And it is high-level disinfectant for operation theaters as well as ICU. So for an ICU, when patients are admitted, we are very much concerned about patient safety as well as the biocompatibility. So we know that peracetic acid itself is biodegradable, and it is also resistant to degradation. And very important, it is active even in presence of organic matter. So, as I said, vaporized hydrogen peroxide, it has also a EHP or escalated hydrogen peroxide technology, which renders it stable, and it has a uniform penetration into hard to reach surfaces. That's why its applicability into enclosed surfaces like the ICUs. And as I said already, material compatibility with steel, plastic, glass, and very important, it can be diluted, which renders it sporicidal. And dilution is 50 to 65 ml in 1 liter of demineralized or RO water, and with a contact time of only 20 to 30 minutes, which can cover an area of 100 to 200 cubic meters. So that's why I said it is cost effective also. So these are some of the EN certifications which I introduced initially: sporicidal, bactericidal, virucidal, both enveloped as well as non-enveloped viruses, mycobactericidal, yeasticidal. So there are additional certifications we can look upon, like the ISO 901 quality management system, ISO 13485 for medical purpose quality management system, and the most important, the compatibility issues of ISO 21530, and also WHO Good Manufacturing Practices compliant, and C certified with both MDD, Medical Device Directive, as well as Biocidal Product Directive. So I've already stressed the importance of biocompatibility of an environment disinfectant, especially in critical care areas where you cannot shift the patients. So the issues of skin corrosion, skin irritability, eye irritability, as well as respiratory toxicity is vital. So it has also all the certificates which corroborates that it is compliant to this biocompatibility. CDC has already approved it as a chemical sterilant, and WHO had also recommended during COVID-19 outbreak, rendering its role in the hospital care acquired infection reduction as well as outbreak prevention. So advantages are, just to summarize, it mirrors the image of an ideal disinfectant because it is environmental friendly, it is non-corrosive, it is biocompatible, it is surface compatible, and it has rapid action vaporization capacity, and it has inbuilt corrosion inhibitors and low concentration high efficacy. So it has also optimized consumption, low chemical cost, and so it will reduce your manpower because already when incorporated into vapor, you don't need a lot of equipments and you can also conserve on the manpower, and which helps to reduce this healthcare associated infection associated financial burden, and it is of course environment safe, staff safety. All these issues are taken care by this product. And to summarize finally, this advanced vaporized hydrogen peroxide and this EHP technology is there for its stabilization for complete disinfection. There is a proven broad spectrum efficacy with European certifications. Then of course there are biocompatibility, non-toxic, non-irritant, excellent material compatibility as per ISO 21530 certification, and it has ideal for high value equipment for a modular OT because I said that they reach the hard to reach surfaces. It is environmental safe, friendly as well as cost effective because of its dilution, 50 to 65 ml in a 1 liter in RO water, which can cover, when once vaporized, which can cover entire 100 to 200 cubic meters of surface. So it is not confined to flat surfaces only. So, and it is globally compliant and it is a chemical sterilant, which I already have shown. So this is in essence the summary of this vaporized hydrogen peroxide technology. I would just end by saying that the theme of this conference being tech, touch and trust. So it's a technology which has evolved. It has safe to touch, that is it is biocompatibility issues are there. It is safe and it is biocompatible and it has earned this trust and built its trust upon these issues. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Dr. Manoj Singh.
Thank you, sir.
I have a few questions, sir. I have a few questions. So what is the action time duration which has to be kept in the operation room or the ICU?
I couldn't hear you, sir.
The action time for the hydrogen peroxide. Any ideas?
Yes, I learned about. Yes, sorry, sir.
The action time for the hydrogen peroxide. How many hours you have to keep it in the ICU?
Yes, sir. So the contact time is only 20 to 30 minutes.
30 minutes. What about the protection, sir? Previously, it was used in the plasma sterilization, where it has to be kept a separate exhaust. In the ICU, how do you manage this?
So, sir, it has to be, as I said, that it's a compound. It can be only for spolecidal action, 50 to 65 ml in a RO system, and it is given into a vapor machine.
Okay.
That's it, sir. So it cannot, you need not have any other equipment other than your vaporized machine.
What is the safety margin of the healthcare workers?
Yes, sir, I just showed you,
Healthcare
sir.
workers who is using that? The housekeeping boy or healthcare worker who is using this?
Yes,
the safety
yes,
aspect.
all the trained staff can very much use it. It is, that's why I said both patient safety and staff safety, sir. Because hydrogen peroxide at the most it will break down into water and oxygen and paracetic acid also, sir.
Okay.
So, the staff has to be trained and it is very easy to use. That's why I said we can conserve manpower based on that, sir.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
So any questions from the audience? Is the practical issues? All ICU, OT, ward, isolation, VMT. Okay, sir. Thank you. I request Mr. Anshul Gupta, founder and CEO of the Acute Private Limited. The stage is open for. His topic is hospital-acquired infection and their growing impact on patient safety.
Good afternoon, everyone. Each one of you work every day tirelessly to save lives. I think we all need to give a round of applause to all the healthcare professionals here. Guys, come on, it is for you guys only. Hello. Cool. Okay. So guys, what if I tell you that some of the patients who visited your hospital didn't came with illness, but they left with one? Globally, hospital-acquired infections are affecting millions of lives every year. In India, it is 5x. 1 out of every 4 patients who visit hospitals get affected by hospital-acquired infections. But the real question is, how much of that is preventable, and are we looking at the right pace? We all understand, we've been talking last 3 days about vectors of infection, areas to look at, WHO focus on hand hygiene. But we focus on what? Contact as a vector of infection, airborne disease, insects, food, water, dietary services, invasive. Are we missing anything? Come on guys, anything? What about linen? Do we ever consider linen as a vector of infection? Great, ma'am. But based upon my interaction with a lot of hospitals, most of the administrators may not be aware about how their linen is being handled. Day before yesterday, I was addressing to 350 odd healthcare professionals from Tamil Nadu and asked them a question: how many of you actually visited a laundry or you know about how linen is being managed? I'll give you a small example. When a doctor comes to attend a patient, he will first rub a hand rub, right, disinfect his hands, hand hygiene. But what he will do next? He will hold this curtain and close it to give privacy to the patient. But he just compromised the hand hygiene. Because why? Most of the hospitals don't wash their curtains for 6 months. This is what is happening. And there's a recent study which said MRSA. Just 1 minute. Yeah. So as per Journal of Clinical Microbiology, MRSA, which I cannot pronounce, it's a tongue twister for me, right, can survive 90 days on linen. And every patient wears patient kurta pajama, doctor's coat, while we pass everything through CSSG, only what goes in OT. But what about every other linen? Patients wearing their, nurses wearing their uniforms, traveling through public transport, going home, exposing their family, all the people they interact with. There has been studies globally where outbreaks were identified to be related with linen. But see, we all look at sensory hygiene. Day before yesterday, again, there was a session which talked about laundry practices, and they were talking about dirty linen and soiled linen. As per them, which is visibly dirty with blood stains, excretion and everything, should be treated as infected linen. Everything else should be dirty and can be washed in normal washer extractors and everything. That really works in a hospitality environment, but not in healthcare. Why? Because when we look at only clean linen, we are talking about visibility, smell, and touch. That's what is being considered right now as the linen standards in every hospital. But what if I say, can we see bacteria or virus by naked eye? In healthcare environment, what matters is hygienically clean. I'm happy to get a grey bed sheet, but it should be infection-free without any virus and bacteria. How can we achieve that? Can you remember anything from this slide? What? COVID, yes, exactly. 5 years back, we saw this empty roads, this laughing virus pushed us all back in the home. Empty roads again, everybody was scared, sitting in home. Then we applied something. We all started wearing masks. What was that? Trying to create a physical barrier so the aerosols infection cannot spread through air. What we did with our family members who got infected, we confined them in closed doors, again creating a physical barrier. Because what COVID taught us, we already knew that infection can spread through contact, airborne, food, medium, any touch, any surface. But do we apply that when it comes to linen management? Most of the hospitals have two modus operandi. One, either they send it off-site, which they are not even aware how it is being managed, or they were in-house laundry, but a technology or the way which is very primitive. The world has moved toward the barrier concept. We all are applying this concept in our CSSGs, where we create a physical partition between dirty and clean side. We ensure there is a negative and a positive air pressure so that the bacteria or virus cannot move via air. Operators working on dirty and clean sides are different. All the trolleys, accessories are different. So that we ensure that by process and by physical barrier, we eliminate any chance of cross-contamination. And that's what we are trying to implement. As quickly, we were the first company to introduce this concept in 2013 by creating a physical barrier using French standards of hygiene and linen management. We have implemented this concept across 14,000 beds in India. Central government AIMS hospital has adopted barrier concept in laundry as the way forward. Currently, we serve 5 AIMS hospitals in India, and all the AIMS hospitals are designing and upgrading their laundries as per barrier concept. How does it look like? So you create a physical barrier. The machines have two-door system. So you enter the linen from the dirty side. After chemical and thermal disinfection, it goes on the clean side. So this is like a forward-looking flow. I can just give you a demonstration of how it works. So step one is the linen comes to the dirty side of the laundry, gets stored in closed containers. It is then pre-sorted for anything which might have come along with the linen. Then is actually put in the washers to be treated as per the right temperature and the right chemicals. Post which it goes into the respective stations of finishing. Flat linen will go in flat work ironers. The linen which needs to be dried will go in dryers. And the rest all go for finishing uniforms. And then again folded, packed in closed containers and shipped to the wards. Also what we do is create a negative and positive air pressure to ensure that there is no cross-contamination by air. Another thing, we as India, we are a country which loves cricket. Just imagine there's an India-Pakistan match and your operators want to rush home to watch cricket. What they will do? They will try to fast forward the program and push and finish the work faster. Do we agree, right? That's what we do when there's an India-Pakistan match in the evening. But we have an embedded system called hygiene watchdog. If an operator tries to push forward or fast forward the program, until the linen goes through a proper thermal and chemical disinfection, it doesn't go through the complete cycle. The linen will go back on dirty side, which means a process and a technology will ensure that there is no room for compromise, and every time we get hygienically clean linen. So as quickly, like I mentioned, we've been serving healthcare from last 14 years now, serving 14,000 beds. We are scaling up. We are here. We're glad to partner with any organization. We have a zero capex model. So I just want to show you a small video of what Quick Clean is, and then I can briefly cover it up in 1 or 2 minutes. Excuse me, can you play the video, please? Just to share you guys while we play the video, that we have a zero capex model where a hospital does not need to invest anything in creating the infrastructure. We believe that linen should not leave the premise, a dirty linen. So we set up the facility inside your premise with zero capex to the hospital. We deploy our own manpower, we take care of all the costs associated, chemicals, manpower, electricity, water, gas, maintenance of the equipment throughout the contract, and also we provide 3-par linen if you want. As per your standards, co-branded with your brand of hospital, you just need to pay us per patient, per night, per occupied bed, that's it. Which varies between rupees 80 rupees to 160 rupees, depending upon the scope. And we collect ward to ward. So everything from linen management, bed to bed, apart from laying out of the bed, is handled by us. And that's what, like I said, we've been doing it for multiple hospitals.
Imagine a world where your laundry worries are a thing of the past. Welcome. Imagine a world where your laundry...
So currently we are...
Imagine a world where your laundry worries are a thing of...
So guys, currently we work in 38 cities. Like I said, we work with AIMS Hospital, Lilavati, Mumbai, Bombay Hospital. We did a very big setup to handle...
Imagine a world where your laundry worries are a thing of the past. Welcome to Quick Clean. Imagine a world where your laundry worries are a thing of the past. Welcome to Quick Clean.
I can see on the monitor.
Imagine a world where your laundry worries are a thing of the past. Welcome to Quick Clean, your ultimate partner in commercial laundry solutions. Now more than ever, achieving a sustainable future is a matter of choices. At Quick Clean Laundry Systems, we firmly believe that the decisions we make today can help create a better tomorrow. Quick Clean is more than just a supplier. We offer end-to-end solutions from startup incubation and facility design to construction, marketing, and delivery. Our expert team ensures that every client receives personalized support tailored to their unique needs. Our diverse offerings include build, own, and operate models, turnkey projects, linen rental services, valet laundry setup, and equipment on lease, ensuring we cover all aspects of your laundry requirements. We are committed to sustainability. Our products are designed to minimize water, energy, and detergent use, making us a responsible choice for the environment and your business. With over 5,000 customers across various segments, pharma, railways, healthcare, hospitality, and dry cleaners, Quick Clean is a market leader in sustainable laundry solutions. Our on-premises laundry solutions are present in 36 cities across India. Our footprint extends across multiple major hotel chains, spanning numerous locations and ensuring that high-quality, sustainable laundry solutions are always within reach, no matter where you are. We are proud to partner with industry leaders, delivering exceptional service and innovation that set the standard for excellence in commercial laundry. Quick Clean serves renowned hotels like Taj, ITC, and Marriott. We offer cost-effective and innovative solutions, including zero CapEx options, boilerless operations, and zero discharge wastewater setups. Our advanced technology reduces water usage to as low as 3 liters per kilogram, maximizing efficiency and sustainability. Join us on our journey to revolutionize the laundry industry.
We are Quick Cleaners,
and we are here to make your work life easier, more profitable, and truly sustainable.
Hello.
Just one minute. So guys, like we talked about, we are serving hospitality and healthcare both. And what we mentioned here was, this is a footprint across India working with major healthcare chains. Which we are proud to share is that we are the most sustainable laundry solution company in India. Till today we have saved millions of liters of water because any company in India washes at almost 18 liters per kg. We do it at 3 liters per kg now. We used to do it at 9. And we can actually even set up a complete recycling system when it comes to setting up an on-premise laundry. So that's what we are revolutionizing the industry with. And the first ever ESCO certified laundry company in India, which is certified from Bureau of Energy Efficiency. And we're the first company to win the Global Sustainability Award and Innovation Award from CNET. Thank you so much. And we look forward to interact with you. If you want us to come on board, happy to do that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Manoj Anshul Gupta, sir. On behalf of the Cahocon, I would like to thank Dr. Manoj Singh Sen and Anshul Gupta for their valuable inputs on over-standard infection control in healthcare practice. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. We move on to our next session, which is on whole system quality, how clinical care and non-clinical services drives outcome. May I invite to chair the session Dr. Nirmal Frederick, Managing Director, Nirmal Eyes Hospital, Chennai. We also welcome our speaker, Mr. Rakesh Sharma, Founder and CEO, Quick Smartwash Private Limited, who will be speaking on non-clinical services as quality drivers in healthcare delivery, a perspective that will shift our attention to what happens behind the scene. Ladies and gentlemen, post-lunch, sugars are high. May I please have a round of applause for our speaker as well as for our chairperson.
Thank you, Dr. Parag, and good afternoon, everyone. So welcome to this session on whole systems quality, how clinical care and non-clinical services drive outcome. And so quality in healthcare is often spoken in terms of clinical excellence, diagnostic accuracy, surgical precision, and evidence-driven protocols. But the truth is, as we all hospital administrators and those who are running hospital know that quality lives at every corner of the institution. We heard in the last session, the sterility of the linen trolley and the warmth of housekeeping personnel, it changes the whole perspective. So this session is about how clinical care and non-clinical services drive outcomes. It's not just an academic session. It is a daily operational reality for many of us, for every administrator as well as clinician. So in this regard, we have a speaker with us who will be talking to us about Mr. Rakesh Sharma, founder and CEO of Quick Smart Wash Private Limited. Mr. Sharma brings to us a perspective that is both entrepreneurial and deeply grounded in healthcare operations and from the world of hospital linen, laundry and hygiene services. So his topic is non-clinical services as quality drivers in healthcare delivery. So over to you, Dr. Sharma, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. We are here as medical service provider beyond medical services. A lot has been discussed about the clinical outcomes indicators over the past 2 days. We will carry forward a few more things which we say beyond the clinical services. So, we are an integrated non-clinical service provider in this country, and we'll take you through the journey. We understand that a lot of clinical services can be delivered, a world-class clinical services can be delivered, but what about the non-clinical services? Are there enough indicators to measure them? Are they really consistent? There are multiple pillars or the traditional focus of clinical services. the doctors, the technology, the infrastructure. But can a world-class clinical service be delivered without the second layer, what we believe, with a non-clinical service? So these are the primary layers on delivering a world-class clinical services. But on the basis of a secondary layer, we say, which are the non-clinical services like linen management, bio-waste, housekeeping, F&B, and how does they help us? Why these services play a very crucial role in the outcome of our clinical services. Definitely these services can help you control the infection. These services delivers what is the ultimate outcome is the patient experience. These services can enhance the staff efficiency, and these services helps in getting a better accreditation outcome or compliance, which are getting stringent day by day. So, our question to the audience is, are we having enough indicators or are we having enough focus on the non-clinical services? There are multiple ways we look forward today to the non-clinical services. They are typically considered as a cost centers. However, they are very high risk centers and they can lead to a should lead to a strategic realignment how we look forward to these services. There are traditional approach of looking forward to this. What we believe as an expert to the domain, we can help it in having a more measurable, accountable, outcome-driven process. There is a drastic shift towards patient or service experience of patient from a traditional way to a more developed way. So what if the non-clinical services were not designed as that same parameters as the clinical services? At Quick Smartwash, we see ourselves as partners in strengthening these non-critical services, having a better critical or clinical outcomes. We take really proud in stating, we as a ethos of the company, we call ourselves caring second skin. The first skin is taken care by the clinical service drivers, the doctors, the nurse. We, as a non-clinical service provider, we believe we take care of the second skin. It can be in any format. We are the only company probably who can guarantee you a TAMC, TYMC and multiple 4 pathogens which can help controlling the hospital-acquired infections through any format of the non-clinical services. These are some FDA-approved lab reports for TYMC, TAMC, pathogens to the linen we have delivered. In fact, standing here, we offer this service as a pilot service without any cost, wherein we can come to your hospital, do the testing, let you know what exactly you are delivering to the patient without any cost. And if you wish, then we can definitely onboard you. Linen, food, surface management, we can do it for everything. As we said, we have been in this business for last 10 years. The hospitals which make us more healthy delivering this non-clinical service speaks more about us. 20,000 beds we are doing in linen management, 10,000 plus beds we are doing in facility management, 4,000 beds we are doing in food and beverages services, where we invest as a service partner to the non-clinical aspect of the hospital administration and take care of everything. So we call it, we re-image the non-clinical system into an operational choice which delivers an outcome of patient safety decision. We have a partnership with the largest non-clinical service provider globally, Elan Corporation. They do almost 1 million beds per day across the eastern part of the globe. So that's all about us. Anything we would be happy to answer.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Rakesh. It's a nice talk and very informative. So I have a question. So how do you create accountability for the non-clinical staff, particularly if it's outsourced vendors?
So we have our training skills, sir, where we can train them according to the choice and outcome of the hospitals. We are doing it with multiple. To name one, we are very strong for the facility management company in and around Kerala. So you name any hospital of the Kerala, probably we are the only service provider therein. We own almost more than 35% market share of the entire bed capacity of Kerala.
So clinical staff often resist non-clinical staff intervention in the quality matters. So how do...
It's a very important question, probably according to us, sir. So there are two segments when we define a hospital administration ecosystem. One is the clinical output, one is the non-clinical output. For clinical output, we have multiple indicators, how to check, what to do. We have HICC, we have multiple parameters to define that. Are we doing the same regulations with the non-clinical? We know the answer. However, the touch point for the non-clinical indicators like linen management, F&B, facility floor cleaning is the highest the moment the person or the patient enters the hospital. He would be highest touched with the linen. He would be having multiple course of meal as prescribed by the dietitian, liquid, non-liquid, 4 course, 5 course, 6 course, depending upon the category of room he or she may be admitted. And the floor which he or she walks, barefooted, footed, on wheelchair, on whatever it is. So these two should be separated. Globally, all the non-clinical services are probably not managed by the hospital administration and they are typically given to some experts. This is where we come as a very crucial partner. We invest with you on every non-clinical aspects. In fact, there are hospitals where we have built up kitchen from zero, including the civil of the kitchen. Not only on the equipment, on the civil of the kitchen, and we are operating it. So that's the differentiation on the P&L of the hospital, which matters to the hospital management. We can play a very, very crucial role.
Okay, so coming about this food services, so there are certain statutory requirements needed. So how do you take care of this?
We take care of each and every license to be acquired for the F&B services, starting from FSI, compliance. In fact, like for example, we have given one report for linen management. Every quarter to all these 20,000 beds we do, we submit a bioburden test report, which is a real indicator what linen we are delivering, right? TAMC, TYMC, pathogens, are we within the parameters? CSHD linen, typically after sterilization, we keep it for 7 days. We don't know what is the reoccurrence, So these things needs to be monitored to reduce probably the hospital acquired infection. We understand as a country we have many challenges, right? But there are solutions to it. We should be inclined towards solution at the most minimalist cost. All together, the 3 major non-clinical service centers in any hospital administration, to the surprise of knowledge, is less than 4% of ARPOB. Imagine we are trying to save money, probably, with all due respect, at a cost center which is less than. In fact, if the ARPOB is above 40,000, the cost center comes below 3%. So we are trying to save money to what level? At a 3% cost center, if you outsource this to a world-class integrated service partner, the cost center itself is 3% zero capex. So it is the inclination we will have to look forward.
Yeah, thank you. I will also like to open and for floor any questions from the audience. Okay. So I think that's a good signal that you made it very clear. So thank you so much for your time and sharing your expertise.
Thank you, sir.
We will close this session and over to the next.
Thank you very much, sir. We now move into session 19, the penultimate session for our conference, Sustainability, 6 Key Updates in NABH 6th edition, a session that brings together what truly defines the future of healthcare. Not just what we deliver, but how responsibly we deliver it. Because sustainability today is not longer a parallel conversation. It sits right at the heart of quality, safety, and patient-centered care. To guide us through this important discussion, we have with us our moderator, Dr. P.M. Uttappa, Group Chief Medical Director at Narayana Health. Sir, thank you for joining us and leading this session. We also have an esteemed panel of speakers who will each bring a unique lens to sustainability in practice. Dr. Anup Warrior, speaking on sepsis bundle, Dr. Suviraj John on venous thromboembolism, Mrs. Gracie Matai on Patient and Family Advisory Committee, Dr. Sudhagar Singh on patient-reported outcome measures, and Mr. Saurav Sarkar presenting a quality improvement project on rethinking hospital meals to minimize food waste. A diverse set of perspectives all converging on one theme, how small, consistent shifts can create a lasting impact. With that, I invite our moderator, Dr. Uttappa, to take the session forward. Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon everyone. I know this is the last session, so if you're all asleep, this is a good time to wake up. If you're feeling tired, that's okay. This session is about sustainability, and nothing tests sustainability like the last slot of a conference. So when we hear the word sustainability, we often think about green initiatives, we think about waste management, energy conservation, but it takes a broader and more meaningful view. Sustainability in healthcare is about sustaining outcomes, sustaining safety, sustaining patient engagement, and sustaining responsible use of resources. So this session is actually about how clinical quality initiatives drive sustainability. It reflects exactly that, from sepsis bundles to VTE prevention, from patient and family advisory committees to patient-reported outcome measures. And finally, a quality improvement project on food waste. Each topic shows how sustainability is embedded into everyday clinical practice. So these are not standalone initiatives. They represent a shift towards healthcare that is safer, smarter, more efficient, and truly patient-centered. So let's begin with Dr. Anup Warrior, Senior Consultant, Infectious Diseases and Chief of Medical Services, Aster Medicity, Kochi. He's going to talk about sepsis bundle. Thank you.
Can I have my slides, please? Good evening, all. So I'll give you a quick brief on the sepsis bundle and how it connects to the 6th edition NABH as a new clinical indicator. And it's connect to sustainability, already Dr. Uttappa has mentioned, and you can take home the message based on that. So first thing is that the sepsis bundle has evolved over the years, looking at multiple levels of evidence. Its various parameters have collected over the time. As you see, it started somewhere in 2016, and what we have today, the sepsis bundle as a part of 2026 surviving sepsis guideline,
is what we will all follow going forward until the next edition comes. So there were certain changes which have been a part of this 2026 update, and my job in next couple of minutes is to highlight what are these parameters which encompass the new sepsis bundle 2026, the surviving sepsis guidelines, and how do you incorporate it into your NABH clinical indicator. So what is in star is what has been added, and what is otherwise was there always in the background. Screening has now moved into pre-hospital screening, so that is something new. So if they say that if the patient has been transported for more than an hour outside, in the ambulance itself there should be a pre-hospital sepsis screening to identify patients at risk, and the first dose of antibiotic can be provided in the ambulance if those screens are positive. What screening tool should be used? Now the most validated tool is NEWS2 compared to QSOFA and SOFA, especially QSOFA, which was used as a rapid screening tool earlier. So that has been pushed into the background based on its specificity and sensitivity. And the only tool which has the best pickup in terms of identification sepsis is now the NEWS2. The newer sepsis guideline also go on to suggest that if you would have a code sepsis or something called as a sepsis huddle, that means somebody meets the NEWS2 standards, you have a multidisciplinary team who comes at the bedside and together makes the call on the further steps to be taken and the resuscitation standards. Something which should be done at the time of diagnosis or suspected diagnosis is drawing the blood culture before the antibiotic is administered and doing a blood lactate level. Okay? A blood lactate level is supposed to identify hypoperfusion of the organs earlier than gross, obvious hypotension sets in place. So it's supposed to be an early marker of progressing sepsis. So therefore, drawing a blood culture before administering the antibiotic and sending a blood lactate is something which you're supposed to do first. Followed by that, the next most evidence-backed recommendation is for your antibiotic timelines. So the antibiotic timelines are based upon whether the patient is in septic shock, actual shock, either be it lactate-wise hypoperfusion or with your physiological shock, or there is suspected sepsis but his physiology is maintained. 1 hour is for where the compensation has failed. That means either the patient is grossly hypoperfused and with lactate or has a low blood pressures. So here, what you require is 1 year, that 1 hour. The target of giving the antibiotic is 1 hour. And for others, it's 3 hours. Why this 3 hours? From the stewardship perspective, it gives us enough time to evaluate and decide whether the patient needs broad spectrum antibiotic or with further diagnostic, like maybe an X-ray or an ultrasound, can I get a better provisional diagnosis and use narrow spectrum? So in a less severe patient, so this gives us an opportunity to use narrow spectrum antibiotic in sepsis. The third hour bundle is about the fluids. So by end of 3 hours, you are supposed to give a loading of 30 ml per kg of crystalloid. So there is no more ambiguity between crystalloids and colloids in the new guideline. It's crystalloid, so saline is fine, 30 ml per kg to achieve a mean arterial pressure of more than 65. And in elderly, they give a leeway and they say that keeping high MAPs are in fact detritus for elderly. So keep it between 60 to 65 instead of more than 65 in the elderly. Following this, there is a dynamic reassessment where you look at the perfusion and the achievement of physiological blood pressures with capillary refilling time, raised leg raising test, and serial lactate measurements. And these all are have to happen in the first 3 hours, and you are expected to reach a certain targets by the end of 6 hours. 2 things to be achieved at 6 hours. One, and both of those are new. Okay. So the source control is a very important addition. So we are expected to screen, identify, and perform source control where it is required, like an abscess which requires draining. And if the patient requires or is identified as sepsis, within 6 hours he is expected to be in the ICU. This is something which is again new. So this is the first time that a ICU admission target timeline has been set by the surviving sepsis guidelines. So this is my final slide, and this is how you would operationalize all what I have said. So we need for the NABH as a clinical indicator, we need a denominator. So which are the patients for whom you will check this bundle? You would need to evaluate or look at this bundle compliance for all those patients who meet the News 2 criteria with fever who enter your ED. Okay? So what is the screening tool which was recommended? News 2. Will all News 2 come in? You need to have fever to have some kind of a differentiation between sepsis cases and maybe a trauma case. Okay? These are the parameters listed. Blood cultures don't before antibiotics, serum lactate, IV antibiotics, fluid bolus, MAP achievement, source control and admission. You can note the compliance as yes, no or not applicable. Not applicable because sometimes source control would not be applicable, sometimes within 3 hours or 1 hour will not be applicable. And this would be your compliance for that patient. And this, based on this is how you calculate your bundle compliance for the sepsis. I also put up that small table there just to highlight what is included in News 2. As you can see, these are all very common parameters that are captured at admission in the ED. Right? Respiratory rate, saturation, whether the patient is on supplemented oxygen, blood pressure, pulse, consciousness and temperature. So very easy screening tool, all captured at the both bedside by the time the patient gets admitted to the ED. So I will stop here now and I will hand over to the next speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Anupoya. That was great. That was great to remember that the timely clinical protocols do not just save lives, they also help sustain critical care resources and improve outcomes. The sepsis bundle actually showcases clinical sustainability. So early intervention reduces ICU stay, reduces antibiotic overuse, reduces mortality, and reduces cost. This improves sustainable utilization of critical care resources. Mind you, the topic is sustainability here, which is explicitly emphasized in NABH 6th edition under clinical protocols, antimicrobial stewardship, outcome-driven care. Now we move from early recognition of sepsis to prevention of another major cause of avoidable harm, venous thromboembolism. Prevention here is both a patient safety priority and a sustainability strategy. Dr. Suviraj John, Senior Consultant Laparoscopic and Robotic Surgeon, Sri Ganga Ram Hospital, New Delhi.
Thank you, sir. Can I have the slides, please? Thank you very much. I have a dual task about addressing sustainability, but also addressing the larger Indian context. This here. How do I control the slide? Yeah. Thank you. 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, most of us are going to be back at work, including me in my operation theatre. And as surgeons, we are very, very situationally alert and aware about the risks that are in front of us, especially mortality, especially one that happens to you without warning. The number one cause of preventable hospital mortality in India and globally is venous thromboembolism. Due to shortage of time, I can't go into the subject matter. We recently published this editorial a couple of months ago to highlight that the Indian evidence is unequivocal that venous thromboembolism is probably the top cause of mortality in India. And for those of you who are a little curious, 2013 is the British Medical Journal publication mentioning that in low and medium income countries, VT is the number one cause for adverse events. Mortality-wise, in the 1,000 mortopsy case, 12% of all adult medical deaths was caused by venous thromboembolism. And this is a survey, I'm giving you all Indian data. 70% of clinicians attending one of our conferences said they'd experienced mortality with venous thromboembolism. And if you go into the finer details, every category and domain of medical and surgical intervention, venous thromboembolism in India resembles that of the West now. And so this is a summary slide with the evidence, because this is largely about physician and healthcare provider recruitment in their psyche. So VT in India is pretty much as bad as it's there in the West. So this is a take-home slide. I put it up front. Prevention of illness and healthcare-associated venous thromboembolism is now a clinical, legal, and accreditation mandate, with the Government of India advisory backing it, and thus also a top health patient safety initiative. So the evidence for that is at the bottom. You could take a photograph of that. So how do we go about controlling or preventing it? 60% of the burden of VT is hospital-related. Up to 70% is preventable. That's the bulk of disease. Sadly, globally, less than 50%. In India, less than 20% get any decent prophylaxis. We are now changing the metric. I think we are much better off since 2012. Please also remember, for those of you who don't get convinced otherwise, if not the books, the courts will change your opinion today. In 2017, there were 8 cases of pulmonary embolism, the rulings going up to the High Court. Today, there are about 16 cases with a massive shift in the environment, 400% increase in medical legal cases in the last 3 years, and more than half the adverse rulings, half the cases have been adversely ruled for the hospitals and doctors. So VT prophylaxis for many people is the #1 patient safety initiative. How do we go about doing it? You have the legal as well as the clinical mandate for it, multiple guidelines which are India specific. And we, since 2012, have argued with the government and the WHO, and the then and the now Health Minister released the National Patient Safety Implementation Framework, giving you now almost a regulatory mandate, mentioning that VT surveillance and prevention is now the function of every healthcare institution. And the NICU backed it in 2020 with COP16E and now COP16D. It's also, since 2013, part of the JCI standards. Please, first thing, make sure every hospital nursing home has its own printed, documented VT prevention protocol and policy. If you don't have one, contact us and we'll help you create one. The main objectives we have now, like the HICC, we've got a VTCC to prevent preventable harm, mortality and morbidity, and medical legal issues in hospitals. This is the essential care pathway or prevention pathway. First, rule out pre-existing venous thromboembolism. A tertiary hospital like ours, the bulk of disease comes to us is actually pre-existing. Almost 2/3 to 80% of our cases are pre-existing. Anything after 48 hours of admission is hospital-related. We prepare a clinical order set based on the risk assessment for bleeding and for thrombosis, and then we implement it. I'm not getting into the details because of the lack of time. And finally, you have a clinical order set which has to get constructed within 1 hour of admission. Now we're going to launch the EMR format for that, and this has to be implemented by the doctors and the nurses. We now have VT prevention as a mandated, documented part of our surgical safety checklist. It's now in the 4th column, which is the preoperative checklist. Benchmarks for this, the metrics is you have to have more than 95% compliance to assessment and implementation. We are aiming for 100%, but it's a work in progress. If you're starting today, it's going to take you about 2 to 3 years to get to about 80% compliance if you leave it alone. But you do EMR, you can get to it quickly. This is the bundle checklist. We have a complete team of VT control nurses who spend the better part of the day actually monitoring compliance. And then we have a dashboard which is available to us online and as well as by on-site inspections. We're now involving patients also in giving us data regarding coagulation and circulation, bleeding risk as well as thrombotic risk, and recruiting their involvement in the VT prevention control. It's not just COP16D, which is now your primary reference, but standards from other domains also actually are part of your accreditation, and greater recruitment of these will help you get to a better implementation. There are globally recognized benchmarks for key performance indicators, and you can use them. These are publicly available. And of course, please do your quality cycle. We're actively involved in creating awareness and also kind of a toolkit to help every hospital in India implement this. Please remember, especially for coagulation, as it is for sepsis, risk is extremely individual. It is a multivariate analysis, so you have to do risk assessment. Please ensure institutional and department VT prevention protocol. I'll leave you with a slide. I'll repeat, the prevention of illness and healthcare-associated venous thromboembolism is now a clinical, legal, and accreditation mandate. please ensure your hospital has a policy document for it from tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Subra John. Fantastic, and you finished within time. Thank you for that. Preventing complications is perhaps the most powerful way of delivering sustainable healthcare. In India, every death is almost a cardiac arrest. VT or thromboembolic phenomenon are underreported and underdiagnosed. Every patient who gets admitted, medical, surgical, obstetrics, or pediatrics should have a VT risk assessment done, period. Okay. Thank you for that. I can see you've done some great work there. So VT prevention reduces readmissions, reduces length of stay, reduces ICU escalation, reduces litigation. So this is a safety-driven sustainability. Remember again, we are talking about sustainability here. NICU 6th edition strengthens risk assessment requirements, prophylaxis protocols, measurable patient safety outcomes. So clinical outcomes are important, but sustainability also requires meaningful partnership with patients and families. The next talk focuses on patient and family advisory committees. Madam Gracie Mathai, Group Chief Quality and Governance, Memorial Hospitals, Calicut. She's going to talk about patient and family advisory committee.
Warm good evening to each one of you. Now, finally we have come to a stage where patient have to be involved in the care of patient. We, doctors, nurses, and other healthcare professionals, we think once the patient has come to us, it is our responsibility to take care of him from the admission till discharge, and we consider the patient as a bed number. Now, no, that is being gone. We have to involve patient into patient care. Why? The healthcare is being shifting towards patient-centered care. Patients are not just the recipient of care, but they are the partners in the race of their care. And Patient Advisory Council is a structured way to include patient in their patient care. From where it begins. You will agree with me, in 2023, WHO has announced during the World Patient Safety Week, the theme is Patient for Patient Safety. Now, WHO has said in September 2023, NICU also brought the Patient for Patient Safety aspect in the 6th edition, which is being released from 2025 onwards. How many of you are from the accredited hospital? Can you raise your hands? I think good number of those who are sitting over here are from the accredited hospital. How many of you have started this Patient Advisory Council? Can I have the raising hand? Very few. Only very few, even though the WHO has very clearly said us to start from 2023. And the NICU also wanted all our accredited hospitals, since I found that all of you are from the accredited hospital, that to start Patient Advisory Council, but we are yet to start. But my dear people, now this is high time we have to start. Now we cannot go beyond, because now this is one of the accreditation requirement which mandatorily you have to do. Why? This is very essential. There was a trust by the patient towards the hospital, towards the doctor, and towards the end their healthcare activity is happening because they were totally dependent on the hospital for their care. Gradually, by our own fault, I will not say anyone else's fault, our fault, from the top to the bottom of the organization, the trust is being going day by day. And today, I don't think any of our patients have total trust in the care what we give to them. So the trust is being gone. Why? Because n number of errors are happening, and like we have seen one discussion with that moot court type in the morning session. It is that exactly. Each one would like to ship the thing to someone else, and nobody is ready to take the brunt on them. So ultimately what has happened, the trust is being totally gone. And when the trust of the patient is being gone, and there are mushroomings of hospitals are coming, and there are marketing by various hospitals in an unethical way, what will happen? Patient into a hospital where really they are not getting the real care. We have to bring to an end this particular thing which is happening over there. Now, what is the answer for that is the patient engagement. Each one of you will agree with me, when a patient comes to you, they will remain with us maybe for a short period. Maybe 1 day, 2 days, 3 or maximum 4 days. Remaining part of their care is being taken by their relatives at home or maybe someone else at home, not in the hospital. They cannot be in the hospital for a long period. So they have to be engaged. A severe patient where you want to give physiotherapy to the patient at home, you cannot keep the patient constantly or continuously in your hospital. You have to send them home, and the relatives or the patient or someone else will be giving them the required physiotherapy. So let us involve the patient into the care of the patient. Another most important thing involving is that each one of you have to think that every patient is a unique patient. You cannot compare, though the patient is having same diagnosis, you cannot compare this patient same. Each patient is a unique, so we have to involve them into their decision-making process. Now, how to engage the patient? From the patient and family, we have to form a patient and family advisory council. So every hospital, this was NICU requirement also, and this was WHO requirement also. So let us have a patient advisory council in our organization. Now, what is this? It's a group of patient, families and caregivers. They collaborate with the patient healthcare provider. They provide feedback, suggestion and insight, and aim is to reduce harm and improve quality to the patient care. Each one of us want the same thing in our day-to-day practice, that our patient harm have to be reduced and the quality of the care what you give have to be increased. And why PAC is important? It improves patient satisfaction, enhance the quality of care delivery, support patient safety initiative, build a trust and transparency between the patient, family and the hospital, and align with the accreditation standard. Finally, it aligns with the accreditation standard. That's now today the requirement. There are various ways we have to form. There are steps in forming this council. Number one, you have to form a core group. Then you have to form a subgroup. It's something wrongly written. You have to form a subgroup. Third, you recruit members for this council. Out of that, you identify a leader. Then you identify the patient representative. Develop a charter that how it is going to function, what is the scope of this committee, and what can be the part of the patient in this particular committee. And let us give training to our staff, training to the patient volunteers whom we have taken as part of their committee. Why I said training to the volunteers? Because they should not involve in our day-to-day care. They cannot involve the day-to-day care. They may not be able to replace a clinical privilege of a particular doctor who is treating that particular patient, but there are certain responsibility for them to highlight it and launch the PSC. That's what very important what we have to do. Coming into, when you launch this particular PSC, you have to see that the representative from top management, representative from quality, representative from patient also will be there in this particular committee. And in my organization, we have started this committee in 2023 onwards. And in the September, during the patient safety week itself, we have inaugurated this particular committee. And the chairman of this committee was our director. Even till today, he is the director. Why the director or the owner is being made as a chairman of this committee? Because he is the topmost authority who take decision. And if he chair the particular committee, you know that action can be taken. Very clearly, the scope of patients' involvement, patient relatives involvement is being there. In our hospital, the members of this committee are he, the chairman, and the CEO is the member, the chief of medical services is the member, chief of administrative officer is also the member, and our customer relation manager, these are also the members. We have taken 3 patients. One is the patient himself, was an old patient with a GB syndrome, and another 2 patients were the relative of other patients, those who are admitted over here. With this, we started forming the committee that I said. We have inaugurated the committee in September 2023. And what has happened from September 2023 till now, we have conducted 10 core committee of this meeting. Various patient related, particularly the relatives point of view, patient safety aspect, what they have seen is being corrected. And ultimately, we have seen the patient satisfaction is being improved. When I say one most important thing, one of the suggestions which has been brought by this particular PSC committee is that, see, in our, where you do in the cardiology, when we do the test, the steps were there where the patient has to climb and lie down on the particular coach. Now what has happened? That steps did not have a side railing. So what was happened? Older people, even though that only 2 steps are there, older people could not climb up because of that. There was no railing. They asked us to put a railing, and we put a railing, and then we found that yes, much patients were comfortable in climbing that particular. So there are many such things are there. Moreover, this is not ending over here. It end or it continue till the patient go into their home. So it continue with the home care. So we are activating actually all the 3 main theme point of the CAHO program, that is touch, tech, as well as the trust. All those things have been involved. And most importantly, the patient satisfaction is being evaluated, and we found that satisfaction of 100% it is improved. Now whenever there is a tussle, you know that maybe sometimes when the care is not appropriate or something wrong happened, some complication occur, the relatives were angry or they started grouping. In that time also, these committee members have helped us in solving many of our problems. So we are not limiting this committee inside the hospital itself, but it is limiting to once they go outside, and there also it will be continuing. So I request each one of you to start this committee in your organization, which is very essential for fulfilling the NABH requirement as well as the WHO requirement, and the ultimate aim is that the patient satisfaction. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, ma'am. When patients become partners, care becomes more sustainable, acceptable, and effective. This is social sustainability. As you mentioned, this improves trust, shared decision making, reduced complaints, and improved adherence. This aligns with a new NIBH focus on patient partnership, co-design of care, patient engagement governance, and that is sustainable patient care for you. Now that you have treated the patient, done operations or procedures, and what has changed for the patient? How is the quality of the patient quality of life has changed for the patient, and that's where the PROM come in. We have Dr. Sudhagar Singh, a senior consultant, Sri Ramchandra Medical Center, Chennai, to talk about PROMs. Can I have the slides? Anyway, good evening to one and all who are present till the fag end of this conference. I could remember my mentor saying that the best speakers are chosen to inaugurate a conference, and the excellent speakers are usually reserved to close the conference. With that, probably I start my view on probes. What is probe? When did this concept of probe started? Meanwhile, can we have the slides? Yeah, fine. I think it does not come up here. That's anyway, fine, no issues. It's here, it's right. Okay, fine. Okay. So when did this concept of probe really started? Way back in 1940-50 itself, WHO clearly said that health is not just a mere absence of a disease, but health means functionally, psychologically, and physically being disease-free. So it is a holistic definition of health. Traditionally, we have been measuring the health outcomes in terms of clinical parameters, like a test reports or an imaging science would help us to say that your health care has brought out a particular result. But there is something more to this healthcare outcome. A patient's perspective of a healthcare outcome is something very, very important. The patient might have a different way of looking at his healthcare outcome. He may relate to his health-related functionality. He may relate to pain. In spite of his clinical parameters being normal, we are missing something. So it is important that we listen to the outcome based on the patient's perspective. That is where PROM comes into very handy to probably assess our clinical care to these patients. Let us move on. So, a PROM can be of two different types. A PROM, which I already told you the patient's perspective, if it is predominantly psychological and symptom-based feedback, it could be a generic one, like how did the pain come down, how is he feeling better, how is his sleep quality, how is his emotional upkeep, all the things probably can be categorized as a generic PROM. Whereas we have something called disease-specific PROM, where a particular disease is categorized and a specific questionnaire are designed, which are validated, which are probably the patient has to probably give up unbiased feedback, which with the clinician's non-intervention, these feedbacks are taken and disease-specific PROM are collected. It is probably a little easy to probably institute generic PROM, but it takes little time, energy, and probably a well planning to probably institute a generic or a disease-specific PROM. When we look at the domains of PROM, it can be quality of life, it can be an individual care or a community. When you look at the quality of life, it predominantly talks about the physical upcoming of the patient, like the health status, the functional status of the patient, the probably the pain, the symptom elevation, and this anxiety, and this, the sleep, how better he could sleep and get along with his normal routine work is probably the quality of life. Whereas if you look at the individual care, it is more of an emotional component where these can lead on to some kind of a good communication back to the physician to create a shared clinical decision making to probably plan the further course of the clinical management. And this probe also can help us to identify if there could be a community support which is required for this individual at the home level. So these are some of the parameters which the probe looks at. The client practitioner's communication is improved, where there is a shared decision making that happens, and then monitoring, safeguarding, care planning, and provider comparison. You can provide the healthcare providers among one another, how the outcomes could be, and this can help us to improve the quality, and then probably you can integrate different services to make a mark in the outcome of the patient. And there are barriers. Probably you should have a well-planned and a properly validated questionnaire and the resources to implement PROM. And definitely it impacts your services, and a good and documented and collected data, if analyzed appropriately, can lead on to further improvement of the quality of your patient care. This is probably the last slide. So this probe was probably initiated or probably discussed from the 5th edition, and I think from the 6th edition it has become a standard, and I think every accredited hospital has to have their probe initiated. These are some of the generic and probably disease-specific probe which we have initiated in our hospital. Some of the probe questionnaires we have digitalized, which could be taken probably at the time of discharge or probably at 1 month or 6 months follow-up during their OP visit. So our patient-guest relation can help us to collect this data, or we can send a link to the patient where they can share their outcome measurables from their home. With that, I think I thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity. Thank you one and all.
Thank you, Dr. Singh. What changed because of the care we provided? Best expense PROM. It also represents outcome sustainability. The PROM shift focus from volume to value-based care, process to outcomes, and they support long-term outcomes and meaningful recovery. Finally, we move to a practical quality improvement initiative that addresses environmental and operational sustainability to reduction of food waste. Mr. Saurav Sarkar from BM Birla Hospital, Kolkata.
Good afternoon, everyone. So we are for the long day, and we are eagerly waiting for the valedictory ceremony. So I will cut short my presentation. So talking about my presentation, plate-wise. Myself Saurav from BM Heart Hospital. This project was selected winner in the non-clinical category at the 5th Qualtech Prize for Healthcare. And we've observed that food wastage in our hospital was approximately 137 kgs per day, which is amounting to 4,100 kgs in a month, with a cost implication of around 92,000 rupees. So coming to the introduction part, at BM Heart Hospital, the FMD team plays a very pivotal role in supporting patients by different cares. We work closely with dietitians and clinical teams to ensure timely and accurate meal delivery. However, despite our best efforts, there are severe problems which we have observed. So during team discussions and observations, we found that food wastage was identified as the most critical issues due to its impact at cost, efficiency, and sustainability. So hospital food wastage refers to uneaten or unused food prepared or served. Studies show that up to 40% of foods in healthcare goes uneaten, which is a stark contrast where 9 million children die from hunger-related causes annually. Consequences of food wasting increases operational cost till ethical concerns. We have SMART goals for this project, where our objective is to reduce 30% of daily food wastage and curtailment of food waste costs by 50%, which is achievable, relevant, and time-out. Our baseline analysis over 3 months showed that an average of 137 kgs of food was wasted daily, which could have fed around 92 people. This resulted in a monthly loss of approx 92,000 rupees, making the problem both economically and socially significant. We have analyzed the category of food wasted by using Pareto chart and found that various food items, which includes soft rice, hot veg, dal, complex, was contributing from 60 to 80% of the food waste. As part of diagnosing the problem, we broke down food waste into 3 key categories to better understand why losses were occurring. They were avoidable waste, potentially avoidable waste, and unavoidable waste. This classification helps us identify key opportunities to reduce waste and improve overall efficiency. To understand the issue in depth, we conducted a root cause analysis using the Ishikawa diagram or the fishbone diagram. The major contributing factors leading to food waste are unappealing meals and food choices, lack of allergy recording, insufficient awareness, training sessions, sensation of our staffs, and cold food services. We adopted the DMAIC framework for this project. We began by defining the problem in June 2025, and the project was systematically carried through all phases until November 25. We identified major problems and established clear responsibilities and timelines to ensure accountability. Our intervention focused both on people and technology. We trained and sensitized our F&B staff on food management and at the same time implemented the Paper to Pixel initiative, which is digitizing the diet module. We also introduced the infrastructure upgrades from steel food trolley to latest design hot food trolleys to ensure food is served fresh and hot. Additionally, we implemented portion control bowls and trays, customized meals, and attractive crockery and cutlery for our pediatric patients. To log the improvement, we conducted regular audits. We collected feedback from patients, provided continuous staff training and sensitization. To sustain improvements, we conducted area-wise food waste analysis and implement phase-by-phase targeted interventions based on our specific needs. This initiative delivered both tangible and intangible results. We observed the food waste, which was 154 kgs in the month of November, was culminated to a savings of 58,000 rupees. In spite of a lot of interventions done, the patient satisfaction score remains uncompromised. Rather, it increased from 92% to 96% during our project timeline. Plate-wise demonstrate how thoughtful interventions can transform challenges into impactful, sustainable solutions. While not all outcomes are tangible, the initiative delivers significant intangible benefits. Here are some of the positive feedback highlights from our patients. To mention, these sustainability efforts also contributed to our certification as an Eat Right campus from FSSI. Through this project, we welcome all of you to our journey on sustainability by reducing food waste, because leftovers could be someone's meal today. So let's all make a difference. We took help of Kimper Problem Solving Pro to frame this project. We are especially proud that this initiative began as a grassroots suggestion raised by our kitchen utility staffs and fully supported by our management. Mention not a heartfelt thank you to our project team and a special note of gratitude to our regional head, Mr. Supratik Desarkar, for his continuous support and encouragement in making this project a success. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sarasaka. This one is most obvious. Reduce food waste, reduce cost, reduce carbon footprint, and improve nutrition. NABH 6th edition newly emphasizes on resource stewardship, waste reduction, green hospital thinking, and this is operational sustainability. Mind you, we're still talking about sustainability. So we have heard 5 different perspectives today, but all converge to one idea. Sustainability in healthcare is not a separate vertical. It's embedded in safe care, prevention of harm, patient partnership, outcome measurement, and responsible use of resources. The NABH 6th edition reflects this shift from process-driven compliance to outcome-driven sustainability. So if we implement these ideas consistently, sustainability will not remain a concept, it will become a part of everyday clinical practice. Would request a round of applause to our speakers, please. In view of paucity of time, I'm going to not take any questions. Thank you all to the speakers and to the audience for engaging for this session. Thank you.
evening, one and all. We are at the fag end of the event. We are the valedictory of Cahocon 2026. With me is Devanand sir.
And this is Raj.
So, as our last panelists are getting off, we would like to call upon the dignitaries on the stage. We first would like to call upon our President Emeritus, Dr. Vijay Agarwal sir. Yeah, Dr. Vijay Agarwal sir, please, on the stage.
Yeah, may we call upon Dr. Lalu Joseph, President of Caho, onto the stage. Dr. Parag Rindani, Secretary General Caho.
Dr. Eskel Garcia Elorio, President and Board Member ISQA. May we have your presence on the stage, sir. Garcia, sir. Dr. Sotsi Tete. May we have your presence on the stage, sir.
We have the honor of inviting our chief guest for the event, Padma Shri Srimati Mallika Srinivasan. Madam, we respectfully invite you to come to the stage. A huge round of applause for our chief guest. We also request Dr. Arun to join us and Dr. Satish Devdos to join us on this stage, please. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's our privilege to honor and introduce our chief guest, Padma Shri Srimati Mallika Srinivasan, one of the India's most respected and influential business leaders. Ms. Srinivasan is the chairman and managing director of Tractors and Farm Equipment Limited, one of the largest tractor manufacturers in the world, and with a strong global presence and diversified operations across agriculture, machinery, and engineering solutions. Often referred to as the tractor queen of India, she has played a transformative role in advancing farm mechanization and empowering rural economies, not just in India, but across over 100 countries worldwide. Beyond her corporate leadership, she currently serves as the chairperson of the Public Enterprises Selection Board, Government of India, and has been a key contributor to global economic dialogue, including leading B20 India Task Force on Global Trade and Investment.
She is an alumni of the prestigious Wharton School and a gold medalist in econometrics. She combines academic excellence with deep industry insight. Her contributions have been widely recognized, including the Padma Shri, one of India's highest civilian honors, along with numerous global accolades for leadership and entrepreneurship. Most recently, she was honored with a Lifetime Achievement Award in 2025, recognizing her enduring impact on the industry, technology, and inclusive growth. Beyond business, she is deeply committed to healthcare, education, and cultural preservation, supporting institutions such as Shankar Netralaya and promoting Indian classical arts through philanthropic initiatives. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in extending a warm and enthusiastic welcome to a visionary leader, a nation builder, and an inspiration to many, Padma Shri Srimati Mallika Srinivasan. May I request the Caho leadership team to honor Madam. I request you all for a standing ovation to our chief guest. Vanakkam, madam. With respect, we would like to request you to deliver the chief guestial address.
Good evening, everybody. Good evening, and thank you to all Dr. Vijay Agarwal and all the other dignitaries on the stage, and to the CAHO Organizing Committee. Thank you for this very unique opportunity to participate at this valedictory function of an initiative that has really stood for excellence. Excellence is achieved through the creation and fostering of a multi-stakeholder ecosystem that is built on the foundation of an aligned vision and common values. For me earlier today, as Dr. Agarwal explained, the way it was founded and the way it has spread and grown, I think it really exemplifies this kind of a multi-stakeholder approach. CAHO has very successfully done this and played a pioneering role towards quality and excellence in healthcare, bringing together, it's amazing. When you walk through and you see all the stalls and you see the variety of participants, it's really quite fascinating how it has brought together institutions, labs, product companies, clinicians, all under one umbrella to create that alignment, spread the knowledge and practice on quality, and as I have been told by every organizer consistently, which says that the mission is really clear, is quality as reflected in patient safety. There's not a person whom I've met today who has not said quality reflected in patient safety. And I think that shows great alignment, great alignment. You look at the healthcare sector, and as a complete outsider to this sector, I'll say, and I'll talk a little bit about it, my impressions at least, right or wrong. India is certainly a leader in South Asia as far as healthcare is concerned, excelling in preventive outcomes. I know we have a long way to go, Dr. Agarwal, we discussed that this afternoon, and a recognized leader in lab systems. However, in terms of we don't rank that high when it comes to general healthcare access, at the same time being top-tier destination for medical tourism and international patients, an apparent contradiction. With efforts of organizations like CAHO, the impact, and we do have some excellent centers of excellence, those that will have, with your effort, will ripple out the impact of this into the entire medical care ecosystem. Yours is a dedicated effort, continuously seeking to enhance standards of care to achieve international benchmarks. Through your institution, to me, as I was reading about you and learning from Rama about a little bit more about what you've been doing, to me what stood out is that you have shown that excellence in quality is not just a destination, but a mindset of an entire ecosystem. And hence today, I thought I'll share this insight. What I truly believe is that excellence mindset that you foster is indeed India's path to prosperity and development. And I'd like to just touch upon it. As a nation, we've made huge strides, and I think the Compier did mention that I had an opportunity to work closely with government on this nation-building exercise. And I therefore say this with a lot of passion and commitment to it. Over the last decade, we've made huge strides to become the 4th largest economy. We are aspiring to be 3rd largest by 27-28. We rise to the upper middle income group of countries by 2030 and Viksit Bharat by 2047. Let's pause for a second and look, how are we going to get there? The study of the development journey, if you look, of our very successful Far East neighbors showcases that this excellence mindset that you are propagating, and I believe is the future of the country, has been the game-changing driver of growth and prosperity. Japan, for example, after facing economic collapse and ostracization completely post-World War II, built its economy on the foundation of excellence and quality. After the devastation of the war, South Korea positioned itself in the world economy on excellence and innovation. Today, towards our ambitious goals, we need to recognize that all the key areas of our ecosystem, be it healthcare, education, infrastructure, industry, these are all individual ecosystems that are very closely interconnected. And hence, the excellence and quality mindset needs to pervade each of these ecosystems simultaneously. If it doesn't, we can't progress together as a nation. A mindset of excellence and quality needs to be the core of Brand Bharat. To build Brand Bharat, this mindset must be embedded across our socio-economic paradigm and address the gaps that hold us back across key sectors besides healthcare, education, manufacturing, infrastructure, and I'll share just a couple of examples. Take education, for example, and I think there was an interesting discussion on this over coffee as well today. Our country, it's a very important area, undoubtedly, as you all will agree, as we move towards becoming a developed nation. We have a growth ambition that means real GDP growth has to grow at 7 to 8% over the next 2 decades. This is a tall ask, and education is key. Our access to education and enrollment in schools has progressed exceedingly well, over 95% over the last 2 decades. Employability is strong in certain streams, engineering, accounting, MBA, and governmental measures to strengthen vocational training has paid quite rich dividends. But yet, if we pause and think, none of our universities or engineering colleges figure in the top 20 of the world. As we aspire towards excellence, a strengthening of our foundational education system, and I was a bit surprised to see a report the other day that said 14 to 18-year-olds often struggle with mathematics and reading. In terms of quality, therefore, our foundational education system needs emphasis, and curriculums need to be aligned with emerging trends that meet employability criteria. These are some key impetus areas. Simultaneously, strengthening our teaching and research institutions at the apex of the education pyramid will drive that excellence mindset throughout the ecosystem to achieve world class. Coming to manufacturing, which is really where I work, recent geopolitical events have only reinforced our country's resolve towards that visionary direction that was set by our Prime Minister for an Atmanirbhar Bharat. Excellence in manufacturing, earlier, it was low-cost country. Today, excellence in manufacturing and choice of India is led by innovation, IP creation, quality, and best-in-class competitiveness. Such an ecosystem only will empower us for a sustainable growth and for building our brand Bharat. A number of you would have heard about the GCC set up in India. The GCC set up the indigenous R&D by established corporates, the vibrant ecosystem, startup ecosystem, and our own AI capability. These are all very promising, but yet challenges remain in moving ahead, for example, on the Global Innovation Index, where we are today only 39th in the world. So it is about building innovation. We need work there. Brand Bharat, as a quality manufacturing investment of choice, is growing. You've heard about the PLI schemes. You've heard about the fantastic investment that is coming into manufacturing. And you'll be happy to hear that India today accounts for 25% of the global iPhone production. And yet, there is excellence in the MSME sector is posing challenges. Depth and strength of the economy is determined by manufacturing excellence across all tiers, very much similar to what you face in the healthcare industry that needs to spread across all healthcare practitioners and institutions. Infrastructure has become the key enabler for productivity and competitiveness. While undoubtedly you'll agree that massive strides have been made, through investment, railways, metros, roads, ports, warehouse, logistics that we've made. And yet, infrastructure costs remain elevated, warehouse capacity remains short, and many cities remain congested. Infrastructure excellence, therefore, is a continuous journey, necessarily having to be undertaken at the highest speed, given that it is the backbone for all sectors. And therefore, excellence for us as an ambitious nation is non-negotiable and needs to be broad-based, cutting across all sectors of economic activity. In my belief, I think there are three pillars that cut across all sectors, irrespective of whether we are in healthcare, infra, industry, or even agriculture, that lie at the heart of excellence. First is technology adoption. We have made very significant progress on technology adoption. The digital public infrastructure is the biggest example that comes to mind. We have set global benchmarks. UPI hit 20 billion transactions in February 2026 and now available as a platform to friendly countries as well. India has achieved one of the fastest rollouts of 5G technology, and AI and digital tools are being rapidly adopted and have enabled us to leapfrog in terms of development. And I was happy to hear that AI is making a lot of progress in healthcare, even as compared to manufacturing. So the potential of technology application towards transformation across customer reach, market penetration, operations optimization, expansion, new product development, quality control is immense and quite truly sector agnostic. Secondly, excellence must span every role, blue collar or white collar, senior or junior, support staff or line staff. With automation, and I was asked an interesting question this afternoon saying, are we really going to is it really going to impact employment at the lowest level? With automation, digital, and AI coming into very rapidly into traditional roles that have been there in organization, certainly an upgradation of skill sets across all levels is emerging as the need of the hour. It becomes the responsibility of each one of us here. It becomes the responsibility of all stakeholders in national development. They can be corporates, they can be associations, organizations, NGOs, educational institutions, vocational training institutions, or government. Skill building is a national priority today. We need to make our skills relevant. The third pillar, and above all, is that in any organization or ecosystem's pursuit for excellence is that it is anchored around a larger purpose, one that goes beyond financial performance to make an impact on society. And that's what really interested me about Caho, because Caho certainly has a well-defined, larger purpose that is spawning excellence. Today, as I walked in, I saw the number of awards that are here. We had the privilege of felicitating individuals and institutions whose contribution to quality, safety, and excellence in healthcare have been truly exceptional. These quality champions, as you call them, epitomize the belief that excellence is the path to prosperity, and these awards bring the champions into the spotlight that they richly deserve. What is particularly inspiring is the span of generations represented here. Through the Lifetime Achievement Awards, we are honoring veterans. Through the Young Achievers and Clinicians Awards, we are celebrating the energy, the innovation, and the commitment of the next generation to a better future for all. The awards through talent, from research, clinical audits, ideathons, and so on, underscore the importance of knowledge creation and inquiry in the creation of an ecosystem that fosters continued excellence. As we applaud them today, let us collectively embrace the excellence mindset, a daily commitment to bringing excellence not only to our work, but to the way we lead our lives and to the societies that we live in. Thank you all for giving me this opportunity to be here today.
Thank you, Madam, for your inspiring speech, and thank you for being here today. So we have some important announcements to make. You have seen the grandness of Cahocon 2026. So we'll have a glimpse of what's going to come for the next 1 year. The flagship events of Caho.
So first up would be the SACON 2026. May we have the video, please? So that's going to happen at Amity University, our student council unit. Next would be the Acre Health 2026. Following that would be Cahotech 2026 at Vizag.
Cahotech is the flagship technology initiative of Caho, the consortium of accredited healthcare organizations, which is the largest network of accredited healthcare institutions in the country. Well recognized by ISQA and many other international organizations, Caho has emerged as a leader to promote evolving technologies in medical care. AMTZ, that I represent as Managing Director, is world's largest medical technology park dedicated to research, development and production of medical technologies. AMTZ is also the home for World Trade Center and WHO Collaborating Center for Health Innovations. How exciting, therefore, it is that Caho and AMTZ have joined together to host Cahotech in November 2026, where you will see innovators, developers, technologists, biomedical engineers, clinical application specialists, healthcare administrators, policymakers, startups, buyers and sellers of medical technology, all together in one platform, Cahotech, hosted at Kalam Convention Center at AMTZ on the beautiful beach city of Vizag, which is also the city of destiny. Cahotech awaits to welcome you into this new world and new era of medtech, health tech, and the difference it can make to your healthcare organization. Looking forward to hosting you here. Thank you and Jai Hind.
That's in the mid of November. Next would be our marquee event, Caho Diagnosticon 2027, after the successful one at Indore this year. So this would be at Bangalore. Further to that would be our flagship event, the Cahocon 2027 at Mumbai. getting bigger and better, and next year Mumbai is going to prove it again. This year we had more than 2,500 plus registrations, 250, 300 speakers, including our pre-conferences, various invited delegates and stall owners, all put together 4,000 plus people in the last 3 days has been part of this majestic event. And definitely, we are very sure next year it is going to be bigger and better. May I call Team Maharashtra to come and take the baton as we pass on the baton. Team Maharashtra, anybody? Team Maharashtra, please. Amchi Mumbai, Jai Maharashtra, anybody?
Dr. Ilan, Dr. Ilan,
Dr. Ilan and
Venkat, Sam, Dr. Raju.
Please join as we pass on the torch, the baton to the... Come on, team. Let's give a big hand to Team Mumbai and Team Maharashtra. So Team Mumbai, 5K. Yeah, another flagship program of Caho has been our partnered program with IM Shillong. We have, let's have the AV please.
Wow, fantastic lineup of events coming up next year. So we move on to a very important session of this conference, which is the recognition of some fabulous achievements or achievers. So for that, before we begin, we would like to invite a few more people onto the stage. Mr. Ranjit Krishnan, Zonal Chairperson, South Zone, Caho. Mr. Adel, State Chairperson, Tamil Nadu. Can we have Dr. Arjun Sundaram, State Chairperson for Pondicherry. Dr. Ilan Kaliyamurthy, Academic Committee Chairperson. Dr. M.K. Enian, Pre-Conference Workshop Committee Chairperson. The following chairpersons should come. Dr. Ranjit Jayashekaran, Awards Committee. Dr. Raju Shivaswamy, Venue and Facility Committee. Dr. Madhavi Gopinath, Poster and Platform Committee. Dr. Lasya Tambidurai, Media and PR Committee. Mr. Venkat Fanidar, Souvenir Committee. Dr. Nilmal Frederick, Registration Committee. Mr. V. Balaji, Reception Committee. Dr. Samir Mehta, Co-Chair of Awards Committee. Ms. Malati Murukeshan, Convener of Awards Committee. So we begin the award ceremony with the announcement of the Lifetime Achievement Award, both national and international, and we request the Caho patrons, sorry, my mistake from our side, so Caho patrons to please join us on the stage.
Are you ready? Yes? For the Lifetime Achievement Award National, we present to you Madam Gracie Mathai.
May we have a standing ovation for Madam Gracie Mathai, please.
Madam Gracie Mathai embodies dedication, courage, and quiet transformation in Indian healthcare. Her journey spanning over 5 decades, from being a bedside nursing to Chief Executive Officer of Baby Memorial Hospital, is both rare and deeply inspiring. It is breaking barriers in a system where such a rise for nurses is exceptional. Her leadership is rooted in compassion and expressed through an unwavering commitment to quality, patient safety, and ethical care. Through pioneering contributions to accreditation and quality movements in India, she has strengthened systems, mentored leaders, and elevated the nursing profession. A recipient of the FICCI Healthcare Excellence Award 2023, she represents the very best of healthcare leadership, competent, compassionate, and courageous. In conferring this Lifetime Achievement Award, we honor her enduring legacy, a nurse leader who redefined what is possible. Thank you.
Now for the Lifetime Achievement Award International, we have our own CEO of ISQA, Dr. Carsten Engel. May we have him on stage, please?
Let us rise and give a standing ovation.
Caho Lifetime Achievement Award International 2026 is being conferred upon Dr. Carsten Engel in recognition of his outstanding global leadership in advancing quality and patient safety. A physician trained at the University of Copenhagen, Dr. Angel brings nearly 4 decades of experience spanning clinical care, leadership, and quality improvement. His early years as an anesthesiologist were followed by a distinguished tenure at the Danish Institute for Quality and Accreditation in Healthcare, where he served as the Deputy Chief Executive. A long-standing leader with ISQA as Accreditation Council member, Deputy Chair, expert, and Academy member, Dr. Angel assumed the role of CEO in 2021, guiding the organization with vision and resilience through a transformative period. A passionate advocate of person-centered care, Dr. Angel has championed global dialogue, knowledge sharing, and the continuous evolution of accreditation systems to meet the emerging healthcare needs. His leadership continues to inspire a collective pursuit of excellence, safety, and equity in healthcare worldwide. His commitment to collaboration, innovation, and person-centered care continues to inspire the global healthcare community. Thank you.
Dr. Ranjit, will you announce the next chair?
Privileged to make the announcement of the award winners. To start with, I'm happy to announce that the Quality Champion Award has been awarded to Dr. Jayalakshmi Jayarajan. Jayalakshmi Jayarajan, a passionate healer, an inspiring teacher, a steadfast champion of patient safety. Dr. Jayalakshmi Jayarajan has devoted her life to advancing quality in healthcare. Over decades of distinguished service in microbiology, infection prevention, antimicrobial stewardship, she has built not only systems of excellence, but a culture of safety that endures. Through her leadership, mentorship, tireless commitment, she has empowered thousands of healthcare professionals and touched countless lives across the nation. A true leader in every sense, she exemplifies the highest ideals of our profession, guided by her enduring belief in continuous learning to learn, unlearn, and relearn. She is a pioneer of IPC activities and AMSP initiatives in Cahocon and a passionate teacher. In recognition of her exemplary service, outstanding leadership, and enduring contribution to healthcare quality and patient safety, the Quality Champion Award 2026 is proudly conferred upon Dr. Jayalakshmi Jayarajan.
Next, we will have the award for the Quality Champion Award International.
Yes, the family members can
The family members, yeah.
Proud moment. Next will be the Quality Champion Award International. And the award goes to Dr. Rahul Deshmukh. Welcome onto the stage. Dr. Rahul Deshmukh is a distinguished clinical leader, anesthesiologist, with over 25 years of experience, currently serving as Director Quality of Zuleika Healthcare, a Fellow of ISQA and an International Physician Consultant of the JCI. Dr. Deshmukh has pioneered transformative safety initiatives, including the first IHI age-friendly hospital in the MENA region. As Program Director for Fellowship in Clinical Governance, he has been instrumental in shaping the next generation of healthcare leaders through CAHO and IAPHG. His visionary leadership as project lead for CAHO PREMS project resulted in the development of 17 validated tools. So a prolific academic, he has authored a chapter in Essentials in Safe Anesthesia and frequently a major national and international conferences, bridging the gap between clinical excellence and global quality standard. Congratulations, Dr. Deshmukh.
Next award section is Young Quality Achiever Award.
The next award is for Young Quality Achiever Award 2026. And the award goes to Dr. Dania Michael. Dania Michael is a distinguished healthcare quality professional with over 20 years of experience, including more than a decade dedicated to patient safety and quality. As General Manager, Quality at Rajgiri Hospital, she has been instrumental in driving system-wide improvements through robust governance, accreditation leadership, and patient-centered initiative. An NABH Principal Assessor, ISQA Fellow, and she actively contributes to national policies, standards, capacity building programs. Through her leadership initiative like Dimitra, IndoSafe, extensive training, mentorship efforts, she has empowered healthcare professionals across the country. Her work seamlessly integrates research, education, and practice. She is being honored with the Young Quality Achiever Award 2026 for her exemplary leadership, sustained contributions to advancing patient safety, and an enduring impact on strengthening quality system in healthcare. Dr. Dania Michael.
There is one more Young Quality Achiever.
Congratulations, Dr. Dania Michael.
The next award is again a Young Quality Achiever Award.
And the award goes to Dr. Nitin Marathe.
Dr. Nitin Marathe is a committed healthcare leader with over 14 years of experience, including a decade in patient safety and quality. As Joint Medical Superintendent at AIIMS Nagpur, he led the institution to achieve full NABH accreditation, the first public hospital in Maharashtra to do so. He has significantly contributed to capacity building, training over 500 professionals through the IAM AIIMS Nagpur program, and actively supported in national patient safety initiatives with Ministry of Health, Family Welfare and DGHS, demonstrating strong leadership at multiple levels. Dr. Marathe's dedication to advancing quality and patient safety in India's public healthcare system makes him a truly deserving recipient of the CAHO Young Quality Achiever Award 2026. Can we request the family members to join us, please?
The next award is for Young Clinician Leader in Quality and Patient Safety, the Dr. Joseph Fidelis Memorial Award. For this award, may we request Dr. Joseph's family also to join us on the stage, please?
Yes, first we request Dr. Joseph's family, his sister, family, wife, everybody is here, so I request them all to come onto the stage. So this is a very important award, an award to be honored. And about the particular award, I request Dr. Lalu to say a few words.
Dr. Joseph Fidelis Memorial Award has been initiated by the family in memory of Dr. Joseph Fidelis, who was a strong proponent of quality and patient safety, very young anesthesiologist, and we fondly remember his contributions to Caho and his dedication to promoting the cause of quality and patient safety.
So, Dr. Joseph Fidelis Memorial Award for Young Clinician Leader in Quality and Patient Safety for year 2026 goes to Dr. Vishwath Palniappan. Dr. Vishwath Palniappan, a dynamic clinician, leader of new generation, exemplifies the seamless integration of clinical excellence with systems thinking and patient safety. Through his leadership, he has strengthened governance frameworks, advanced antimicrobial stewardship, built resilient, quality-driven healthcare system, delivering measurable impact, including significant reduction in antibiotic use and robust pandemic response mechanism.
We request Dr. Mrs. Vishruth also to join us on the stage, please. Madam?
So this award is mainly because of his community outreach activities, mainly because of the transformative geriatric care models that he worked on, especially in a Tier 2 city like Madurai. So for his inspiring leadership and meaningful contributions to quality and patient safety, especially in a city like Madurai, Tier 2. So Dr. Vishruth Palniappan, we are happy to give you, and you are the deserving recipient of the Young Clinician Leader in Quality and Patient Safety, Dr. Joseph Fidelis Memorial Award. A round of applause for him, please.
May we request his wife also to join him on the stage, please.
Next category of award is the Best State Chairperson Award. And it's any guesses? The Best State Chairperson Award? This person, yes, a dear friend and a great organizer. He's in the stage.
Yeah, let's all put together hands for Adil.
The Best State Chairperson Award for the year 2025-2026 goes to Tamil Nadu. Mr. Adil, State Chairperson, Tamil Nadu. Mr. Adil has demonstrated exceptional leadership as a State Chairperson, strengthening Caho's presence and impact across the state. He played a pivotal role in the successful planning and execution of Cahocon 2026, bringing together stakeholders from across the healthcare ecosystem. He was instrumental in initiating and promoting the Caho Jeevan program within Tamil Nadu, expanding its reach now beyond the state. His dedication, vision, and collaborative spirit have significantly advanced Caho's mission in Tamil Nadu and inspired wider participation in quality healthcare initiative. Let's give a round of applause once again to Mr. Adil. The Best Teacher Award for the year 2025-2026 goes to Dr. Malati Murugesan. Dr. Malati Murugesan is a passionate academician, infection prevention specialist from Meenakshi Super Speciality Hospital, Madurai. She is a dynamic educator whose commitment to teaching excellence has significantly influenced healthcare professionals across disciplines. Within CAHO, she serves as program director for several flagship initiatives, including the National Certifying Examination for Infection Control Professionals. This recognition as Best Teacher reflects her sustained contributions to academic excellence, professional training, and advancing CAHO's mission of safer healthcare in India and beyond. Let's give once again a big round of applause, please.
Yeah, may we request your family to join on the stage. Husband is here. Dr. Malati's husband, please join on stage. Yeah, thank you.
Let's give Dr. Jagdish a big round of applause.
Yeah, so now we move on to the academic competitions. So before we announce the next category, which is the National Patient Safety Champion, the Nirmala Devi Award, may I request Dr. Nisha Nair to come on to the stage, please. So the winner for the National Patient Safety Champion Nirmala Devi Award is Mrs. Neetu from Kim's Health, Trivandrum. Please. The applause should continue for the winners. The runners-up for the National Patient Safety Champion Nirmala Devi Award goes to Mr. Jegin from Apollo Prodon Center, Chennai. Mr. Jegin.
Keep up the energy level, give the applauses, keep the applauses coming.
So, the next category of awards, thank you Dr. Nisha. The Best Research Publication in Quality, Dr. K.M. Cherian Endowment Award. So, we invite Ms. Sandhya Cherian to come onto the stage, please.
The legendary Dr. K.M. Cherian, born on the 8th of March 1942, Dr. K.M. Cherian, also popularly called as Dr. KMC. What an incredible journey it has been. His birth was predicted to his mother by a tribal man. Much before his birth, the tribal man had said that the child would be a boy and that he would become a well-known heart surgeon. He was born into a family of 5 children. After completing his primary education, he was sent to a boarding school. Pre-university was in Sacred Heart College, and he did his MBBS from Kasturba Medical College, KMC in Manipal. He pursued his MCs, which was from CMC Valero, and he then got married to Celine. Moving to Australia was a major landmark in his profession. He worked at the St. Vincent's Hospital in Sydney, Australia, and also got the opportunity to work with the world-renowned doctors. After a few years in Australia, he decided to move to New Zealand, which attracted talent from across the world. His true talent and passion as a cardiac surgeon came to limelight only after his training at Australia, New Zealand, and USA. Leaving a lucrative career behind in Australia, New Zealand and USA, his passion drove him back to India to serve the country in 1975, when he did the first coronary artery bypass surgery, which was a major landmark in the history of cardiac surgery in India. This attracted a lot of media attention, and Dr. K.M. Cherian, the great cardiac surgeon, was born. He was acknowledged by the world for his superlative skills. He had the opportunity to meet political leaders both from India and abroad, and also got the good fortune to be the surgeon to both the presidents of India, Gyanan Zail Singh and Sri Venkataraman. He was honored with Padma Shri in 1991. His name was carved on a stone in the island of Kos in Greece. To honor him in the international arena during the World Cardiothoracic Conference. This is again a unique lifetime achievement. He is the founder of several institutions, starting with the Madras Medical Mission, the Pondicherry Institute of Medical Sciences, and he has set up other institutes such as the Parumala St. Gregorius Cardiac Unit, the Dr. K.M. Cherian Institute of Medical Sciences in Kerala, and the Study Lake Hall International School in Pondicherry. He has mentored many surgeons in India and abroad. In all, this legend has influenced, touched, and saved many thousands of lives.
Let's hear it for Dr. K.M. Cherian, the Best Research Publication Quality, Dr. K.M. Cherian Endowment Award. Winner is Dr. Rahul Deshmukh, Zuleka Health Group. I request Dr. Rahul to come on the stage. For the want of time, we are going to call the runner-up also. So I request the people to line up. The first runner-up for this same award goes to Mr. Arunagiri Gunashekar, Government Medical College and Hospital, Tiruvallur. Mr. Arunagiri Gunashekar. The applause should continue, please. Please cheer up the winners. Mr. Arunagiri on the stage. Yeah. The second runner-up for the same award is Dr. Usha Rani from Prasanna School of Public Health, Manipal Academy of Higher Education.
Next up, we have the award winner for the Ideathon poster. The winner is Dr. Soumya Srinivasan, Mr. Aditya Jason, Dr. Aruna Murali, Ms. Musina Sudhir, Soumya Srinivasan, Aditya Jason, Soumya Srinivasan, Aditya Jason, please. Arun Murali, Dr. Arun Murali, Musina Sudhir, Shreyanka Sengupta, Mrs. R.O.K. Jayadeepa, Symphonia Anguraj, Dr. Symphonia Anguraj, these are the winners. The runner-up, please assemble here and then you can come onto the stage. Dr. Prashant Borade, Dr. Saravana Priya JK, SL Raheja Hospital, Mumbai, and Mrs. Kunal Jha. So this is for the Ideathon poster. So all of you please queue up on the beneath the stand. So come this side. Yeah. Come this side. Yeah. So we have Soumya Srinivasan, Aditya Jason, Dr. Arun Murli, Husina Sudhir, Shriyanka Sengupta, Aroke Jayadeepa, Symphonia Anguraj as winners, and runner-ups are Dr. Prashant Borade, Dr. Prashant Borade, Dr. Saravana Priya JK, representatives from SL Raheja, and Mrs. Kunal Jha. Yeah, please, Dr. Saril. Yeah, please come over here. Next would be Mr. Kevin Devasya Valyamattam from Rajagiri Hospital. And Dr. Sai Saranya. Mr. Kevin. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Kevin. And Dr. Sai Saranya. Dr. Sai Saranya. The next category of awards is for the memes competition. We have Miss Hannah Joyce Rossi and Miss Deepa as the winners. Winner 1 and winner 2. So Hannah Joyce Rossi and Ms. Deepa, the winners of the memes competition. Runner-up are Dr. Shamam KU and Santana Lakshmi. Dr. Shamam KU and Ms. Santana Lakshmi. Then we have Dr. Deeksha Tiwari and Ms. Vandana as the second runner-ups. So next, another important event, the Cahocon Quality Quiz. Very well participated this year. So the winner would be Dr. Preeti, Ms. Bhavisha from PD Hinduja Hospital, Mumbai. Joint winners are Dr. Sendil Kumar and Nitya MS from GKNM Hospital, Coimbatore. Dr. Sendil Kumar and Nitya. The runner-up, there are two runner-ups for this. Ms. Deepa and Ms. Sunita from Apollo Specialty Hospital, Tenampet. Runner-up 2 is Mr. Bridget Baby and Mr. Abel Tom Abraham from Kim's Health. Next category of awards is the clinical platform presentation. The winner is Dr. Saravana Priya JK from Arete Hospital, Hyderabad. Dr. Saravana Priya JK, Arete Hospital, Hyderabad. The first runner-up is Dr. Ankita Sengupta, Masumdar Shah Medical Center, Bengaluru. So this is a clinical platform presentation. The next category would be the nursing category. The winner is Miss Angela Kaushik from SL Raheja Hospital, Mumbai. The runner-up would be Mr. Gautam P. Kaveri Hospitals. So that's the clinical nursing presentation, platform presentation. Gautam P. from Kaveri Hospital. Double up. Next would be on the general and support category. The winner is Ms. Krishna Priya from Amrita Institute of Medical Sciences and Research Center, Kochi. First runner-up is Dr. Sabrish, GKNM Hospital, Coimbatore. General and support prize is being given. The next category would be the students category. We saw a lot of energy in this category too. The winner would be Dr. Divya Darshini Vignesh from Sundaram Medical Foundation Hospitals, Chennai. And the first runner-up is Dr. Inosh A. Paulson from IHMR, Bengaluru. Ladies and gentlemen, keep your hands together. For the posters clinical, winner is Dr. Sarul, KD Hospitals, Ahmedabad. First runner-up is Dr. Archana Bajaj, Fortis Hospital. Second runner-up is Dr. Nimita Mohan, Aster MedCity. So may we have Dr. Sarul, followed by Dr. Archana Bajaj, followed by Dr. Nimita Mohan. Dr. Sarul first. Dr. Archana Bajaj next, and then Dr. Nimita Mohan. Archana Bajaj, Fortis Hospital, first runner-up. Clinical posters. Second runner-up is Dr. Nimita Mohan. The next category is posters for nursing. Winner is Arokya Jayadeepa from the Madras Medical Mission. First runner-up is Miss Baby Lakshmi Saman Padavetan from Dr. Mehta's Global Campus, Chennai. Second runner-up, Mrs. Dakshata Tandel, Gleneagles Hospital, Parel. Arokya Jayadeepa, second runner-up is Baby Lakshmi. Second runner-up is Dakshina. We have Dakshina here. The next one would be the general and support poster presentation. The winner is Bhavisha Karnare from PD Hinduja Hospital. First runner-up is Dr. Abhinaya Jayapalan from Meenakshi Mission Hospital. The second runner-up is Dr. Ruchi Kushwaha from Tata Memorial Center. Bhavisha on stage. Abhinaya next up, Abhinaya Jayapalan. Followed by Ruchi Kushwaha. Student posters. Ruchi Kushwaha, please. Second runner-up, general and support posters. Student posters, we have Dr. Anju from Trivandrum, SCT IMST. First runner-up is Ms. Fatima Saima from AJ Institute of Hospital Management. Second runner-up, Ms. Pooja JT, Government Medical College and Hospital, Tiruvallur.
First runner-up, please come running. Runner-up, runner. Run. Yeah. Ms. Fatima, Saima and Ms. Pooja as the second runner-up. Lightning talks, we move on to the next category, clinical. The winner is Dr. Brito Durai Singh from Ganga Medical Center and Hospital. Please line up fast, please. First runner-up is Dr. Sachayan Sinha from College of Medicine and Sagor Datta Hospitals. Do you ask Dr. Sachayan here? Please raise your hand so that we can wait for you. Yeah, I don't think you are here. Okay. Second runner-up is Mrs. Tilagavati Bellan, Gem Hospital and Research Center. We move to the next category of the lightning talks, which is the student category. The winner is Miss Rajneet Kaur, CMC Ludhiana. Do we have Miss Rajneet Kaur? Yeah, please come fast. First runner-up is Miss Monica Sandhu, Postgraduate Institute of Medical Education and Research, Chandigarh. Do we have Miss Monica here?
An important announcement, we found a pendant on the stage. So if anybody has lost a pendant who have come onto the stage, please report to Mr. Adel and claim the pendant, explaining the shape and the things about it.
Is Monica Sandhu? Yes. Second runner-up is Dr. Rosalyn, SBV Mahatma Gandhi Medical College and Research Institute. Come fast, please. In the Lightning Talks General and Support category, winner is Aditi Vyas, Amrita Hospital. First runner-up is Saurav Sarkar, CK Birla Hospitals. Second runner-up, Purnima SS, Medical Trust Hospital, Kochi. Do you have these winners here? Please raise your hand when you are coming here. Aditi Vyas, Saurav Sarkar and Purnima. Nursing category, the winner is Sherin Aranha Fortis Hospital, Mulund. First runner-up, Ms. Chanda Bandyopadhyay, BM Birla Heart Hospital. Second runner-up, Mrs. Christy Babuji, G. Kuppuswamy Naidu Memorial Hospital. Clinical audit category, the winner is Mrs. Arogya Jaydeepa, the Madras Medical Mission. First runner-up, Dr. Brito Durai Singh, Ganga Medical Center and Hospital again. Second runner-up, Dr. Pallavi Prakash, JSS AHER. Mrs. Arogya Jaydeepa, Dr. Brito and Dr. Pallavi. On behalf of Pallavi, her colleague is going to take the awards. Clinical audit again, winner Arogya Jaydeepa, first runner-up Dr. Brito and second runner-up on behalf of Dr. Pallavi, her colleague is going to collect it from JSS. You move to the video presentation award. Winner Mr. Naveen Kumar, Kaveri Hospital, Salem. First runner-up is Dr. Sarvana Priya, Arid Hospital. Second runner-up, Ms. Divya, Rajagiri Hospital. You have these people here, the awardee winners. Mr. Naveen Kumar, Kaveri Hospital, Salem. Yes. Dr. Sarvana Priya. Please wait, madam. Let him take. Yeah, you. Mr. Naveen Kumar, please go. Second runner-up, Ms. Divya, Rajagiri Hospital. We move on to the next category. It is the additional awards, the Pan India quiz. Winner Manipal Hospital, Millers Road, Bangalore. Do you have anyone from Manipal Hospital? The first runner-up, the VHS Chennai, Tamil Nadu, the Voluntary Health Services Hospital, Chennai, Tamil Nadu. Yeah. Second runner-up is SL Raheja Hospital, a Fortis Associate, Mumbai. VHS on stage. Yeah. Please applause for the winners. The applause should continue, please. The video competition winner is AJ Hospital, Mangalore. Video competition winner AJ Hospital, Mangalore. First runner-up, Cosmopolitan Hospital, Trivandrum, Kerala. You have Cosmopolitan? Yes. Second runner-up, Astra Prime Hospital, Hyderabad, Telangana. Astra Prime Hospital. South Zone Fire Safety Awards. South Zone is Sri Kamachi Medical Center, Tanjore. We have Sri Kamachi Medical Center, Tanjore here. One more award for South Zone is Rajagiri Hospital, Alua, Kochi. Rajagiri Hospital, Kerala. South Zone, the third prize is Kim's Health, Trivandrum for fire safety. Kim's Health, Trivandrum. Anyone from Kim's Health? From East, BM Birla Hospitals. Fire Safety, BM Birla Hospitals. From the North Zone, Sri Mata Vaishnava Devi Narayana Super Speciality Hospital. From the North. From West, Sahyadri Hospitals. Do we have Sahyadri Hospitals here? Do we have Sahyadri? Yes. So we move on to the Sustainability Awards.
So the national winner for the Sustainability Awards is Narayana Health, Bangalore. So the Sustainability Awards winners can come wait near the steps. Sustainability Awards, national winner Narayana Health, Bangalore. Do we have anybody out here? Zonal winners for Sustainability Award for the East, Apollo Multi-Speciality Hospital, Kolkata. For the South, Fortis Hospitals, Bannerghatta Road. For the West, Sahyadri Hospitals. And for the North, Sri Mata Vaishnava Devi Narayana Super Speciality Hospital. And for the Central Zone, Ramakrishna Care Hospital, Raipur. So for the East, it was Apollo Multi-Speciality Hospital, Calcutta. For South, it's Fortis Hospital, Bannerghatta Road. For the West, it's Sahayadri Hospital. For the North, Sri Mata Vaishno Devi Narayana Multi-Super Speciality Hospital. For the Center, it is Ramakrishna Care Hospital, Raipur.
Now we have winners based on the contests that we had during the conference. So the winners will be announced here. So we request Mr. Balaji to come onto the stage to announce the winners of the contest.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, thank you for all your amazing energy and participation in the delegation engagement activities. We had a fantastic response to our stall safari, explore and win challenge. Now it's time to announce our winners. We'll pick 2 winners from the draw. May I request our chief guest Malika ma'am to pick up the winners, please, and Lalu ma'am to announce the names. If the winners are around here, please raise your hands.
The winner is Deepa P, Senior Executive Nursing from the Apollo Speciality Hospital, Tenambet. Is Deepa around?
Yeah.
And Blessy Binu John, the Madras Medical Mission Nursing Supervisor.
And for our social media challenges, due to the popular demand, we are extending the competition for a week. So if you have not posted yet, there is still time. Winners will be informed via mail. And yes, exciting surprise gifts await. Thank you for your incredible energy, your active participation, and for making every moment meaningful. Thank you all.
So we have a fantastic video to be played here now. It's a recap of the entire Cahocon 2026 coming right here. Please watch and enjoy. Let's hear it for Caho.
So we had requested the first IPS, female IPS officer, Madam Kiran Bedi, to become the patient safety ambassador of Caho. And she has sent a message of gratitude that she will very seriously be considering it. So we may look at our first celebrity patient safety ambassador of Caho. Just wanted to share this news with you all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. So may we request Dr. Lalu Joseph, the president of Caho, to deliver the vote of thanks. Slides, please.
Good evening. Where do I begin and where do I end? Lot of people to thank. I'll be failing in my duty if I don't mention the people who have been behind this wonderful activity, Cahocon 2026. Let's begin. Can I have the slide changer, please? A big shout out to the delegates, please. 2,500 plus. It's not easy at all. And they've come on their own. Big thanks to them. And the core committee of Cahocon 2026. Big round of applause to Nallaji Palaniswamy, Dr. Manivannan, Dr. Guru Shankar, Dr. Satish Devadas, Mr. Adel, and Dr. Arjun. Thambi. The academic content. I want to really place on record our appreciation to Dr. Ilankumaran Kaliyamurthy for the excellent sessions planned with the Srishti. Thank you so much for the support. Dr. Arun Palaniswamy, thank you. Dr. Vetrivel and Dr. Shivakumar. Pre-conference committee, again a big shout out. 38 pre-conference workshops and 7 pre-conference workshops. And that would not have been possible without the support of Dr. Inian, Dr. Sandhya Cherian, Dr. Jayachandran and Dr. Babu Narayan. Sponsorship committee, I want to thank my dear friends Mrs. Bharati Reddy and Mrs. Rama Rajshekar for the support extended and all the organizing committee members. Awards committee, Dr. Ranjit Jayashekaran, are you here? Thank you so much, Mr. Samir Mehta, Dr. Prabhu and Dr. Malati Murugesan. Excellent timing, well organized, well coordinated. Venue and Facility Committee, Dr. Raju, Dr. Arun, Dr. Vidya and Mrs. Gayatri Sandeep. Thank you so much for organizing the venue so well. Poster and Platform Committee, we couldn't stand for 1 hour giving the awards. Imagine the amount of scrutiny that would have gone behind the 500 plus submissions under each category. Dr. Madhavi Gopinath, we owe a lot to you. Thank you so much for organizing this along with Dr. Praveen, Dr. Shilpa and Dr. Samuel N.J. David. Media and PR Committee, big thanks to Dr. Lasya, Dr. Sudhagar Singh, Dr. Jayakumar and Dr. Balamurugan. The Souvenir Committee, I don't know if you have read the souvenir, it's come out beautifully well. Mr. Venkat Fanidar, Mr. Ramkumar, Dr. J. Jayalakshmi and Dr. Anila Mathan. Are you here? A big round of applause, please. The Registration Committee, big shout out to Dr. Nirmal Frederick, Dr. Shivakumar, Dr. Jyoti Clara Michael and Dr. Purna Chandran. The Reception Committee, Balaji, are you here? Thank you so much for the engagement activities. We have heard such excellent feedback from our partners, Mrs. Sangeeta Priya and Mr. Vikram. The guests of honor, thank you so much. We really want to thank them all ahead of time and they had to wait. We really want to thank them for the time they gave to us. Our Honorable Shri Venkaiah Naidu, former Vice President, Dr. Biju George, Dr. Pal Manikam, Dr. Sailendra Babu and Dr. Mallika Srinivasan. Thank you so much, madam. The chairpersons and moderators of all the sessions, the speakers and panelists, 80 plus speakers and panelists. The jury, let's give a big round of applause to the jury, please. They worked tirelessly to get all the awards on time. The pre-jury and also on-stage jury. Thanks to all the MCs, my dear friends, Dr. Paragrandani, Dr. Dev and his entire team of men and women who made this event happen. Thank you so much. And our pre-conference workshop host institutions. We did thank them on the 10th, but we really want to acknowledge your participation and for taking this forward in all your hospitals. Our partners and sponsors, this would not have been possible without you. An event of this scale certainly needs lots and lots of support from our partners. First time in the record of Cahocon, we've had 258 partners and sponsors. Thank you so much for your support. Our premium sponsor, Shivam Medisoft Services, Our title sponsors, KMCH Joint Commission, Meenakshi Super Specialty, Zubar Lase, I'm not reading all the 268 for sure, Convatec and Muthoot. Our platinum sponsors, Kaveri, Regency, Immunoshop, Quick Clean, Medica Bazaar, Siemens, Schulke, Diversey, our gold, Sumit's Burger, ASP, and silver sponsors, bronze sponsors, the delegate kit sponsor, a special shout out to GKNM Hospital for being the first sponsor, the Midas touch, and we did it. The technical partners, several technical partners who really supported us. The heritage partner, they made us feel very special. On the 10th of April, we had the culture walk by the 31 women from the Caho governing committee. And we really appreciate Tulsi Silks for supporting us. This, the heritage walk, we enjoyed. Then NAC Jewelers for supporting us. And the Seatback branding partners, the knowledge partners, the exhibitors, the 200 plus exhibitors, the media partners, Spark, Healthcare, Medgate Today, Farmy Beyond, Social Sculpt and Medical Buyer. Thank you to the facility management partners, Red Sky, QPMS, the ecosystem partner, HPI Tamil Nadu, awards partner, Frontier Lifeline, Annai Velangani Hospitals, the website partner, IBs, the governing committee 2024-2026. Let's give them a big round of applause. The Caho patrons and all our chairpersons, thank you so much for the support extended to Cahocon 2026. Before I move on to Caho Secretariat, I wish to place on record our appreciation to the International Society for Quality. 7 speakers, let's give them a big round of applause please. To the International Society for Quality, Dr. Carsten Engel, Dr. Ezekiel and his entire team who came forward, supported us. Thank you so much. And the Caho, the ISQA office team for being here and for supporting us. Our own Caho Secretariat, the men and women behind the scenes, tireless efforts for almost 4 months. It's been truly an amazing event and we really wish to thank and place on record our appreciation to Caho Secretariat. Event partner, Mice and More, Sarthak, are you here? Thank you so much. There, let's give a big round of applause to our event team, please. And our dear friend Madan. I think everybody loves Madan. He's become brand Caho. Madan, we really want to appreciate you. Please come on stage. He covers the entire event. And people love him. He was introduced to us by Dr. Joe Fidelis and Dr. Roy. I request our president, Dr. Vijay Agarwal, to kindly felicitate Madan. Madan, who's going to take the photograph? So wish to thank everybody for the amazing time, wonderful event and the organizing committee of Cahocon 2026. Let's give them a big round of applause and a standing ovation please. May I request the organizing committee of Cahocon 2026 to kindly come up on stage. Organizing committee 2026, kindly come up on stage. Members of the Tamil Nadu Organizing Committee 2026, kindly come up on stage. Please come up on stage. Request the Caho Secretariat to kindly come up on stage, please. The Caho Secretariat, kindly come up on stage. Secretariat, please come up on stage.
See, there is a pendant that was found on the stage. If someone has lost their pendant, please come and report near the green room or the MC room. Request everyone to rise for the national anthem. Please.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगल दायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
It was a very good sustainability conference. Thanks to our sustainability team, we were compliant and we will be planting trees to make sure we are carbon neutral. Thank you.
Hello, hello. An iPhone is counter.